Workers of all countries, unite. Selected WORL 11 on the State Financial and Economic Plans 12 on relations between different aspects of the economy 18 Speech at a National Conference on Higher Education 25 I Principle of Education under New Democracy 2. Unity of the RY and Practice 27 3. Unity and Reform 29 Construction and Unity 31 Striving to consolidate and expand the People's Victory 41 Great Victories in the People's War of Liberation 41 For EIG and Policy of the People's Republic of China 43 Consolidating the People's Democratic Dictatorship and Preparing for Agrarian Reform 47 Centralization of Finance and Rehabilitation of the Economy 52 Training cadres and Raising Educational Levels 56 Resisting U.S. Aggression, Aiding Korea, and Defending PEAs 59 Take effective measures to implement the marriage law and protect women's legal rights 65 On the remolding of intellectuals 69 I. The question of standpoint 71 2. The question of attitude 77 2 Documents on improving the work in old base areas. I do not forget the places we came from TT. Vigorously promote economic and cultural development in old base areas 84 The movement against the three evils, and the national bourgeoisie 90 Our foreign policies and our tasks 94 Problems concerning the Chinese national bourgeoisie 103 The general line for the transition period 114 5 Principles for peaceful coexistence U8 Strengthen party unity and oppose bourgeois individualism 129 Building physical fitness for the motherland 139 Turning China into a powerful, modern, socialist, industrialized country 142 Speeches at the plenary session of the Asian African Conference 155 Main speech 155 Supplementary remarks 162 On questions concerning intellectuals 166 Economic work should be conducted in a practical way 195 2 Talks on the Conquopera 15 Strings of coins 197 Talk on April 19 197 Talk on May 17 199 Taiwan will be liberated 206 Continue to exercise dictatorship and at the same time to broaden democracy 210 The implementation of the first five-year plan and the fundamental tasks of the second five-year plan 217 Problems of policy for economic development 233 Report on the question of the boundary line between China and Burma 245 Questions relating to our policies towards China's nationalities 253 I. Two types of chauvinism 253 2. Regional autonomy for the nationalities 259 3. Prosperity and social reforms among all our nationalities 268. For the right of the nationalities to self-government and national identity 275 Letter to Chen Yankai 279 Improve the political quality of the army 280 Current tasks for the reform of the Chinese language 287 Pass on knowledge and experience to future generations 301 The Communist International and the Chinese Communist Party 306 On investigation and study 320 The importance of conducting investigation and study and seeking truth from facts 320 Report on an investigation in Handan Prefecture, Hebei Province 321 Remarks at a reception for Hero Saga, PUG, PUE, and others 323 Talk at a joint meeting of participants in a forum on literature and art and participants in a conference on film scenarios Introduction 33-1 33-1 Material and Mental Production 337 2 Class Struggle and the United Front 341 3 Whom to Serve 346 4 Laws Governing the Development of Literature and Art 351 v. Preserving and Creating 354 8 6 Leadership 7 Modern Drama Speak the truth, make genuine efforts, do real work and strive for practical results 361 On the question of intellectuals 366 I Definition and role of intellectuals 366 2. The process of growth of intellectuals in contemporary China 3683. How to unite with intellectuals 377 4. Self-remolding of intellectuals 381 Readjustment of the national economy and our current tasks 383 New development of the People's Democratic United Front 401 Get a clear understanding of the situation and keep the initiative in our hands 416 The key to building a powerful socialist country is to modernize science and technology 427 Learn from Leifeng 432 Combat bureaucratism 433 Meet the test in 5 domains 439 8 Principles for economic and technical assistance to other countries 446 Complete prohibition and thorough destruction of nuclear weapons 448 Speech at a conference on harnessing the Huanghe River 450 Major tasks for developing the national economy 458 Rural health work. And family planning 462 Afforestation. A project of vital and lasting importance 465 Expand production and rebuild our homes 468 On protecting cotters 470 A list of cotters who should be protected 470 We should respect Sung Ching Ling 471 Wages should not be reduced for cotters who are under criticism 472 Li Baohua and Li Renzi must be released 472 On Lu Lantao's release from Kuomintang prison 472 Wang Yinmao should be made a deputy to the 9th National Party Congress 473 Su Haidong should join the presidium of the 9th National Party Congress 473 Tao Zhu should be hospitalized 474 Leading members of democratic parties should not be subjected to criticism and denunciation 474 Hua Lujin should be protected 475 On the death of Zhang Linzi 475 Fascist methods of interrogating cotters must be abolished 476 On the list of person to attend the National De Y reception 477 Comments concerning economic work 479 The workers' petition must not interfere with production 479 Let the people store up material wealth 480 Railways and waterways must not be cut 481 Unite to protect harbor traffic 482 Measures for checking violence 482 Rational rules and regulations should continue 1 Enforce problems of quality should be put on the agenda 484 Remedy the economic damage caused by Lin Biao and Company 485 Attention should be paid to preventing waterlogging and combating drought 488 Institutions of culture, education Science and technology should resume their normal functions 489 0 and the TEACHING of 4 IGN languages 490 Spread knowledge of history and publish more books 493 Ultra-left ideas undermine art 494 On improving meteorological work 495 Pay attention to the study of basic sciences and to theoretical research 496 Certain students may enter universities immediately after graduation from secondary school 497 Learn from the strong points of foreign countries 497 The gate to friendly contacts between China and the United States has finally been opened 499 The Chinese and Japanese peoples should live in friendship from generation to generation 501 Marching towards the splendid goal of the 4 modernizations 504 The present financial and economic situation and relations between different aspects of the economy of New China. December 22 to 23, 1949. Comrades. Now that the Central People's Government has been founded, various ministries and commissions have been holding separate national conferences. As necessary, to learn about the actual situation and to formulate principles and plans for their work in the coming period. Though general principles have already been set forth in the common program, 1 operational meetings are needed to determine specific principles for each field and to have them implemented at lower levels. Since the various ministries and commissions were formed only recently, they have not had time to grasp the overall situation, so they need meetings and on-the-spot investigations to collect information as well. Having come to Beijing to attend meetings, in addition to discussing the work in our own field, You also have the right to inquire about the country's overall policies and general principles in the political, military, economic, cultural, and other fields. That is the only way you will be able to keep the work of your department in conformity with the general principles and to keep an overall picture in mind. Otherwise, you will lose your direction and be working in isolation in the dark. That is not a scientific approach, and it won't help to build a new country. The purpose of my talk today is to help you acquire the habit of considering the overall situation. I am going to discuss issues of a general nature. It is my opinion that you have. Speech to participants in THE National Conference CES on Agriculture, Iron and Steel Production and Civil Aviation. Not only the right to make a request of the central government but also the right to ask the leading comrades in your localities to give such a talk on overall policies and principles at regular intervals. Some people say that those are state affairs that ought to be kept secret and not revealed to anyone who asks. Some state affairs do indeed require secrecy, but there are also some that do not, and even secret matters should be handled selectively. I think major state affairs should be made known, and we should encourage everyone to learn about them. Others say that since everyone has a heavy workload, it is enough for him to fulfill his assignments without taking time to learn about state affairs. That is the attitude of a clerk conducting business in the old society. In New China, administrative staff should have a sense of responsibility towards their own country. If they do, thousands upon thousands of enthusiastic and creative staff members will come to the fore. Elaborating on what I have said just now, I am going to touch on two issues. First, I want to talk about the state financial and economic plans, which will give you a picture of the overall situation. We have begun to shift our work as a whole from military operations to construction, and our financial and economic plans are the embodiment of so many of the policies adopted by the government in TS new situation. For instance, it can be seen from these overall plans which activity is to be considered the most important, military operations or construction, and, within construction, which sector is to be given major emphasis, industry or agriculture. Cultural, educational, diplomatic, and other government policies are also reflected in these plans. Second, I want to talk about the relations between different aspects of the economy of New China. The key to success in our work is to handle these relations correctly and to be clear about our priorities. The state budget for 1950, approved by the Central People's Government Council, will be effective for only 1 year. Why? Because the war is still going on. The area around Chengdu, Tibet, Taiwan, Hainan Island, and a few other places have not yet been liberated. Under the SE circumstances, it is not possible to lay out a plan good for several years. Even this 1-year plan can be only rough and approximate. To be accurate, it will have to be revised continuously in the process of implementation. It is not realistic to try to formulate an accurate plan all at once. We can only draw up a rough plan like this one, which is scientific and feasible given the present stage in China. Naturally, your own operational plans at this stage must likewise be provisional. What was the thinking behind the state financial and economic plans, and for what purposes were they drawn up? I shall explain with 4 points. 1. Sharing the burden. In order to achieve nationwide victory, our people are called upon to bear a necessary burden. I call it the burden of victory. Basically, we have been victorious in the War of Liberation, and only the area around Chengdu, Tibet, Taiwan, Hainan Island, and a few other places are yet to be liberated. But our victory will be complete only when these areas are liberated. We therefore have to make military preparations and maintain not only the army but also the navy and air force. So military expenditure still takes up quite a large proportion of the budget. Moreover, the armed forces, now numbering 4,700,000 men, will expand, because they will absorb captured or reorganized Kuomintang troops. It is estimated that at its peak next year our army will reach 5,500,000 men. As you know, since last year, and especially during this year, We have incorporated most of the captured or reorganized Kuomintang troops. After Beijing was liberated, we sent several hundred Kuomintang officers back to their hometowns. However, when Suiwen was liberated too, our troops came upon those same officers again. Now we no longer have any place to send Kuomintang officers and men. If we turn them away, public order will be disturbed. So we have to provide for them, both the military and civil staff. Furthermore, some time ago in Shanghai, in an effort to streamline administration, the staff was reduced. This caused much anxiety both in Shanghai and in Nanjing, and the matter came to the attention of the central government. It is important to provide food for all. To remedy the situation, 5 persons are now sharing the food for 3, so that everybody is provided for. But as a result, the national total of personnel in government and education will increase from the present 2 million to 3.5 million. Together, the additional civil and military personnel will come to 9 million. Such a big increase in the number of persons dependent on the government will have to be supported by our people. This is a major 14 problem. However, feeding these 9 million people will be conducive to production and to national development. We should explain to our people that this is a burden we must bear for the sake of victory and that it cannot be avoided. The several million people we have provided for will play some useful role. We should be determined to turn them into a productive force. We are quite certain that this can be done, because it was once tried successfully during the War of Resistance against Japan. We are now beginning to do it nationwide. Comrade Mao Zedong has expressed his opinion on military personnel engaging in production. They should start with agriculture and handicrafts and also produce industrial goods and armaments. We believe that in 2 or 3 years' time this practice will prove highly successful. It is not necessary to have 3.5 million government employees now. We should make preparations for them to take part in production and study, in addition to doing their regular jobs, so that they will become the revolutionary-minded office workers required by New China, meeting work requirements and also equipped with a correct attitude towards labor and with scientific knowledge. Governments at various levels should all do this work well. At present our government organs are overstaffed. Not all employees have to stay on in government offices, some of them can be transferred to enterprises. 2. Starting production. The state will have a heavy burden next year, and we have no choice but to devote great efforts to production. Comrade Mao Zedong has said that production should increase as the army advances. What else but production can we rely on now to support the war effort and consolidate our victory? Production is the basic task of New China. The emphasis at present must be on recovery rather than expansion, though we certainly do not exclude any expansion that is possible and necessary. The highest total annual yield of grain before the War of Resistance against Japan was 140 million tons. This year's harvest is down from that by about 20%. Although we plan to increase the yield by 5 million tons next year, the total will still be far less than 140 million. The situation with regard to cotton production is similar. In general, what we should do is first put things back to normal in every field of endeavor, and then achieve expansion based on that recovery. Comrade Mao Zedong has said that recovery would take from 3 to 5 years and that expansion would ensue in 8 to 10 years. It will be remarkable enough if in 3 to 5 years we can just reach or top the pre-war production figures. The recovery of agriculture will serve as the foundation for the recovery of all other branches, since if no food is available, everything else is out of the question. Light industry and exports depend for the most part on agriculture for raw materials and goods. With the exception of military and administrative expenditures, most of the funds in the state plan are allocated for the recovery of production. Only when production is resumed can the enterprises take in several million additional people transferred from elsewhere. 3. Broadening sources of income and reducing expenditures. This may sound like a platitude, but it is still a necessary measure. More funds will be available and deficits will be reduced only when revenues increase. The state will rely mainly on the people for new sources of revenue. First, the countryside will share the burden. Second, the cities will make a contribution. Third, state enterprises will hand over their income. And fourth, we shall draw in advance, that is, borrow money. I want to elaborate first on the share of the burden to be borne by the countryside. Our old liberated areas have been shouldering a heavy burden for a long time. They haven't had a breathing spell in all the 12 years since the beginning of the war of resistance against Japan. Now that nationwide victory is just around the corner, is it possible to lighten their load? It is a reasonable suggestion, but for the time being we can't do it. This is because the war is still going on, things in the newly liberated areas are not yet well organized, agrarian reform has not been carried out, and preparations for collecting taxes have not been completed. So the old liberated areas will still have to carry the largest share of the burden, and the amount cannot be reduced. The burden on the peasants in the northeast will be the heaviest, it will be light in the northwest and moderate in North China. Those are the proportions we have worked out on the basis of our experience since the anti-Japanese war. On an average, each peasant harvests about 200 kilograms of grain every year, of which 40 kilograms are turned over to the government. If the expenses of the military are calculated in terms of grain, they come to 2,000 kilograms per capita per year. That means that every 100 peasants can support 2 government employees. If this ratio is maintained, things will be just right. If it is broken, things will be difficult. For the last 12 years we have held out by keeping this ratio. As their share of the burden, the peasants will still have to contribute about 20% of their income for a 16. Considerable time to come. That fact also shows the great contribution of the Chinese peasantry. The contribution of the cities takes the form of tax payments. In the past we depended almost completely on the countryside. Now that the situation has changed, we can also rely on the cities and let industry and commerce do their share. But in the initial period we cannot lay too heavy a burden on the cities, it should be lighter than that on the countryside. Now 41.4% of the state's financial revenue comes from the countryside and 38.9% from the cities. In actual practice, many taxes such as those on salt, commodities, slaughtering animals, etc., will still go to the peasants in the end. While it is wrong to ask too much of the cities at present, government employees in the cities should persuade industrialists and merchants to pay taxes. The income of state enterprises accounts for 17.1% of financial revenue. The 3 sources of revenue I have mentioned are not sufficient and there will still be deficits. So we shall have to issue government bonds. EIGHTYTWO% of THE total budget for 1950 will be drawn from various sources of income, 7% from the sale of government bonds, the rest from the issuance of currency. The funds raised this way will tide us over the difficulties next year following our victory. Can we borrow money from foreign countries? We do need foreign assistance. We welcome aid from friendly countries, for it is offered with sincere goodwill, but we should rely mainly on ourselves to build China. In the state financial plan expenditures have been retrenched. First, the military takes up 38.8% of the total budget. The annual expenses of the army add up to only 2,000 kilograms of grain per capita, or 10.5 million tons in all. The expenses for building the Navy and the Air Force are not included. Second, administration takes up 21.4%. Our administrative expenditure is modest. The average annual income in terms of grain for people under the sub-LY system is from 900 to 1,000 kilograms per capita. For those under the salary system, the amount is 2,100 kilograms per capita. We cannot apply the salary system to all those now under the supply system, nor can we introduce the sub-ly system among people now under the salary system. Incomes under the two systems are not equal. Nevertheless, we have to ask those comrades who are under the supply system to be more patient. The government is aware of financial and economic situation 17. Their domestic difficulties and is trying to solve some of their most pressing problems. Third, economic development, education and culture take up about 30% of the budget. Funds allocated under these categories will go for investment in state enterprises, for cultural and educational facilities and for construction in the localities. Investment in state enterprises will constitute 23.9% of this total. Fourth, the General Reserve Fund takes up about 10% of the budget and will be used for covering unforeseen expenses, such as relief to disaster areas. The breakdown of the budget shows that the major expenditures are to support the war effort that will liberate the whole of China. After that come the expenses for construction and the recovery of production. Total expenditures add up to less than the equivalent of 30 million tons of grain, a figure that reflects frugality on the part of the state and a low standard of living. Historically, the Chinese nation has always been valiant and industrious, and our party has the revolutionary tradition of hard work. In the initial stage of building New China, we hope all our administrative workers will maintain that tradition and carry it forward. 4. Following policies. We must all implement government policies and conduct our work according to the general guidelines T have mentioned, so as to prevent departments from asserting their independence. We should attach special importance to heavy industry, although other types must not be neglected. Within heavy industry, the iron and steel industry should be given priority, although we must not neglect the others either. In agriculture, equal importance should be given to water conservancy and agricultural production, with the former supporting the latter. In transport, the most important thing is to restore railway service. Actually, we have made rapid progress in that respect. We originally planned to reopen 18,0 kilometers of railway lines this year. Now the plan has been overfulfilled by 2,000 kilometers. It is anticipated that all railway lines will resume service next year and that some new ones will also be built. The restoration of road and water transport will come next. Every unit should keep the overall situation in mind, find its own position and orientation under the general financial and economic plans, and restore and expand production, establishing clear priorities and proceeding in accordance with the plan. In this way it can avoid 1/8. Departmentalism and exclusive reliance on the state, and will make the greatest possible contributions in its field. On relations between different aspects of the economy. Now I want to discuss 6 relationships between different aspects of the economy. These are, the relations between the cities and the countryside, between self-reliance and foreign aid, between industry and commerce, between the public sector and the private sector, between labor and capital, and between upper and lower levels. 1. The relation between the cities and the countryside. The relation between the cities and the countryside is of vital importance in China. On the one hand, the Chinese Revolution calls for the leadership of the working class. On the other hand, in order for the revolution to succeed, it must rely on the peasantry and the vast countryside. To liberate the cities, we must depend on the countryside, establishing revolutionary base areas there, organizing and accumulating our forces, carrying out armed struggles, encircling the cities and seizing enemy positions one by one. The cities in turn provide leadership for the countryside in restoring and developing production and in building the country. This dialectical handling of the relation between the cities and the countryside in our country is the most successful example of Comrade Mao Zedong's application of Marxism-Leninism to the problems of the Chinese Revolution. On the question of who is to exercise leadership, we have now established the principle that the cities exercise leadership over the countryside and industry over agriculture. This is true in capitalist society and even more so in socialist society. Though the countryside contributes a far greater proportion of China's national economy than the cities, agriculture and handicrafts make up about 90%, while modern industry accounts for only about 10%. That in no way diminishes the leadership role of the cities and of industry, far less deprives them of that role. The city's demand for food and industrial raw materials spurs agricultural production in the countryside, and at the same time the consumer goods and means of production they supply serve to advance it. Financial and economic situation 19. Since it is the cities, where the population is concentrated, that lead the countryside, where the population is scattered, and since it is industry that leads agriculture, does it follow that we need not rely on agriculture, the foundation of our economy, and can ignore the countryside? No. The broad foundation of agriculture can never be dispensed with or ignored. City and countryside are two aspects of a dialectical whole, so are industry and agriculture. Neither aspect can replace the other or be stressed at the expense of the other. When we speak of the leadership of the cities and of industry, we are by no means forgetting the role of agricultural production in promoting industrial growth. The growth of industry is impossible without the growth of agriculture. The primary task at present is to restore agricultural production to its pre-war level and then to expand it. We plan to increase grain yield by 5 million tons next year. We should be able to attain an annual yield of 140 million tons, the highest pre-war output, in from 3 to 5 years. Thus the purchasing power of the 400 million peasants will be increased, and their demand for industrial goods will grow. The amount of industrial raw materials they supply will also be augmented. Expansion of agriculture will then serve to restore and develop industrial production. The cotton output this year is over 400,000 tons, and the plan for next year is to increase it to 650,000 tons. If we fail to reach that amount, 1 million spindles will stop spinning. The urban population cannot go on living without food. The 10 million people in Beijing, Tianjin, and Shanghai all depend on the countryside for their food and clothing. The cities cannot manage without the countryside. Industry cannot operate without agriculture but must be based on agriculture. In handling the relation between the cities and the countryside we have to guard against two deviations. Cotters from the old liberated areas have accumulated rich experience in rural production and are skilled at organizing agricultural production. But that is no reason for them to focus on agriculture to the neglect of industry, negating or underestimating the leading role of the cities and of industry. If this deviation is not prevented, mistakes will be made. Agriculture cannot be the focus of work and will grow only under the leadership of industry. Only when urban industries are organized to play a leading role can agriculture be modernized and mechanized. The second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee 3 decided to shift the focus of the party's work to the cities, and we should now devote 20. Most of our energy to rehabilitating and developing industry, which in turn will promote the recovery and development of agriculture. But at the same time, there is another deviation to be avoided. Comrades working in the cities should not overlook agriculture and the countryside just because it is industry that leads agriculture and cities that lead the countryside. In China, peasants make up more than 80% of the total population, and as I have said, agriculture and handicrafts represent almost 90% of the national economy. So in planning industrial production we have to take into account the needs of the countryside. For instance, when a new railway is to be built, primary consideration should be given to its potential role in communication between the cities and the countryside and in the exchange of industrial and agricultural products. Anyone who neglects the interests of the peasants and agriculture will make mistakes. We must develop industry on the basis of expanded agriculture and raise the level of agricultural production under the leadership of industry. Without agriculture as the foundation, industry cannot advance. Without the leadership of industry, agriculture cannot expand. This correct dialectical principle is the outcome of applying Mao Zedong thought to the relations between industry and agriculture and between the cities and the countryside. 2. The relation between self-reliance and foreign aid in building our country, which should we chiefly depend on, domestic capabilities or foreign aid? Our answer is domestic capabilities. In other words, we must chiefly rely on ourselves. Small countries have to do that, and it is even more necessary for China, a big country with 450 million people. There is no question that we need to be self-reliant economically and independent politically. The blockade imposed on us by US imperialism has caused great hardships, but we should never yield to it for that reason. We have to withstand these hardships. Moreover, the blockade and bombing in themselves have forced us to devise more methods of building up our country. In 109 years of struggle, countless people with lofty ideals have sacrificed their lives, and the Chinese people have suffered many a setback and failure before the final victory. We are quite capable of dealing with the present situation. We shall grapple with the difficulties, for as the saying goes, much distress can regenerate a nation. There is nothing to fear if the imperialists refuse to do business with us. Their past invasions turned China into a colonial and semi-financial and economic situation to one colonial country. The Chinese people rose up to make revolution because that was the only way they could survive. We certainly cannot rely on the imperialists now. And after all, the business China did with them in the past was never very extensive. Before the anti-Japanese war it amounted to only a few hundred million yuan of the national currency a year, and during the war to not more than a few score million. It is all right for us to do business with imperialist countries now if the terms are favorable. We shall neither refuse it nor ask for it. The habit of relying on imperialism, a habit formed over the last 100 years and deep-rooted among some people, has to be broken. Old China was dependent on imperialism not only in the economic sphere but also in the spheres of culture and education. It was exploited economically and polluted ideologically. That was very dangerous. It is now time to expose and eradicate the evil influence of imperialism. We shall neither rely on imperialism nor be afraid of it. Thus we shall be able to base self-reliance on solid ground. Most of the materials we need can be supplied by ourselves, some by our friends. We should never count on enemies. Furthermore, we can surely find favorable markets for our goods. Next year grain output will be increased by 5 million tons and cotton output by more than 200,000 tons. Increased grain production can serve to increase our exports, earning foreign currency, and increased cotton production can help reduce our imports, saving foreign currency. We welcome any assistance from friendly countries based on equality and mutual benefit. Assistance offered with goodwill helps us to be self-reliant. 3. The relation between industry and commerce. Industry certainly takes precedence over commerce. But what about those cities with a high proportion of commerce? Shouldn't they give first place to commerce? No, they too should give priority to industrial development. The state mainly manages heavy industry. State commerce and commerce run by cooperatives are designed to facilitate the circulation of industrial and agricultural goods in the service of the people. We must guard against speculation. As to private capital, we should encourage it to develop industrial production and help it to do so. In case of urgent necessity, the state can also come to the assistance of private commerce. On the eve of liberation almost all urban production was disrupted, and all that remained was commercial speculation. This situation must be remedied. 2. Zhou Enlai. 4. The relation between the public sector and the private sector. In order to restore and develop the economy, new democratic China needs the assistance and cooperation of private capital. In addition to state enterprises, private enterprises will be allowed to exist and grow. The principle proposed by Comrade Mao Zedong of giving consideration to both the public sector and the private sector has been incorporated in the common program. In our transition to a socialist society, we shall have to solve the problem of private capital. It must be made clear that the public sector is to be given priority. The state economy should be the leading sector. Although it now accounts for only 5% of the national economy, it is socialist in nature, and its leading position guarantees that China will develop towards socialism. All enterprises that have an important effect on the national economy and people's standard of living and thus should not be controlled by private capital should be placed under state operation. The Kuomintang government once monopolized the national economy by making use of bureaucrat capital, which not only enslaved the people but also stifled the development of the private economy and should therefore be confiscated. On the other hand, the monopoly of bureaucrat capital has resulted in an increasing concentration of large enterprises and has thus prepared centralized organizations of production ready-made for the state. In this way certain institutions of the old society turned into positive forces as soon as the people took control of them. To increase the proportion of the state-owned sector of the economy and to assure its leadership, the government has allocated to it 23.9% of the budget for 1950. If the public sector is to take priority, does it mean that the private sector is to be ignored? Certainly not. Now half of all industry is privately run. This is very helpful to our country's economic development. The government will help resolve the difficulties of those private enterprises that contribute to the economy and to the people's welfare. State-owned enterprises shall play the leadership role so that private enterprises will benefit the growth of production. We endorse the existence of private capitalist enterprises. However, our aim is to guide them away from the old capitalist road and onto the road of new democracy. We intend to move towards socialism gradually, carefully, and methodically over a long period of time. 5. The relation between labor and capital. The question of this relation does not arise in state enterprises, but it does in private enterprises. Comrade Mao Zedong has Financial and Economic Situation 23 formulated the principle of benefiting both labor and capital. However, this does not mean we should put labor and capital on a par. The People's Republic is led by the working class. So we should adopt the policy of protecting labor while allowing capitalist management and appropriate profit. Our policy of placing restraints on private capital serves both to encourage the operation of those private enterprises that contribute to the economy and the people's welfare and to discourage those that do the opposite. To be allowed to make profits, private capital has to meet two conditions: the profits must be legal, and they must not be excessive. Workers should not make excessive wage demands just for their immediate benefit, that would make it impossible for management to run the enterprise. As a result, the enterprise would shut down and the workers would lose their jobs. We should not sacrifice the long-term interest to the momentary interest. It is reasonable that workers should work 8 hours a day. However, in many cases they still have to work as much as 10 hours a day. Workers' living standards should correspond to the present conditions prevailing in China. The major problem right now is to eliminate unemployment and hunger. Working conditions cannot be greatly improved overnight, that will have to be done gradually. It is essential for the workers to devote themselves to production in a spirit of self-sacrifice. We must first develop production before we can protect labor and restrict capital. 6. The relation between upper and lower levels. When I say upper and lower levels, I am referring to central and local authorities. Though under the present circumstances we have not yet been able to achieve total centralism and uniformity, we do not allow each to go its own way. We practice democratic centralism, not feudal separatism. As provided by the Common Program, the relation between the central and local authorities should both ensure national unity and meet the needs of the localities. For instance, in iron and steel production, unified arrangements should be made for all steel-making areas with respect to industrial investment, iron ore mining, sale of products, etc. In plans for cotton production, however, local conditions should be taken into consideration. When we make plans for water transport, we should pay attention to the various sectors concerned, avoiding departmentalism and making sure that we don't discourage the initiative of local authorities. During the Revolutionary War, Comrade Mao Zedong held a tight grip on leadership in matters of strategy, but he left the organization of battles. 24. And the choice of tactics in the hands of subordinates, for they were best informed about actual conditions. Battles can be won only by bringing into full play the initiative and creativity of officers and men. What has been proved true for warfare will also be true for construction. There is no limit to people's creative abilities. Only by giving full scope to the initiative of the local authorities, under the unified leadership of the central authorities, can we invigorate our work in all fields, otherwise it will stagnate. And only by bringing into full play the initiative and creativity of production workers can we raise the standards of their material and cultural life and overcome bureaucratism. All departments, the ones that deal with production in particular, will come across the 6 relationships I have been talking about and will have to handle them correctly. That is the only way the Y can avoid departmentalism, keep the overall situation always in mind, coordinate their production with the unified state plan establish priorities in their own fields of work, and correctly implement their plans. Speech at a National Conference on Higher Education. June 8, 1950. I am told that the National Conference on Higher Education has been very successful. I am sure that the decisions reached through extensive discussions at this meeting of educational experts from all over the country are realistic ones. Now, in the light of the cultural and educational policies set forth in the common program of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, I should like to discuss 3 points with you. I. Principle of education under new democracy. Article 1 of the common program makes it clear where we stand. New democratic education should conform to the entire program of new democracy, which is to oppose imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. In education, therefore, it is imperative to root out feudal, comprador, and fascist ideas. That task cannot be accomplished overnight. Haste makes waste, and if we are too eager for quick results, these ideas may seem to disappear, but in essence they will still linger on. For this reason, we must firmly uphold the educational policies of new democracy in principle, but in practical measures, we can only proceed one step at a time. What do we stand for? As is clearly stated in the common program, we stand for new democratic education, that is, for mass education that includes science and has a specifically national character. Education under new democracy belongs to the broad masses of the people and serves the people. This is its orientation. In the 25.26 People's era today, education should benefit the people. Who are the people, then? At the present stage, they are the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. It is they whom our education should serve. Our country is a people's democratic dictatorship under the leadership of the working class and based on the alliance of workers and peasants. So we should open the doors of higher education first of all to the workers and peasants and train intellectuals of a new type, who are from worker and peasant backgrounds. As everyone knows, except for the children of feudal landlords and capitalists, few young people had access to university education in the past. Basically, that is still true even today. This situation is at variance with the requirements of our policies for new democratic education. However, it is not possible to train intellectuals of working class and peasant origins all at once. That calls for planned steps and long-term effort. The difficulty is especially great because our workers and peasants have long suffered from exploitation and oppression, and many of them are illiterate. Precisely because this problem is so difficult, university educators should pay more attention to it. We must try to train large numbers of new type intellectuals from among the laboring people within a few years. We do not mean to exclude existing intellectuals but to bring in new blood, trying at the same time to transform previously trained intellectuals and unite with them. Education under new democracy should include science. Science, a system of knowledge derived from practice, is objective truth. Some people say that there was no science in China in the past. That is not true. All things, whether in the natural world or in human society, are subject to objective laws governing their existence and development. The point is whether people can explain them scientifically or not. Contemporary natural sciences were initiated in the West. It was Karl Marx who first scientifically explained the laws governing the development of human societies. But that doesn't mean that no science existed before Marx. Take China for example. The fact that the Chinese nation has existed for thousands of years, that its population has now grown to 475 million and that it is capable of repelling enemy invasions and overcoming natural disasters demonstrates that it understood certain objective laws and that there was science in China in the past. The problem is that we have not conducted serious explorations and studies of such laws. Scientific theory is the rational summation of knowledge derived from practical experience. Speech on Higher Education 2:7. And will in turn guide practice. Labor has created the world, and science is the product of manual and mental labor. We should teach scientific theories in schools. Again, this can only be accomplished gradually and with careful planning. Our education has a specifically national character and should have its national form. Universal truth is applicable to all nations, but different nations may express it differently. The Chinese nation has its traditional customs which are always manifested in its national form. Only education assuming the national form will be readily accepted and cherished by the people. Education that is out of keeping with the nation's characteristics and form won't work. Ours is a multinational country, so the particular features and form of each nationality should be taken into consideration. Moreover, the fraternal nationalities should learn from each other's strong points. Only in this way can science be disseminated among the people of different nationalities and education be made a success. 2. Unity of theory and practice. The common program states that education should be conducted by integrating theory with practice. I should like to elaborate on this. Theories are the summation of practice and in turn provide guidance to practice. They are not to be taken as dogmas. We are bound to fail if we apply theories in disregard of actual conditions. On the other hand, only if our practical work is guided by theory can we avoid acting unwisely. It is true that when an action fails for lack of theoretical guidance we can learn something from the failure, but in the hard way. In education we should guard against dogmatism, the mistake of divorcing theory from practice, and also against empiricism, the mistake of abandoning the guidance of theory. It is the duty of educators to teach young people to avoid detours and pitfalls. Some theory is advanced, some elementary. The two types are not in conflict with each other, they are connected. Theory develops from the simple to the profound. Even an illiterate may have some knowledge and know some elementary theories. For example, the peasants may lack systematic scientific knowledge, but they know a great deal about farming and they have some ways of combating natural disasters. That shows that they have mastered some simple 28 elementary principles. However, they need further education. We should never deny the necessity for further education. Opinions differ as to whether schools should allow for more practice or less. To achieve quick results we may have to have less practice, but to ensure a better mastery of theory we need more. It is only through repeated practice that one can come to an accurate and profound understanding of a theory. So it is wrong either to neglect practice or to pit practice against theory. Our university students should learn theory. But it should be theory already tested in practice, so that they can apply it to guide their practice in future and better serve the people. That is the only way they can meet the requirements of practical work. It is wrong to consider it unnecessary for university students to study relatively advanced theory. Institutions of higher education should all recognize the importance of practice and raise the theoretical level of their students. Generally speaking, in higher education in old China theory was dissociated from reality. It would not be truthful to say that in our universities today theory is totally integrated with reality. As you are all aware, many teaching methods that to some extent divorce theory from practice are still used in our institutions of higher learning, and many aspects of education call for reform. How can we integrate theory with practice? We must study teaching materials, classroom instruction, experiments, and field work and hold frequent discussions to sum up experience. The question of specialists and generalists has been raised during this conference. Both types of experts have to integrate theory with practice. There is no contradiction between them with regard to this principle, they differ only in the range and depth of their knowledge. So it is wrong to oppose or restrict the integration of theory with practice in universities. On the other hand, it is also wrong to place so much emphasis on practice to the neglect of theory that universities are reduced to the level of vocational schools. They are not the same. It goes without saying that universities offer broader and deeper courses and devote more time to the teaching of theory. Our economy is now in a period of recovery, and there is an urgent need for specialists. To facilitate the integration of theory with reality and to meet the needs of construction, it is quite right for industrial departments to run short-term training courses or vocational schools. But that in no way implies that all existing universities should be. Speech on Higher Education 29. Placed under the leadership of various industrial departments, relieving the Ministry of Education of responsibility for them. To meet the demand, we can set up secondary technical schools, and we might also consider shortening the required course of study for some specialties in the universities. But we must maintain our policy of educating and training highly qualified personnel in universities. If we want to produce specialists who have a higher theoretical level and who are better equipped to solve practical problems and to meet our long-term needs, we have to consolidate the existing universities. At present, there can be no dramatic expansion of universities, and higher education can only develop to the extent that the economy develops. 3. Unity and reform. Last year we held a national conference on education. Now we are holding this national conference on higher education. A conference on primary and middle school education will be convened later, and a national educational union will be formed. The purpose of these activities is to achieve greater unity among educators throughout the country and to carry out the educational reforms outlined in the common program. Except for a handful of reactionaries, we should unite with all educational workers. We shall forge unity with everyone who is politically opposed to the three main enemies. River in North China is in fact never calm. Although it was granted its name by an emperor of the Qing dynasty, it frequently swells. What's the use of naming rivers instead of harnessing them? Under the Kuomintang, an engineering school in Nanjing that specialized in river and marine projects could not find support because the reactionaries saw no need for water conservancy and the government did not serve the people. Today we must go all out to harness the rivers. Even if we call together experts from all parts of the country, we shall still be short-handed for this work. As water conservancy projects are linked with the generation of electric power, they will need even more long-term planning. Second, repair our railways and build more of them. As vast as China is, the country has only 20,000 kilometers of railways. There is no comparison with industrially advanced countries. In our efforts for recovery, we must also devote great energy to this task. Above all, construction and unity. 35. We must build railways to transport grain from the northeast to relieve food shortages in areas south of the Great Wall. Third, manufacture chemical fertilizers. Mr. Ho de Bang 11 has a very good understanding of this point. We should devote major effort to developing the chemical fertilizer industry, otherwise, we shall have to spend foreign currency on imports from abroad. These major tasks, to mention only a few, all call for the efforts of scientists. Far from having a surplus of specialists, we don't have enough of them. Among the representatives here today, Mr. Sa-fu June 12 was with Mr. Zhang Tianyu 13 when the Guangzhou Hankou Railway was built. He could tell us that we don't have nearly enough railway experts. As for forestry, China's resources are far below the requirements, and it will take a major effort to remedy this. The present forest area is too small, trees are unattended and felling is not done in a scientific way. According to a survey, unless we improve our forestry work, the forests in the northeast will be totally depleted in from 10 to 25 years. Without scientific felling, forest protection and tree planting, the region will turn into barren hills like those in the northwest. We need forestry experts to take up this work. On the industrial front, according to rough statistics, there are more than 60,000 machine tools in China. Some of these are not in operation. Others are not being used efficiently in production. For example, the factory may be too far away from the source of raw materials, or the products they are turning out may not be urgently needed, etc. Also, much work is needed to maintain and repair these machine tools. From the point of view of national defense, factories cannot all be located on the coast. Moreover, many coastal factories used to serve the interests of the imperialists, now, to serve the interests of the people, they should be located in the broad countryside in the hinterlands. This is where the question of electric power comes up. The farther away from the coast, the greater the shortage of power. Prospecting for fuel resources is therefore needed. Just imagine how many scientists will be required for this undertaking. Regarding health work, the question of providing universal medical care was raised at the National Health Conference, and hope was expressed that within 3 to 5 years every county could have a hospital and every district a clinic. That would require an increase of more than 90,000 doctors and several 100,000 nurses and midwives. TT will take at least 3 to 5 years to train these 3-6 people. There are no statistics on the number of people now practicing traditional Chinese medicine. People practicing Western medicine are estimated to be about 30,000. It is clear that we need many more doctors. In the national defense industry, specialists are required for the manufacture of weapons, planes, and so on. We feel the shortage of trained personnel in this area too. The shortage of available experts in all areas became manifest right from the beginning of the recovery, as soon as we started our investigation and reorganization. I said last year that once we had made some progress in restoring order, we would find that we had not too many scientists in our country but too few. Now the more we know about the facts, the more we recognize the seriousness of the problem. I cannot report to you today on the overall plan for national construction, because that plan has yet to be decided upon by the third session of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. However, I'm certain that workers in the natural sciences do have their role to play and that their efforts are urgently needed by the state. But right now we must take some time for rational reorganization. Statistics on the number of scientists are far from complete. I am very happy that a national organization of natural scientists has been formed at this conference. This organization gives us strength. With the opportunity thus afforded, we can start our work by making a survey of the number of scientists in the whole country. I hereby make a formal suggestion that the All China Federation of Specialized Societies in the Natural Sciences take up this job first. The government will give all material assistance. How many scientists does China actually have? What is their level of knowledge? What about their specialties, jobs, and qualifications? A comprehensive survey should be made. Then we will be in a better position to assign them proper jobs in the service of the country and the people. We are not clear about the situation in this respect. Many talents may have been overlooked. Statistical surveys are very useful to the government in carrying out construction. Although it will not be possible for everyone to find a job suited to his ability and preference immediately after the statistical surveys are made, at least we can begin to move in that direction. If the job assignments are not appropriate today, better arrangements can be made tomorrow. Material benefits are not so good this year. But let us hold on a construction and unity 3-7. Little longer, conditions will certainly improve in about 3 years. Things are getting better every day. In the old society we were oppressed both materially and mentally. Now that we have been liberated mentally, it should not be too hard to endure temporary material difficulties a little longer. I also hope the scientists today can train more young scientific workers so that they too will join the march forward. That is the only way the future of China's scientific undertakings can be assured. Next, some remarks on unity. To work effectively, scientists must be united. People tend to associate unity with the proverb birds of a feather flock together. In a class society, people are divided into classes. Class differentiation gives rise to struggles between classes and to unity within classes. Our country has many classes. Today we aim to overthrow the imperialists, feudalists, and bureaucrat capitalists. We aim to unite with the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. Even when classes are abolished, we shall still need to continue the struggle to master nature, so we shall still need unity. Since the struggle against nature is endless, our unity must be enduring too. Natural scientists will certainly understand this. Unity in our ranks is particularly important now because there are still factors undermining it. We must make a clear distinction between enemies and friends. With whom should we unite and whom should we oppose? We should unite with all scientists who serve the people to oppose imperialism and feudalism. We should unite with everyone who recognizes the common program. Doctors in private clinics and engineers in privately owned factories, all are needed. Our country has limited financial resources and cannot afford to set up many hospitals all at once. So we need the help of doctors in private practice. They are useful to the country and the people. Therefore, for the purpose of overthrowing the common enemy, we should respect and unite with all scientists and intellectuals who are working for the people, whether they come from the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie or the exploiting classes. The enemies at home have now been overthrown, but external enemies, the imperialists in particular, still exist. As the precondition for unity, we must struggle against the enemies who undermine our people's cause. We oppose the handful of scientists who so degenerated as to serve imperialism willingly. But some scientists did so passively, unwittingly, or because they had no alternative but to 38. Leave the country and go with the enemy. We want to win them over and to welcome them home. We can convince them with facts. Scientists are most ready to accept truth. The people bear no personal grudge against them, they only share a common hatred of the reactionaries. All democratic classes have now been united. Scientists will surely do better in this respect than other people. All scientists who are trying to serve New China are friends, and should unite with each other. To realize and strengthen this unity, they must overcome sectarian bias. Natural sciences are divided into different categories. Not all scientists specialize in the same field of study, they work in different areas. But that is no reason for scientists in different disciplines to be prejudiced against each other, to discriminate against each other, or for people in the same branch of learning to despise each other because they belong to different schools of thought. Many of our natural sciences originated in foreign countries. In medicine, a division has arisen between doctors who favor German/Japanese medicine and those who prefer British/US medicine. Similar factions exist among people working in mathematics, physics, chemistry, engineering, agriculture, and transport. Factionalism reflects the influence of the old society and is highly detrimental to our efforts to build up the country. We emphasize collective cooperation now and should break away from the old influence. Different sides should be aware of each other's strong points, retain their own, overcome their shortcomings, consult with each other and learn from each other. Of course, that is not easy to do. The Chinese Communist Party is armed with the proletarian world outlook and is determined to serve the revolution and the people. Nevertheless, although comrades inside the party agreed on the main issues, mutual misunderstandings arose owing to the different circumstances each one was in during the period of democratic revolution. Misunderstandings between different mountain strongholds that were isolated during the long period of rural guerrilla warfare gave rise to a mountain stronghold mentality and sectarian bias. Another example, The revolutionaries working in the Kuomintang areas were likely to be concerned only with their local situation since they had to work underground for a long time, whereas comrades working in the base areas, who had been used to doing everything openly, tended to overlook underground work. The Chinese proletariat was small, China's level of industrial development was low, and the socialist construction and unity 39 tradition had no deep roots. Members of the Communist Party had different class origins. All this gave rise to different ideas. Our party therefore carried out a rectification movement. 2 or 3 years after the rectification movement began, the party's 7th National Congress was held. 15 that strengthened the unity of the party and enabled it to achieve tremendous growth after Japan's surrender and to further demonstrate its strength during the War of Liberation. These facts show that sectarianism existed in the party and that rectification was needed. If that was the case even inside the Communist Party, how can we expect an ideal state of unity to be achieved immediately among other groups and among all scientists? We should not be impractical and act on wishful thinking. It takes conscious effort to eliminate sectarianism. The only way to find correct ways to overcome our shortcomings is to face up to reality. It is not easy for people from different backgrounds and with different ways of life and thinking to get along with each other within a scientific organization. Members of the Communist Party have lived a collective life and were in the same ranks during the war. But scientists work in small groups, or with only a few individuals, and have thus formed different temperaments. They are admirable for their conscience and integrity, but they are so many times difficult to get along with beca use of their temperaments, which are the result of the particular environment in which they live. We should approach this matter from a materialist point of view. We should understand that environment can affect people's temperament and that temperament can change as environment changes. Unity is formed and grows amid contradiction. People think differently just as people do not look alike. People differ in wisdom, ability, and character, and they are sometimes in contradiction with each other. Unity means that parties to a contradiction are united on common ground. The people who are good at uniting with others are the ones who can bring contradictions into unity on common ground. Combining iron and steel with cement, a material of a different nature, produces powerful things like reinforced concrete. Since scientists can unite different substances in nature, why can't they unite people of different views and temperaments? We certainly lay stress on unity and solidarity in our own ranks. The unity of contradictions does not impede the development of individuality. In his essay on Coalition Government, Chairman Mao said that individuality can develop only within the framework of a common program. In the 40-old society, reactionaries manipulated intellectuals by taking advantage of their weaknesses and isolating and splitting them. Now the People's State has set a common objective for all, to move from new democracy to socialism and ultimately to communism, to gradually eliminate all classes and reactionary forces that impede human progress and to achieve genuine progress and freedom. What tremendous freedom and expansion of individual initiative there will be when the strength of all humanity is mobilized to fight against nature. This is the only way to enable individual initiative to develop correctly. Otherwise, the development of some people's initiative will lead to the exclusion and suppression of other people. How can that be called the development of individual initiative? Throughout thousands of years of class society, the insatiable greed of a few has always hampered the survival and development of the many. That sort of development of individual initiative is of the nature of despotism and individualism. As collectivists, we oppose it. We should display the collective spirit, break with petty individualism and pool the wisdom and efforts of the masses to build new China. Today's victory is the outcome of several decades of struggle. We have now won dignity and emancipation. In the journey we have set out upon, we should try to achieve unity and to advance together. Our generation has gone through much turmoil of war, and we welcome peace. We are confident that in our lifetime we shall see a bright, happy, and prosperous new China. Starting with new democracy, we are laying a foundation for ourselves and our posterity for generations to come, an outstanding service not inferior to that of Dayu. 16. Dayu contributed to the well-being of Chinese nation by harnessing rivers to prevent floods. The efforts of Chinese scientists today will surely yield even greater achievements than his. Striving to consolidate and expand. The People's Victory. September 30, 1950. A year has elapsed since the founding of the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949. This has been a year of great victories and swift advance for the Chinese people. At home we have continued to make great progress in the War of Liberation and have liberated the whole country except for Tibet and Taiwan. Internationally, we have established diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and 16 other countries and have signed the Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance with the USSR. 17. With internal and external circumstances providing this firm foundation, the Central People's Government has led the people throughout the country in carrying out energetic reform and construction in the political, economic, and cultural fields. As people both at home and abroad have seen, China's history has witnessed more important changes during the past year than during the previous several centuries and even millennia. The old China is fast disappearing, and the new People's China has been firmly established. Let us now take a brief look back on the past year. Great victories in the People's War of Liberation. The past year has been one of continual victories won and the People's War of Liberation. On the eve of the founding of the People's Speech at a meeting to celebrate the first anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, held by the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. It was carried in People's Daily on October 1, 1950. 41. 42. Public of China in 1949, the war, which began in July 1946, had already been basically won. But at that time, remaining Kuomintang brigands still occupied South China, Southwest China, and several islands. During the past year, the People's Liberation Army liberated all of South China and Fujian province in the Henjiang Baoking, Guangdong, Guangxi, Ping-Er-Guan, Hainan Island and Zhangzhou Xiamen campaigns. Later, in the southwest, southern Yunnan and Zhejiang campaigns, it liberated all of southwest China with the exception of Tibet. The PLA also liberated the Zhoushan, Dongshan and other islands. During this past year our army wiped out 203 entire enemy divisions consisting of about 180,000 men. Our army has thus annihilated 8,070,000 enemy troops during the 4 years of war since July 1946. Among the many trophies captured during those 4 years, artillery pieces alone numbered 54,430. As we all know, except for a small number manufactured by the Kuomintang reactionaries themselves, most of the guns and other munitions we captured were manufactured and supplied to the Kuomintang reactionaries by the United States. Some were made by Japan, and these were also handed over to the Kuomintang reactionaries by the surrendering Japanese army with the assistance of the United States. The Chinese people have annihilated the American-equipped Kuomintang armies throughout China's mainland, winning an enormous victory. What lessons can we learn from this? The most important lesson is, a victory this great can never be an accident of history but is the inevitable outcome of the many revolutionary struggles waged by the Chinese people over the past century. Such an overwhelming, rapid and complete victory would have been inconceivable without the selfless support of millions of people. This victory of the Chinese people is entirely different from all the so-called unifications in China's history. There were many unifications of one sort or another, but either the unifiers were oppressors of the people to begin with, or they became so afterwards. Therefore, they could not achieve real unification, and even if they had done so, the unification would never have lasted. Today, unity among the Chinese people has emerged for the first time. The people themselves have become masters of China's soil, and the reactionaries have been irrevocably overthrown. Since the enemy annihilated by the Chinese people was armed by the U.S. government, we can declare. 4.3. categorically that the Chinese people have won victory not only over their enemy at home, but also over their enemies abroad, namely, the imperialist interventionists of the United States. If US imperialists still want to interfere in our affairs and invade China, no matter what new ways and forms they try, they will inevitably meet with defeat, as did the Kuomintang. The struggle between the Chinese people and the Kuomintang reactionaries has not yet come to an end. This is because Taiwan, which is occupied by the remaining reactionaries, is now under the direct control of the US Navy and Air Force. The PLA is determined to liberate Taiwan from the grip of the US aggressors and to clean out the layers of the reactionary brigands once and for all. It is clear that in the war for the liberation of Taiwan, our strategic position is much better than any enemy's. On our side stands inspired righteousness, our rear is nearby, vast and consolidated, and we are now redoubling our efforts for final victory. The PLA is also determined to march west to liberate the Tibetan people and defend China's frontiers. We are willing to undertake peaceful negotiations to bring about the liberation of Tibet, which is necessary to the security of our motherland. Patriots in Tibet have expressly welcomed our position, and we hope that the local authorities there will not hesitate to bring about a peaceful solution of the issue. The history of the past century, and especially of the past 20 years, clearly shows that China has been the prey of imperialist aggressors. The victorious Chinese people, therefore, cannot be without a mighty national defense force to protect themselves. We must accelerate the building of our national defense and always be on guard against the plots of the imperialist enemies to extend their war of aggression. We must build up a powerful people's air force and navy, so that we can beat back armed invaders from the air and sea and safeguard our territorial airspace and waters from incursion. The people's ground forces must be continually strengthened so that they can defeat any aggressors. Foreign policy of the People's Republic of China. The foreign policy of the People's Republic of China has been clearly laid down in the Common Program 1 adopted by the Chinese. 44 Zhou Enlai. People's Political Consultative Conference. According to the Common Program, the principle of the foreign policy of the People's Republic of China is protection of the independence, freedom, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of the country, support of lasting international peace and friendly cooperation between the peoples of all countries, and opposition to the imperialist policy of aggression and war. On the question of establishing diplomatic and trade relations with foreign countries, the Common Program states, the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China may, on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, negotiate with foreign governments that have severed relations with the Kuomintang reactionary clique and that adopt a friendly attitude towards the People's Republic of China, and may establish diplomatic relations with them. The People's Republic of China may restore and develop commercial relations with foreign governments and peoples on a basis of equality and mutual benefit. The foreign affairs of the Central People's Government in the past year have been conducted in accordance with these basic principles. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, 17 countries have established formal diplomatic relations with our country. They are the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Korea, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Mongolia, the German Democratic Republic, Albania, Burma, India, Vietnam, Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland, and Indonesia. 8 other countries, Pakistan, Britain, Ceylon, Norway, Israel, Afghanistan, Finland, and the Netherlands, have also expressed willingness to establish diplomatic relations with us. 4 of these, Britain, Norway, the Netherlands, and Finland, are now conducting talks with US for that purpose. The People's Republic of China resolutely sides with the World Camp of Peace and Democracy headed by the Soviet Union and has established the closest fraternal relations with that country. During Chairman Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union, the two governments signed the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance, an event of global and historic significance. Because of this treaty, nearly 700 million people of the European and Asian continents have united in close alliance militarily, economically, and culturally, and thus greatly strengthened the power of the two countries to guard against aggression from the East. At the same time this treaty was signed, or shortly thereafter, China and the Soviet Consolidate and Expand People S6 Tory 45 Union also concluded the agreement on the Chinese Changchun Railway, Liushengkou and Dalian, the agreement on the granting of credit to the People's Republic of China, the agreement on the founding of the Sino-Soviet Petroleum Joint Stock Company in Xinjiang, the agreement on the founding of the Sino-Soviet Non-Ferrous and Rare Metals Joint Stock Company in Xinjiang, the agreement on the establishment of the Sino-Soviet Civil Aviation Joint Stock Company, the agreement on exports, and the trade agreement. Through these agreements, our great ally has extended much generous assistance to China, which is recovering from its war wounds. All the Chinese people are elated by the signing and implementation of the treaty and agreements between China and the Soviet Union and express their boundless thanks for the friendship extended to them by the leader of the Soviet Union, Generalissimo Stalin, and by the government and people of the Soviet Union. China has also signed trade contracts and agreements with Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Korea. Trade negotiations are underway with the German Democratic Republic and Hungary. Trade relations have also developed between China and certain capitalist countries. The total amount of China's foreign trade is expected not only to reach but to surpass the original targets. Establishing diplomatic relations with capitalist countries is more complicated than establishing trade relations. Here I should especially mention our lengthy negotiations with Britain, which have so far produced no results. The reason the negotiations have been fruitless is that, while the British government recognizes the People's Republic of China, it favors permitting the so-called Chinese representatives belonging to the reactionary Kuomintang clique to continue their illegal occupation of China's seat in the United Nations. This makes it difficult to open formal diplomatic relations between China and Britain. And Britain's unfriendly and totally unjustifiable attitude towards Chinese residents in Hong Kong and other places cannot but be of serious concern to the Central People's Government of China. Throughout the Chinese People's War of Liberation, the U.S. government has sided with the enemy of the Chinese people, assisting the Kuomintang reactionaries with all its might in their attacks on the Chinese people. The enmity of the U.S. government towards the Chinese people has increased since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Despite just criticisms from the Soviet Union, India, 46, and other countries, the U.S. stubbornly bars the representatives of the People's Republic of China from attending meetings of the United Nations and its various organs and shamelessly protects the seat of the representatives of the Kuomintang reactionaries. Similarly, the U.S. bars the Chinese representatives from participation in the Allied Council for Japan 18 and plots to exclude China and the Soviet Union from the conclusion of a peace treaty with Japan, in order to rearm Japan and retain U.S. occupation troops and military bases there. The U.S. deliberately instigated the assault of the Syngman Rhee-19 puppet gang on the Korean Democratic People's Republic in order to expand its aggression in the East. Then, on pretext of the situation in Korea, it dispatched naval and air forces to invade the Chinese province of Taiwan and announced that the so-called problem of Taiwan's status should be settled by the U.S.-controlled United Nations. Moreover, time after time, it has sent its air force in Korea to enter the airspace over the Chinese province of Liaodong 20 to strafe and bomb the residents there and has ordered its naval forces off Korea to bombard Chinese merchant ships in international waters. These violent acts have revealed the U.S. government to be the most dangerous foe of the People's Republic of China. U.S. forces have invaded China's borders and may at any time expand their invasion. MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. invading troops in Taiwan and Korea, long ago disclosed the designs of the U.S. government and continues to invent new excuses for extending its aggression. The Chinese people firmly oppose the atrocities committed by the United States and are determined to liberate Taiwan and other Chinese territory from the clutches of the U.S. aggressors. Ever since Korea was invaded by the United States, the Chinese people have followed the situation closely. The Korean people and their people's army are resolute and courageous. Led by Premier Kim Il-sung, they have been remarkably successful in resisting the US invaders and have won the sympathy and support of people throughout the world. With persistent, long-term resistance, the Korean people will surely overcome their many difficulties and achieve final victory. The Chinese are a peace-loving people. 120 million of them have already signed their names to the solemn Stockholm Appeal, 21, and the signature campaign is still growing. It is obvious that after liberating all the territory of their country, the Chinese people want to rehabilitate and expand their industrial and agricultural production and pursue cultural and educational work in 47. A peaceful environment, free from outside threats. But if the US aggressors take this as a sign of weakness on our part, they will commit the same fatal blunder as the Kuomintang reactionaries. The Chinese people profoundly love peace, but they never have been, and never will be, afraid to fight back against aggression in order to defend peace. They will not tolerate aggression against themselves or their neighbors. Anyone who attempts to exclude the nearly 500 million Chinese people from the United Nations or who ignores and violates the interests of this 1/4 of mankind, imagining that any Far Eastern problem that directly concerns China can be solved arbitrarily without China's participation, will certainly meet disaster. Consolidating the people's democratic dictatorship and preparing for agrarian reform. The imperialists and reactionaries have always underestimated the strength of the Chinese people, because they have been accustomed to regarding liberated New China the same way as they did Old China. They keep forgetting that the Chinese people have already secured their own most powerful weapon, that is, the people's democratic dictatorship. This people's democratic dictatorship has already organized its own forces and crushed the reactionaries who opposed the people. In the past year, under the leadership of the Central People's Government, China has established one people's government of a greater administrative area, one people's government of an autonomous region directly subordinate to the Central People's Government, 4 military and administrative committees of greater administrative areas, 28 provincial people's governments, 9 people's administrative offices equivalent to provincial level, 12 municipal people's governments directly subordinate to the Central People's Government or to greater administrative areas, 67 municipal people's governments under provinces, and 2,087 county people's governments. All these organs of state power are exactly opposite in principle to the reactionary Kuomintang organs of state power that oppress the people, because they are instruments of the people's democratic dictator. 48. Ship. They represent the interests of the people of every stratum, maintain ties with the masses and suppress only reactionaries. Some of the people's governments at various levels have been elected by people's conferences at the corresponding levels. 22 people's congresses have been convened in a few cities and counties. Conferences of representatives from all circles have been held in all the other cities, 1,707 counties, and 36 Mongolian banners. People's congresses, people's conferences, or peasants' conferences have been convened in most of the districts, townships and villages. All these conferences and congresses have had good success in uniting people of various strata, parties, groups, and nationalities, making it possible both for the government to hear the opinions of the people and for the people to understand and supervise the work of the government. People's supervisory organizations have begun to be established at all levels, and some have started functioning, although the people's governments must strengthen their leadership in this regard. Over the past year, the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference has proved to be an effective organization of the People's Democratic United Front, enabling the various democratic classes, parties, and groups, fraternal nationalities and peoples' organizations to consult together. On the basis of this experience, 12 provinces, 73 cities, and a large number of counties have organized consultative committees at their own levels. The rapid increase in the organized ranks of the people during the past year has been another important factor in strengthening unity. Most of the workers in all the major industries and major cities throughout the country have been organized. The trade unions now have a membership of 4,090,000, which is about 1/3 of the total number of workers and other employees in the country. Peasant associations are being established in all the newly liberated areas. Their members has reached 20 million in East China and in Central South China, both of which will carry out agrarian reform this year. More than 30 million women in all parts of the country have been organized under the leadership of the All China Federation of Democratic Women. More than 7 million young people throughout the country have also been organized, including the 3,010,000 members of the New Democratic Youth League. The experience of the past year demonstrates the solidarity of China's various democratic classes, parties and groups in the struggle against their common enemy. To foster TS unity, the Central PEO 49. PI's government and the National Committee of the CPPCC have taken a series of measures to adjust the relations among them, especially the relations between the working class and the capitalist class. The working class is the leading class in the People's Republic of China. Under no circumstances can we allow the political and economic interests of that class to be ignored. Since the national bourgeoisie plays an important part in China at the present stage, it is also in the interest of the working class to unite with the national bourgeoisie, so as to enable it to take an active part in economic rehabilitation and development. Improving the relations between the various democratic classes will remain an important task for the People's Democratic United Front. The relations among the various democratic parties and groups, and especially between the Communist Party and all other parties, are harmonious and excellent. The chief policies carried out by the Central People's Government have all been agreed upon after thorough discussion by the various democratic parties and groups. Thanks to the directive issued by the Central Committee of the Communist Party on strengthening unity and cooperation with non-party people, 23, and thanks to the rectification movement, 24, cooperation with non-party people has improved. Certain party members still have a closed-door attitude towards non-party persons, and that deviation must be overcome if we are to consolidate unity with the democratic parties and groups and the Democrats without party affiliation. At the same time, we must guard against yielding on matters of principle. China is a multinational country with the Han nationality in the majority. Under the reactionary Kuomintang rule, relations among the various nationalities were bad, but the founding of the People's Republic has brought about a fundamental change in them. An autonomous region has been established in Inner Mongolia with its own people's government. A coalition government of all nationalities, in which Han people form only a minority, has been established in Xinjiang. Regional autonomy is gradually being realized in multinational areas. People's governments in those areas are trying to mediate the historical disputes among the nationalities and to encourage tolerance and mutual help among them. The Central People's Government is striving to promote health, education, and economic development among the minority nationalities. Nevertheless, it relies entirely on the free will of the peoples themselves to bring about social reforms rather than on compulsion. As for religious 50 beliefs and other mass customs and habits, the People's Government and the PLA have adopted the firm principle of non-interference. Because of these policies, the minority nationalities have begun to like and trust the PLA and the Han cadres in the People's Government. But we have still done very little to unite the various nationalities, many things must be improved and much remains to be accomplished. So we have no excuse for complacency. The People's Democratic Dictatorship embraces democracy for the people and dictatorship towards reactionaries. The democracy must be further expanded, while the dictatorship must be strengthened. Although the remaining Kuomintang reactionaries have fled to Taiwan, hordes of bandits and secret agents have been deliberately left behind on the mainland. At its peak, the number of Kuomintang bandits reached more than 1 million, but after the vigorous mopping up actions of the PLA in cooperation with the local people during the past year, there are only about 200,000 left. These must be wiped out so as to eliminate the bandit menace and secure public order in the newly liberated areas. Great successes have also been achieved by the people's public security organs in their struggle against the secret service organizations. During the past year 13,797 secret agents were arrested and 175 clandestine radio stations were captured. Moreover, 7 cases of international espionage were brought to light. It should be understood that the battle against secret agents and spies will not end with the ending of the battle against bandits. Now that their open, armed struggle has failed, both domestic and foreign enemies will undoubtedly take their struggle underground, resorting to all kinds of disguises. The people must be on the watch for their activities and the people's government must suppress them. The people's judiciary has also accomplished much in the past year. Its achievements include the protection of people's rights, the punishment of bandits, spies, and other criminals, the drawing up of people's laws, and the improvement of legal procedure and prison administration. But there have also been problems, the chief one being that many local judicial workers have misinterpreted the policy of leniency in connection with the suppression of counter-revolutionaries. They have shown leniency to the counter-revolutionaries without suppressing them, so that the masses blame them for being boundlessly lenient. The masses are right. The principles set forth by Chairman Mao Zedong for the treatment of counter-revolutionaries are, punish. 5.1. The ringleaders, leave the accomplices alone and reward those who do meritorious service. These principles must be carried out not partially but completely, so that persistent counter-revolutionaries are suppressed. This is one of the important tasks in consolidating the people's democratic dictatorship. At present, the most important task in consolidating that dictatorship is to carry out agrarian reform 10 in the newly liberated areas. To carry out agrarian reform means to protect the fundamental right of existence of the peasants, who constitute so % of the Chinese population, to eliminate the landlord class, which forms the most important social base for counter-revolutionary activities, and to accomplish the fundamental task of the people's democratic dictatorship in China, which is to release the agricultural productive forces from the shackles of feudal relations of production and thus create the conditions for China's speedy industrialization. Agrarian reform in the newly liberated areas, with their total population of some 300 million, is China's most acute class struggle since the People's War of Liberation. In order to carry out this struggle in a systematic, well-prepared manner, the Central People's Government has issued a number of guiding documents, including the Agrarian Reform Law, General Regulations for the Organization of Peasant Associations, General Regulations for the Organization of People's Tribunals and Decision concerning the differentiation of class status in the rural areas. Also, it has decided to carry out agrarian reform this winter that will only involve areas with a total population of 100 million, postponing reform in the rest of the country until next year or later. In areas where agrarian reform is to be carried out this winter, propaganda work is being conducted to explain the law, regulations, and documents on agrarian reform. Cadres are being trained for the reform and for the people's tribunals, and peasant associations are being reorganized or expanded. These steps are indispensable. No exploiting class leaves the stage of history voluntarily, and the Chinese landlord class, which goes back several thousand years, will be no exception. Some members of the landlord class are now inventing theories in opposition to agrarian reform and the agrarian reform law. We must firmly refute such theories and strengthen our publicity about the main contents of the law, making them known to every family in those areas where we are preparing to carry out the reform, especially in the villages. Other landlords are now illegally dispersing their land and property, killing farm animals and destroying farm implements, houses, arable land and trees. Such unlawful acts must be prevented or punished. Since the most important preparation for agrarian reform is the training of cadres, we must concentrate our efforts on that and on consolidating the peasant associations. Only the peasant associations, led by honest, reliable peasant activists, can ensure the smooth progress of the agrarian reform. Centralization of finance and rehabilitation of the economy. One of the most urgent tasks that confronted the People's Republic of China and its governments at all levels, in places where the war was over, was to take drastic measures to end the chaotic and precarious situation in finance and the economy. That situation was the legacy of the long years of criminal rule by the Kuomintang reactionaries. Because of years of constant inflation and soaring prices, the cities taken over by the Chinese people had virtually become huge gambling dens for speculators. In order to stabilize the currency and prices, national expenditures and revenues had to be balanced and sufficient supplies of goods guaranteed. Once the currency and prices were stabilized, industry and commerce had to be readjusted and communications improved throughout the country, under new conditions and in the light of new demands, to help restore production. In addition, the People's government had to carry out immediate relief work to address the calamities and unemployment that had resulted from reactionary Kuomintang rule and the war. These were enormous and difficult tasks. The imperialists repeatedly asserted that the Young People's Republic of China would be crushed by these seemingly insoluble problems and would be forced to ask for their help. But the experience of the past year has given the lie to their predictions. The Chinese people have been victorious on the economic front as well as on the military and political fronts. The Central People's Government, after experiencing severe months of inevitable inflation while the War of Liberation was expanding, decided last March to do everything possible to increase national revenues and reduce expenditures so as to bring the two into approximate balance. To implement this decision, the government SWFY centralized control over finance throughout the country. 53. Something that had never been accomplished before. The government's action won the warm support of the people. Thus, inflation was checked immediately, and since last March there has been no need to issue new currency to meet the financial deficit. On the contrary, the total deposits of the People's Bank of China increased more than 16-fold by September as compared with December 1949. To maintain price stability, a sufficient supply of goods must be guaranteed. Although China is an agricultural country, the corrupt, reactionary Kuomintang government had to import even grain and cotton for many years on end. On top of that, the home market was manipulated by bureaucrat capitalists and speculators, making it impossible to stabilize prices. The Central People's Government has effected a fundamental change in this terrible situation. By ensuring a sufficient supply nationwide of food, cotton, cloth, coal, salt, and other daily necessities, and by overcoming the serious difficulties in transportation and storage, it has foiled the speculators' attempts at disruption and solved the supply problems for the big cities and calamity-stricken areas. In general, since last March commodity prices throughout the country have been stable. Recently, owing to good harvests in the summer and autumn and to reduced imports of certain materials, the discrepancy between the prices of agricultural and industrial products has increased somewhat. The Central People's Government is now taking measures to readjust prices so that this discrepancy will not affect the standard of living of peasants and of those workers whose wages are calculated in terms of grain. As Chairman Mao has pointed out, the approaching balance between national revenues and expenditures and the tendency of prices towards stabilization only mark the beginning of a turn for the better and do not yet constitute a fundamental improvement. According to Chairman Mao's instructions, in order to achieve a fundamental improvement, it will not be enough to complete agrarian reform and drastically reduce government spending. We must also carry out a rational readjustment of existing industry and commerce, which are now subject to hoarding and speculation, so that we can proceed to restore and expand production as planned. In order to solve this problem, the government departments in charge of the economy, state enterprises, private enterprises, cooperatives, and trade union organizations have held a series of conferences and consultations. They have discussed many questions, including the following: ways to eliminate haphazard production and distribution and to introduce planning, a system of placing orders with private enterprises, entrusting them with processing, buying their products, and extending loans to them, the division of labor among public commercial enterprises, private commercial enterprises, banks and cooperatives, overseas remittances, and the readjustment of relations between labor and capital. These meetings have achieved preliminary results. Of course, contradictions exist between the capitalist nature of the private sector and thorough planning. But there are two things we must bear in mind. First, we have a powerful state sector of a socialist nature in all key economic branches, and we have started to develop a cooperative sector of a semi-socialist nature. Second, the private sector is under various forms of leader hip by the state sector, including the state capitalist sector, which is expanding and which serves the interests of the socialist economy. We may therefore say that it is possible to lead China's economy gradually away from the anarchic conditions of the past and to introduce more planning. The development of cooperatives is beginning to assume great significance in the readjustment of relations among various sectors of the economy. According to statistics compiled in July this year, cooperatives throughout the country had a total membership of over 20 million and a total capital of 550 billion yuan. 25 The volume of business of the cooperatives during the first quarter of this year reached 3,850 billion yuan. Cooperatives developed mainly in the old liberated areas in Northeast, North and East China. In 1949 the total volume of business of the cooperatives in the Northeast was equivalent to the value of 1,300,000 tons of sorghum, or 40% of the total volume of business done by publicly owned chemical enterprises in the region. At present, the main types of cooperatives we need are supply and marketing cooperatives in the countryside and consumers cooperatives in the cities. The tasks of these two kinds of cooperatives are to protect small producers and consumers partially or entirely from exploitation by middlemen and to promote production. The institution of these co-ops is a great event in the economic and political life of the laboring people of our country. The Central People's Government is working out a law to expedite the healthy development of cooperatives throughout the country and to prevent the repetitions of mistakes made in the past. Taken as a whole, economic work in China is still at the stage of rehabilitation. This is because of the long years of war, a war that is not yet over, and because of the lack of necessary prerequisites. 55. We still do not have enough capital to develop industry, or an adequate understanding of the overall situation, or sufficient numbers of cadres or enough experience. So far this year the Central People's Government has invested 23.9% of total state expenditure in economic construction. This percentage exceeds the investment for economic construction of any government in Chinese history, but it is still very small in relation to the needs. The figure will not increase sharply in 1951. It will in effect take 3 to 5 years to revive the economy before we can begin to systematically expand it. During these years, we should concentrate on developing certain key elements that will help to prepare the essential conditions for industrialization, such as capital, the domestic market and technology. At the same time, a certain proportion of the budget must be allocated to national defense. Therefore, the Central People's Government will devote much of its economic investment to such undertakings as water conservancy, railways, and communications that will directly support the development of industry and agriculture, to agriculture and textiles and to the fuel, iron, and steel, and chemical industries, which are needed by all other industries. The Central People's Government planned to produce 120 million tons of grain and 650,000 tons of cotton this year. Now it is estimated that these plans will be fulfilled or even exceeded. China has a total of 5,220,000 cotton spindles, of which 4,080,000 were in operation in September 1949 and 4,280,000 have been in operation since September of this year. 200,000 more will enter operation before the year is out. Of the railways in China, 21,742 kilometers, or 88% of the total were open to traffic by the end of last June. By the end of this year the figure will be 22,019 kilometers. The output of coal in the state-owned mines showed a 37% increase from January to August this year compared with the corresponding period last year. During the same period, the generating capacity of state-owned power plants increased by 31% and power consumed increased by 58%. During the past year of intense activity, in addition to putting an end to the economic chaos and making a good beginning with rehabilitation work, the Central People's Government has done its utmost to relieve famine and unemployment. In 1949 China suffered serious floods that devastated an area of 8 million hectares and affected 40 million people, 7 million of them seriously. This year, flooding occurred again in Henan province and in northern An. 5-6. Hui, affecting more than 2,666,000 hectares of land. To provide direct or indirect relief for the flood victims, the government distributed 1,120,0 tons of fine grain from January through September this year and sent large numbers of cotters to the stricken areas to help the people cope with the disaster by every means possible. This policy is in sharp contrast to the way flood disasters were dealt with in 1931 by the reactionary Kuomintang government, which allowed vast numbers of people to die. In 1950 the government provided more than 500,000 tons of fine grain and mobilized several million people to repair and build dikes and irrigation works. This has been one of the most important factors in reducing the effects of these disasters and bringing about a good harvest throughout the country. The government and the people of the whole nation have also worked together to bring relief to more than 400,000 unemployed workers, including a number of unemployed intellectuals. Unemployment is merely a temporary phenomenon in the initial stage of our country's economic rehabilitation. It has been largely eliminated in northeast China, and in the coming 2 or 3 years it will also be eliminated in other areas. Training cotters and raising educational levels. As in our economic work, so in our cultural and educational work in the past year we have restored order and begun to make fresh progress. The year since the founding of the People's Republic of China has been one in which people throughout the country were swept up in a wave of studying. The cultural control of the Kuomintang reactionaries, which strangled intelligence and created ignorance, has been overthrown. People of all strata, from workers to professors and even many elderly people, have spontaneously insisted on looking at China, the world, and even themselves with a fresh eye. Through study, the masses have quickly come to a new understanding of China and the world and of the glory of laboring and serving the people. The people's government has satisfied the people's demand for study in various ways. The workers and peasants, who previously had little opportunity to study, can now do so. Schools have opened their doors to workers and peasants and their children. 700,000 workers and other employees are regularly attending spare-time schools, and in 1951 there will be more than twice that number. More than 10 million peasants have enrolled in winter schools, and next year 5 million peasants will attend regular spare-time rural schools. To build a new China we need a great number of cotters with adequate political awareness and educational background. The people's government is solving this problem in the 3 following ways. First, by raising the educational level of a large number of existing cotters, particularly those from workers and peasants' families, including cotters in the PLA, by setting up middle schools for workers and peasants and supplementary classes for them, and by admitting those with suitable qualifications into middle schools and institutions of higher education. Second, by giving political education to large numbers of former government functionaries and intellectuals, so as to help them discard their old erroneous outlook in a relatively short time and acquire the new attitude of serving the people. Third, by gradually reforming existing middle schools and institutions of higher education so that they can meet the demands of the people. During the past year we have made a start on this work and have already achieved good results. During the next few years we shall carry it out even more effectively so as to ensure a constant supply of the cotters necessary for military, political, economic, and cultural work. To enhance the people's cultural life, the Central People's Government is systematically improving and popularizing Chinese art and literature. In the cinema, films of People's China have rapidly replaced American films. They have been welcomed by a vast audience and more of them are being shown in the army, the factories, and the countryside. The volume of books, periodicals, and newspapers being published has been greatly increased and their circulation expanded. While leading the people in the struggle against ignorance, the government has also led them in the struggle against disease. During the past year it has launched large-scale campaigns against epidemic diseases. It has decided to set up medical centers in every county and district within the next few years, so as to combat the ill health that has plagued the Chinese people for centuries. Although in the first year of its existence the People's Republic of China has encountered many difficulties and made many mistakes, it has already displayed a robust vitality and given promise of a 58. Limitless future. Difficulties can be overcome, and in many cases they already have been. Mistakes can be corrected and shortcomings remedied, and in many instances that too has already been done. The people have confidence in their state. There is no doubt that their confidence is justified. Throughout China's history only one government has, in a single year, done so much to benefit the people. Only one government has, in a single year, driven out so many rapacious troops and their government and replaced them with a strictly disciplined, benevolent people's army and an upright, just people's administration. Only one government has, in a single year, stripped the imperialist countries of their privileges, exterminated the despicable secret service organizations, put an end to long-standing inflation and offered the people a joyous and flourishing future. And that government is the Central People's Government. All the remarkable successes achieved in the first year of the People's Republic of China have resulted from the combined efforts of the people throughout the country and from the brilliant leadership of the great leader of the Chinese people, Chairman Mao Zedong. Under the guidance of their own government and their own leader, the people all over China will unite as one to consolidate and expand these successes. Long live the People's Republic of China! Long live the creator and leader of the People's Republic of China, Chairman Mao Zedong. The war to resist aggression has been successfully begun in Korea. We are now witnessing both the courage of the Korean people and the brutality of U.S. imperialism. Since mid-July the U.S. imperialists have retreated south, swiftly massing their forces in the Taegu region in the south of the Korean peninsula and trying to entice the Korean People's Army to attack them. The newly formed Korean People's Army is courageously forging ahead, determined to drive the American soldiers into the sea. The current situation shows that the war will be a long one. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is a new country and the Korean People's Army is a young force. We are impressed by its valor in combat. Taking advantage of his temporary superiority, the enemy has embarked on conspiracy. Right now the Korean people are confronted with difficulties, but they are holding on courageously, fighting a guerrilla war in the south and putting up resistance in the north. The struggle continues, and so long as they persist, new strength can be generated to defeat the enemy. North Korea has a small territory and all it has to rely on is its 9 million people. They are to be commended for resisting such a formidable foe with what forces they can muster and for being determined to fight for a long time. We cannot but express our admiration. The Korean question is an international one and it cannot be separated from other international questions. As the Korean people fight on, their struggle will take on more importance internationally. Meanwhile, if they are to win, they must secure international assistance, especially now that they are in difficulty. We should uphold revolutionary morality. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea must be victorious, otherwise, a wedge will be driven into the peace camp. And if that happens in Korea, more wedges will successively be driven elsewhere. If the enemy breaks down the East Gate and makes his way into our house, how can we devote ourselves to construction? China and Korea are neighboring countries as closely related as lips and teeth. If the lips are gone, the teeth are exposed to the cold. If the DPRK is subjugated by U.S. imperialism, there will be no security for Northeast China. Half of our heavy industry is in the Northeast, and half of the heavy industry in the Northeast is in its southern part, within range of enemy bombers. Just in the 2 months between August 27 and yesterday, planes of the U.S. imperialists have invaded our airspace 12 times. Recently they not only flew over the Yalu River but came to Kwandian on reconnaissance, strafing and bombing missions. If the U.S. imperialists get close to the Yalu River, How can we have the peace of mind to go about production? To rebuild China we need to spend from 3 to 5 years restoring production, and that is what we are now doing. We have recently drawn up the economic plan for 1951. In accordance with our persistent wish to increase expenditures on economic and cultural development, military spending is reduced from 43% of this year's budget to 30% of next year's. This means that 70% of the budget is devoted to economic construction and cultural and educational undertakings, to raising the living standards of government employees and teachers, to purchasing surplus grain from peasants and expanding the production of daily necessities. However, the enemy will not let us fulfill this plan. In a recent letter to Chairman Mao, Henry Wallace 27 expressed the hope that China would manufacture tractors and not divert its resources to building tanks. The fact is that the enemy will not permit us to undertake construction. We are forced to forego manufacturing tractors. Passive defense would not work, besides, it would be costly. For instance, renovating an airport requires the equivalent of 50,000 tons of millet. If 8 were to be renovated in the northeast and 3 south of the Great Wall, more than 500,000 tons of millet would be needed. Moreover, substantial expenditures would have to be made for other facilities as well. Then too, factories would have to be moved elsewhere, and that would disrupt our plans for industrial production. Militarily, leaving aside the question of equipment, there. Resist U.S. aggression, aid Korea, and defend PEACE 61. T.S. The question of manpower. As the defense line stretched more than 500 kilometers along the Yalu River, countless numbers of troops would be required. Moreover, we would have to keep them there year after year, not knowing when the enemy might invade. Under such circumstances, how could we concentrate on production and construction? Besides, if the enemy succeeded in occupational ying the DPRK, he would not stop at that. Therefore, if we consider the position the DPRK occupies in the East and its future prospects, we have no choice but to offer it our assistance, and if we consider our relations, which are as close as lips and teeth, the conclusion is the same. We are not just inviting trouble, the enemy is setting fire to our door. A month ago, that is, before the landing of American troops at Incheon, we wondered whether the U.S. imperialists would halt when they reached the 38th parallel 28 and would then open diplomatic talks. After they seized Seoul, Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru told us that it had been agreed at the meeting of foreign ministers of the United States, Britain, and France 29 that the 38th parallel would not be crossed and that if it were, the matter would be brought up for a vote at the United Nations. According to our information, however, they were attempting to lull us into a false sense of security while actually planning to cross the 38th parallel. Once the crossing was effected, they meant to attack China. We saw through this ploy and therefore stated on September 30th, we cannot let the U.S. imperialists' aggression against Korea go unheeded. News Dispatches of October 1 and 2 indicated that U.S. troops had already crossed the 38th parallel and that the South Korean army had penetrated far north of it. We pointed out to the Indian ambassador to China that what had actually come to pass was different from what Nehru had said would happen and that we could not stand aloof from the Korean question. We asked him to pass that message to Bevin 30 through Nehru. A few days passed, but the enemy continued to advance. Soon afterwards, Bevin indicated to me through Nehru that the enemy troops, having crossed the 38th parallel, would come to a halt when they were 40 miles from the Yalu River. At that time they had already entered Pyongyang, and at this moment they are continuing their thrust north. It is obvious that they are cheating us once again. If this goes on, if we sit idly by without going to the rescue, the enemy will surely continue his advance, becoming increasingly blatant in his aggression, until he reaches the Yalu River and then makes his next move. Therefore, we must intervene. But how? A policy decision has to be made. We have intervened before. For instance, we brought the case up at the United Nations, denouncing the act of aggression. But that is no longer enough, and a new policy decision has to be made. The policy of the US imperialists is to engineer a war and gradually escalate it. If we resist the enemy and strike back at him, he may pull in his horns. Otherwise, he will certainly continue his advance as planned. The US imperialists are pursuing the policy of MacArthur 31 in the east, using Japan as their base, inheriting the mantle of Japanese militarism and taking their cue from history since the Sino-Japanese War of 1894. 32. They are following the old maxim that anyone wanting to annex China must first occupy its northeast, and that to occupy the northeast he must first seize Korea. While the Japanese imperialists spent 40 years inching their way towards that goal, the US imperialists want to accomplish it in 4 or 5 years. The historical lesson is as follows: when faced with aggression by the Japanese imperialists, one party in China was for resisting while the other party was for making concessions. And concessions were made until the July 7 incident of 1937-33. Had it not been for the fight put up by the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people, there would have been no resistance to Japanese aggression. The Sino-Japanese War of 1894 was a kind of resistance, but it was resistance offered by the rulers and led by a corrupt imperial court. It enjoyed no popular support and ended in failure. If a people's state had been in place, the outcome would have been different. It would be a mistake to offer no resistance to U.S. imperialism. That would place us in a passive position, and the enemy would first take an inch and then reach for an L. On the other hand, if we fight back and cause the enemy to get bogged down in a quagmire in Korea, he will no longer be able to attack China, and even his plan to dispatch troops to Western Europe may be upset. In that case, the internal contradictions between the US and its allies will grow. In short, if we make concessions, it will only alleviate their internal contradictions, whereas if we intervene, it will aggravate those contradictions. Only if we intervene will the relative strength of the enemy forces and our own be changed. But our way of intervening in the past has now proved ineffective. To be effective it must be backed up by force. To us the Korean question is not merely a Korean question. Related to it is the Taiwan question. Taking a position against China, the US imperialists have extended their line of defense to the Taiwan Straits, while professing non-aggression and non-interference. They have invaded Korea without justification. If we send troops to intervene, we are justified by the need to defend ourselves and the entire peace camp. The US imperialists are attempting to intimidate another nation by brute force. We should foil their attempt and oblige them to retreat in the face of difficulties and setbacks. Then it will be possible to settle the question. We shall exercise restraint. If the enemy does retreat, the ISSUE can be settled through negotiation either at the United Nations or outside the United Nations. For we want peace, not war. The Korean people should be left to settle their own problems, and all foreign troops must be withdrawn. If the Korean question is settled well and if US imperialism does meet with a SET back, there may be a change in the situation regarding the Taiwan Straits and the East as a whole. We must work hard for such a change by rallying the people at home and abroad. However, there is another possibility. As fighting intensifies, the enemy may become more bellicose and make an incursion into the mainland, thereby expanding the war. It is possible that he may stake everything he has on such a move, because there are some among the US imperialists who are spoiling for a fight. We must be prepared for that. We do not want to see the war expanded, but if the enemy wants to expand it, there is nothing that can be done. If our generation is forced to go through a third world war, we shall have to meet it head-on so that our descendants can enjoy peace forever. But we will never instigate a world war. We must do all we can to turn the first possibility into a reality, to make peace a reality. Nevertheless, we must be prepared to deal with the second possibility, to cope with another world war. Now that we mean to back up our intervention with force, are our forces adequate for the task? Our army is strong enough, but our Navy and Air Force are not adequate because we began to build them only in the spring of last year. Should we then wait to mount the resistance until our forces have gained strength? No. If we did that, the enemy would overpower the DPRK and become even more domineering, and the balance of forces would be even more in his favor. So we must examine the question from all angles, taking into account its probable evolution. We must increase our strength and temper ourselves in the course of the struggle. The revolutionary forces may sometimes seem to be in an inferior position, but as the struggle develops that will change. Of course, it will take time and we shall have to pay a price. We must also look to the defense of the mainland. The enemy may come and bomb us or use Chiang Kai-shek's air force to do the job, or he may land on our shores and harass us. We must therefore strengthen our defenses. Politically, we can count on the support of allied and friendly nations as we strive for peace. So far as methods are concerned, we shall provide our assistance in the form of volunteers so that there is no need to declare a war. We should give wide publicity to the movement to resist U.S. aggression, aid Korea, and defend peace. We must also suppress NMY agents making trouble at home and consolidate unity among the people. Meantime, economic construction must not be suspended. We should rehabilitate key branches of heavy industry, proceed unswervingly with water conservancy, railway, and textile projects, and try to raise people's living standards. Take effective measures to implement the marriage law and protect women's legal rights. September 26, 1951. The marriage law of the People's Republic of China 3-4 is one of the fundamental laws promulgated since the Central People's Government was established. Its implementation will constitute a major social reform that will help to eliminate vestiges of feudalism and to inaugurate a new set of social relations, now that the Chinese people have won the Revolutionary War and begun nationwide agrarian reform. 10 Since this law went into effect, it has won broad support from the people and has had excellent results. The old oppressive, feudal family system is gradually changing and a new type of family is emerging, one based on equality and harmony. In New China, men and women, especially women, who suffered most from feudal oppression, have gained freedom of marriage and equal rights. Thus, in our new society they are taking a greater part in all kinds of political activities and in all fields of construction. However, Chinese society was under a feudal regime for a very long time. Although the agrarian reform movement is now dismantling the economic basis of feudalism once for all, feudal ideas and vestiges of the feudal marriage system are still deeply rooted not only among some of the people but also among many cadres. According to reports from various places, feudal-minded people are still taking illegal action, interfering with freedom of marriage and maltreating women and children. Moreover, while these things are happening, some cadres 66. Look on with folded arms, or connive with and shield the jawbreakers or, worse still, take direct part in illegal interference themselves. The victims are therefore deprived of the legal protection they are entitled to. Consequently, there are still many family-arranged, forced and mercenary marriages, especially in rural areas. On occasion, interference with freedom of marriage leads to crime and the violation of women's human rights, even of their right to life. The number of women throughout the country who are murdered or forced to commit suicide because of marital problems is substantial. According to incomplete statistics, the incidence of suicide and homicide of women who are unable to choose their own marriage partners and are mistreated by their families is as follows: in central South China, more than 10,000 in the same year; in Shandong Province, 1,245 in the same year; in 9 counties of Huaidian Prefecture of northern Jiangsu Province, 119 between May and August of 1950. These figures ought to arouse grave concern in the people's governments at all levels. They reflect a situation that is absolutely intolerable. In recent months, the East China Military and Administrative Commission, the Central South China Military and Administrative Commission and some provincial and municipal people's governments have issued directives calling for the implementation of the marriage law. That has been essential to check the abuses mentioned above. But in China, where feudalism dominated the society for such a long time, it will take a difficult process of social reform to bring about full compliance with this law, a process requiring constant, systematic struggle on the ideological and legal fronts. The people's governments at all levels must therefore consider it a major, long-term political task to make sure the marriage law is carried out and conduct ideological education among cadres and the masses. They must direct the departments of justice, civil affairs, public security, and culture and education, in full cooperation with various political parties and people's organizations, to ensure that the law is enforced, combining that task as much as possible with the central tasks of agrarian reform and the democratic consolidation of local governments. At the same time, they should take legal measures to severely punish serious crimes of interference with freedom of marriage that result in women's being mistreated, injured, murdered, or driven to suicide. They must investigate such cases immediately. If cases that have already been tried are found to have been wrongly handled, they should be re-examined and dealt with according to law. Cases that have not yet been tried must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with according to law, so that all offenders are duly punished. Any cadre who connives with criminals or protects them, or who interferes with freedom of marriage in a way that results in a woman's death should be punished according to the gravity of the offense. In future, if a woman is deprived of the rights and protection provided by the marriage law and is murdered or commits suicide, leading cadres of the district, township, and village where the crime took place will be held partly responsible. To ensure the faithful implementation of the marriage law, people's governments at various levels should first of all encourage cadres, especially local cadres and those doing judicial work, to study it thoroughly. Judicial departments and marriage registration offices should handle marriage cases in a serious and responsible way and follow the provisions of the law. Using specific cases, they should give better publicity to the law, criticize the irrationality of the feudal marriage system and commend typical instances in which marriage cases were handled according to the law, so as to create an atmosphere in which the new democratic marriage system will prevail. After full preparations have been made among the people, serious cases that have educational value may be tried in public. All this will give both cadres and masses a correct and comprehensive understanding of the marriage law. Meanwhile, all cadres working in the people's governments, the People's Liberation Army, the democratic parties and the people's organizations must realize that their attitude towards this question is an important test. Whether they conscientiously implement the marriage law, whether they handle marriage cases in a serious and responsible manner, protecting women's lawful interests, whether they actively support the just struggle of the masses, and especially of oppressed women, against the feudal marriage system and feudal ideas, and lastly, whether they set an example to others by observing the marriage law in their own marriages, these things are a test of their determination to combat feudalism politically and of their willingness to abide strictly by the decrees of the people's government. As soon as this directive is received, local people's governments at and above the provincial, municipal, and administrative office levels should urge the departments of justice, civil affairs, public security, and culture and education under their leadership to check up on the implementation of the marriage law, paying special attention to major cases. They should also invite the consultative bodies, the 6/8 democratic parties and the people's organizations to join in the work. They should use effective methods to add to their achievements in this area and to correct their mistakes, investigating serious violations of the law that have led to a woman's death and punishing the criminals. Before the end of December, all provincial and municipal people's governments must submit special reports on the results of their investigations to the Administration Council of the Central People's Government. Likewise, before the end of the year, local people's conferences at different levels 22 and their consultative or standing committees must hear reports on and discuss the implementation of the marriage law and the publicity work being done in this connection and submit the results of their discussion to the next higher level of leadership. On the remolding of intellectuals. September 29, 1951. The Teachers Study Subcommittee of Beijing University 35 and President Ma Yinchu 36 asked me to give them a talk. That being the case, it seemed to me that I should speak to people from other universities as well. So after consulting with the Ministry of Education, I also invited representatives of the teachers and students at other universities in Beijing and Tianjin to join us here today. What kind of talk should I give you? A general political report? No, that might not meet your needs, since you are now engaged in ideological remolding. Now that you are taking part in these study sessions, you should make up your minds to remold yourselves. Today I am going to talk to you about this question of remolding. I'll start with my own remolding. I spent 1 year in a university after I graduated from senior middle school. But I didn't learn very much there because it was the time of the May 4th movement. 37 I went to Japan, France, and Germany to study, but I never attended a university in those countries. So I am only a middle-level intellectual and feel a little nervous speaking before you high-level intellectuals and undergraduates. However, since I am an intellectual after all, I think that if I tell you something about my personal experience of ideological remolding, it may be helpful to you and not just a waste of time. The aim of your study session is to remold yourselves ideologically. That is a basic understanding which anyone who wants to join in it should have. Of course, it takes time to remold oneself well, and we would be impatient and unrealistic if we expected people to change their thinking overnight. Ideological remolding has to be a gradual process. Take my own example. It's more than 30 years since I participated in the May 4th movement, but I am still working hard to remold myself, trying to make further progress. Some comrades may ask, now that you are the leader of our government, do you still need to study and remold yourself? Yes, I do, because there are many things I don't know and many truths I don't fully understand. Only by studying and constantly deepening our understanding can we make progress. Although I have worked for the revolution for more than 30 years and have been a leader of various departments at different times, I have made a lot of mistakes and have consequently had many setbacks. Yet I was never disheartened, because I had revolutionary confidence and optimism to sustain me. I drew strength from the masses. Whenever we have made mistakes, the right approach is to make a self-criticism, find out why we made those mistakes and take action to correct them. We should be determined to do that. If we learn something from our mistakes, we may make fewer of them in future or even avoid them altogether. Of course, we can't expect to correct all our mistakes at once, and we may repeat the same ones. But sooner or later we can correct them. We shouldn't regard mistakes as baggage and carry them around with us, we should get rid of them. In addition, we should tell others about our mistakes and make self-criticisms. In this way, not only do we learn a lesson ourselves, but we help others to avoid similar mistakes, and it lets people know that one can still make progress so long as one recognizes one's mistakes and is ready to correct them. When a person has made a mistake, he should make a private self-examination. But what is more important is to go among the masses and learn from them. There are two reasons why people make mistakes. One is that we don't have a correct understanding of certain theories and principles, that's why we need to study progressive theories. The other reason is that what we believe doesn't correspond to reality and therefore doesn't work. That means we have to learn from the masses and try to gain new knowledge and understand more truths through practice. If we do a good job in these two respects, we shall gain confidence, do our work more smoothly and make few mistakes or none at all. The reason I am saying this is to help make you comrades confident that so long as you resolve to remold yourselves, you can reach your goal no matter what your background was in the old society. Since most of you here have spent a long time in the old society, you have carried old ideas with you, I assume, and it is impossible for you to discard them all at once. Only by constantly struggling against them can you make progress. Now I'd like to discuss some questions you may encounter in the course of your studies and my views on them. The question of standpoint. there is always the question of what our position should be in study and work. Not all of us approach problems from the standpoint of the working class. This is true not only for you but also for me. I have been a Communist Party member for several decades. Does that mean I have always had a distinct working class standpoint? Not necessarily. I do when I'm reading or writing articles, but when I'll earnestly examine whether I have maintained that standpoint in everything I have done, I find that I haven't. Indeed, I have a long way to go. A working class position doesn't just drop from the skies, and you can simply claim to have adopted it. It can only come from practice. And only practice can show whether you conform to it. For example, during the First Revolutionary Civil War, we organized the masses of Chinese people, mainly the workers, peasants, students, and part of the armed forces, into a revolutionary movement, and the revolutionary drive spurred them on. Yet during the Wuhan period of 1927, when Chen Duxiu 38 was in the leadership, some party members wavered and committed the error of right opportunism by following him. This shows that, under the influence of the reactionary class, they couldn't take a firm working class stand. Other such cases could be cited. So it is clear that it takes a long time to solve the problem of standpoint. Most of our country's intellectuals come from landlord or bourgeois families, so we can't expect them to take the side of the working class all at once. I myself am from a bankrupt feudal family. My ancestral home is in Shaoxing, Zhejiang province. When my grandfather was appointed county magistrate of Huaiyan in Jiangsu province, we moved there. My family, a feudal, bureaucrat family with a house but no land, necessarily influenced my thinking. The influences of childhood find their expression in one's thinking and lifestyle for a long time after. 7-2. The old ideas come out now and then without one's realizing it, whenever one talks or writes without thinking carefully. This being the case, it is unreasonable to ask intellectuals to acquire a firm working class stand all at once. It takes a while. It is easiest for people to cultivate a sense of nationhood and hold a nationalist stand, loving their own country. The reason for this is that for more than a century China was a semi-colonial country suffering imperialist aggression. For instance, when I was very young, I read articles by Mr. Zhang Taiyan, 39 published in the Journal of Chinese Culture, 40 that aroused my sense of patriotism even though I couldn't understand them fully at the time. The despotic and traitorous actions of Yuan Shikai 41 and the Northern Warlord 6 after the founding of the Chinese Republic developed my patriotic thinking further and made me take an active part in protests against the 21 Demands 4-2 and the Sino-Japanese military pacts. 43 I think many people went through a process of that kind. It was a good beginning. It seems to me that intellectuals can make progress if they start from a sense of patriotism and nationalism. Of course, the sense of patriotism involves certain dangers. If our nationalist stand develops into ataism 44 or a narrow nationalism that leads to aggression abroad and oppression of minority nationalities at home, we shall have gone astray. But this danger is not a major problem for Chinese intellectuals. China was a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country subjected to aggression, bullying, and oppression by foreign countries, so it was natural for people's patriotism to be aroused first in the form of national resistance to foreign aggression. Given these conditions, the nationalism and patriotism of the majority of intellectuals could develop into a desire for national liberation and for serving the people. This transformation in their thinking has begun to take place and should be well received. Of course, we should guard against dangerous ideas that lead to ataism and narrow nationalism. In China, ataism and communism appeared at the same time. Many of you present here, I imagine, experienced the May 4th movement. As you all know, the Young China Society 45 was divided into two groups at the time, one represented by comrades Li Dezihao 46 and Mao Zedong, and the other headed by Zheng Qi, 47 Li Huang 48 and Zhou Shunsheng. 49 The first group became communists and the second became ataists, tailed after the Kuomintang and accomplished nothing, because in semi-colonial China, circumstances did not permit. The rise of Kemalism, 50 as in Turkey. Narrow nationalism could not take hold, it appealed only to a handful of people, and not to the majority of intellectuals. For more than a century imperialists, in collusion with the Chinese comprador and landlord classes, rode roughshod over the Chinese people and turned the country into a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. Chairman Mao says in his article on the People's Democratic Dictatorship that during that period many people with lofty ideals tried to find a way out for the Chinese people. Among them were Hong Xiuquan, 51, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who led the Revolution 253 of 1911, and Yan Fu and Kang Youwei, who launched reform movements. They all strove to push the country forward but failed. In China the feudal forces were not smashed, as they were by the revolution in France, and no movement arose like the Meiji Restoration in Japan. 54. Why? The reason is that, as you professors who recently took part in the Agrarian Reform Zero found out, the feudal forces in China were too powerful, landlords and rich peasants constituting as much as 10% of the rural population. Scattered everywhere across the land, they oppressed the poor peasants, and it was through them that the imperialists ruled China. In the national liberation movements of the past, people tried to follow the path of reform or the path of the old-type bourgeois revolution, but they failed, and finding themselves in a blind alley, they had to begin searching for a new way out. We Chinese people awoke during World War I and, inspired by the October Revolution in Russia, we came to realize that we had to follow the path of the Russians. Dr. Sun Yat-sen raised the slogan "Learn from Russia," and it was on that basis that our first great revolution was organized and launched. During the revolution, many intellectuals who were nationalists acquired a better understanding of the people's stand and came to realize that they could save China and show their love for the nation only by taking that stand. The feudal economy fettered the productive forces of the vast rural areas, comprador forces hindered the development of national industry and commerce, and the Kuomintang reactionaries, a political force representing the landlord and comprador classes, oppressed the Chinese people with the support of the imperialists. That is why to win national liberation it was not enough to have a general sense of nationalism, we had to take the people's stand. Did we take a firm people's stand as soon as we joined the Communist Party? I think that during the acute struggle against the enemy. 74 Zhou Enlai. We did take the people's stand, resolutely fighting the landlord class, the comprador class and the Kuomintang reactionaries. But during the war of resistance against Japan, when our party advocated alliance with the Kuomintang in the face of foreign aggression, some party members failed to maintain a clear-cut people's stand. You can see from Hu Qiaomu's book 30 Years of the Communist Party of China that at the early stage of the war Chairman Mao firmly believed that we should unite with the Kuomintang and at the same time struggle against it, and that we should push for a war of total resistance by the whole nation as opposed to a war of partial resistance without mass participation. This represented a firm people's stand. But some party members recognized only the importance of making an alliance with the Kuomintang and not the importance of struggling against it. As a result, they accommodated themselves to it without maintaining a clear-cut people's stand. They made this mistake in 1938 in Wuhan. At that time they did make an alliance with the Kuomintang, but they didn't wage adequate struggle against it. Later on they recognized their mistake, corrected it and did a better job in Chongqing and Nanjing. This indicates that it is not so easy even for the party leaders to take a firm people's stand all at once. I think everyone present here has read Chairman Mao's talk at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. The writers and artists in Yan'an read a great deal and studied in the schools there. Nevertheless, many of them did not stand on the side of the people, and that is why Chairman Mao raised the question of stand first in that talk. Now, the working class has its own ideas, so do the peasant class, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie. So long as there are different classes, there will be different positions. We now insist that all of us have a common position, the people's standpoint, that is, that we all think in terms of the supreme interest of the majority of the people. It is more difficult to take the next step and change from the people's stand to the working class stand. Why do we demand that intellectuals take this further step? Because the working class is the class that is most advanced and dedicated to the people and the nation. Its goal is to realize communism and convert the existing society into a classless one. Therein lies the greatness of the working class. The bourgeoisie has no desire to turn everyone into a capitalist. If it did, who would be the workers? And how would the capitalists accumulate capital? It was this idea that struck me so forcefully that I decided to. Remolding of Intellectuals 7-5. Jayatun the Communist Party. Later on I wrote some articles to disseminate this notion. Why is the working class the most advanced? Because it can transform everyone in the world into a worker and integrate physical labor with mental labor. The most essential feature of the working class and of the Communist Party is that they can lead the whole world to a society without classes and without the exploitation of man by man, a task that no other class or party can undertake. There are three different views among intellectuals with regard to class stand. The first is, there are not many industrial workers in China, only 3 or 4 million of them, and besides, having grown up in the feudal society, they have been influenced to a certain extent by feudal thinking. That being the case, they cannot be very powerful, so how can they lead the whole country? The second is, a large proportion of Communist Party members are from peasant and intellectual backgrounds, so how can they represent the stand and views of the working class? They can only represent the thinking of the peasants and the petty bourgeoisie. The third is, by putting into practice the party's slogans and policies after joining the party, the intellectuals naturally do everything from the standpoint of the working class and represent its thinking. All three of these views are wrong. We hold that the working class is small and a part of it has been influenced by feudal thinking. It can form a force with inexhaustible power so long as it works hard, steps up production, learns from the experience of workers' movements in other countries and studies the advanced theories they have put forward. Being a new force, it is bound to grow stronger. All new forces start small and grow larger. We all grow from infancy, and the infant grows fastest. Therefore the working class has a bright future. Moreover, the working class can take the overall interest into account. Under its leadership, the development of industry and commerce will benefit the peasants, the bourgeoisie, and the petty bourgeoisie as well as the working class itself. To accelerate the development of industry and commerce, the working class will see to it that the state controls the important means of production and will gradually lead the society to socialism. Only under the leadership of the working class can China industrialize, abolish classes and achieve communism in accordance with working class thinking, the material conditions of the state and 76. Ever-increasing productivity. We shouldn't ignore this most reliable, promising, and unselfish class merely because it is small. There are a good many party members with peasant or petty bourgeois backgrounds. Can they identify themselves with the stand of the working class? Yes, I think they can, after they have steeled themselves in struggle. The working class doesn't regard its standpoint as its own private property. On the contrary, it is happy to have people side with it so long as they sincerely accept its thinking. The Chinese working class also comes from the old society, but there is a difference between it and the intellectuals. The difference is that the working class has been tempered in modern large-scale production and is therefore advanced in its thinking and standpoint. So to remold themselves, intellectuals too should go through tempering and engage in study and practice. The reason intellectuals should go down to the countryside and into factories is precisely to learn the thinking and standpoint of the working class and other laboring people. This is true for intellectuals both inside and outside the party. Mr. Liang Shuming 551 said in a letter that he had used to believe the predominant thinking in the party was that of peasants and the petty bourgeoisie, because while the party leaders were intellectuals, many of the members were peasants. There is some truth in what he said. Some party members are much under the influence of peasant or petty bourgeois thinking in the beginning. But after they have undergone ideological remolding, this kind of thinking will have less influence on them and working class thinking will gradually come to have more. Mao Zedong thought embodies the thinking of the Chinese working class. Volume L of the selected works of Mao Zedong is a great work representing that thinking. Do party members always take the position of the working class and act in conformity with its thinking? They may think they do, but they don't. As a matter of fact, whenever they make a mistake in their work or deviate from the party's policies, they are departing from the working class stand. This is very common. The reason we made right or left mistakes is either that we departed from the working class stand by yielding to reactionaries or that we isolated the working class from the others. I have made many mistakes like this and I learned a great deal from them. It is no easy job to acquire a firm working class stand. It takes a long period of trial and study and of tempering in struggle. Mao Zedong thought is the compass for the revolution. But having a compass isn't enough, we must take part in revolutionary practice. Chairman Mao has said time and again that other people's experience is not much help and that one has to gain one's own experience through blunders and setbacks in practice. One's own experience is the most precious. So party members need to be tempered in practice for a long time. Generally speaking, one moves progressively from the nationalist stand to the people's stand and finally to the working class stand. We should push intellectuals to follow this progression, and we should try to keep them from making mistakes along the way. Thus we can help them to gradually change their stand. It is easy to tackle the question of attitude once we clearly understand the process of changing one's stand. Everyone takes a particular attitude towards every matter he comes across. Different stands lead to different attitudes. In the world today, classes still exist and there is still hostility among countries. The aggressive clique of imperialists wants to rule the world, and the US imperialists in particular are trying hard to change the world into an American empire. The Chinese people have suffered enormously from the civil war launched by Chiang Kai-shek with the backing of the US imperialists. Now those same imperialists are intruding into the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and into our province of Taiwan. On the other hand, after 2 world wars the people of the world have awakened, socialist countries and people's democracies have been established one after another, national liberation movements in the colonial and semi-colonial countries are growing and even the people in the imperialist countries are becoming aware of reality. The people of the world reject further exploitation and invasion by the imperialists, they reject the miseries of war and demand lasting peace. Thus the world is now divided into 2 camps. This is the inevitable outcome of international developments. Faced with such a world situation, how can the Chinese people fail to declare their attitude? Of course, we should adopt a clear-cut attitude. The first thing to do is to draw a distinction between ourselves and our friends and the enemy. If you don't do that, how can you decide what attitude to take? Are you willing to side with the 7/8 enemy? In China there are still reactionaries and some Remathun counter-revolutionaries who side with the enemy, and we shall wipe them out. How can persons who take the stand of the people and of patriotic nationalism not make known their position on this? While you are studying to remold your ideology, make sure that you always bear in mind the distinction between ourselves and our friends and the enemy. Internationally, the peoples of the world, including the American and Japanese peoples, are all our friends, and we should unite with them. We should also unite with the governments of colonial and semi-colonial countries that are still oppressed by the imperialists and persuade them to take a stand against war and in favor of peace, even if they are our friends only temporarily. We should win over all countries and governments that can be won over. It is also in the interest of the people if we can make some countries and governments remain neutral, even only temporarily or on one particular issue. We should understand very clearly that our only enemies are the US imperialists and the reactionary governments of their allies and accomplices. We have friends all over the world. Some of them are only our temporary friends who share the same view with us on just one issue. If we follow this general policy, the people's forces will grow stronger. As for the attitude we should take towards our friends and enemies at home, that is clear to you all. Proceeding from the standpoint of the working class, we should first consolidate the alliance of workers and peasants and unite with the petty bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie and all other patriots. Our enemies are the reactionary classes represented by the remaining members of the Kuomintang clique and counter-revolutionaries. In the face of such a situation at home and abroad, is it possible for one to take a neutral attitude? I think it is almost impossible, especially so far as the domestic situation is concerned. For we have defeated our enemies, and the people are in power. How can one stand with the people and at the same time with Chiang Kai-shek? You can go and hide in Hong Kong for the time being, but sooner or later you have to declare your attitude. We have always believed that a person should decide for himself what attitude to take. Let me give you an example to make this point clearer. Mr. Zhang Bolan, 56 in his later years, served the Kuomintang government as president of its examination yuan. After the liberation of Chongqing he came to realize that what he had done was wrong, and he regretted it. Later he returned to Beijing. And then went to Tianjin. In a sense he was my teacher, and we got along very well. Yet I never urged him to write something to declare his change of attitude. As time went on, he came to know more about New China and its superiority over the old China. He began to talk to me about certain things in New China that pleased him very much. Nevertheless, I still didn't ask him to write anything, because I thought that a person's progress could not be consolidated until he himself had recognized his past mistakes. I was looking forward to his further progress when he suddenly died of an illness. He wrote a deathbed testament, which you may have read in the newspapers. It may be my fault that I didn't help him to raise his political consciousness as early as possible. If I had known that he was in such poor health and had lent him a helping hand earlier, he might have made more progress and thus won more forgiveness from the people. I regret that I didn't do so. Let me offer you another example. When he was in Europe, Wen Wenhao, 57, who everyone knows was a war criminal as announced by Xinhua News Agency, expressed his desire to return to New China rather than to go to the United States to become a professor. Accordingly, we welcomed him back. On his return, some of our friends suggested that he write a statement that would win him the people's pardon. Still, we thought it preferable not to force him to write such a statement but to have him do it voluntarily after his political consciousness had been gradually raised. Generally speaking, there is no such thing as a neutral attitude, but it is possible for a person to waver or to have doubts for a time. We should allow people to take a wait-and-see attitude towards a new phenomenon and even to be skeptical about it for a while. To express some doubts about a thing doesn't mean you oppose it. But if a person does oppose New China, it means that he is hostile to it, and under no circumstances should we permit that. While a person is studying, it is also allowable for him to conceive doubts about certain matters. That's because truth cannot always be accepted right away. We are not afraid of doubts, because we are convinced that through debate people will come to have a better understanding of truth. It's all right for people to simply observe for a time. Mr. Liang Shuming said to me when he first came to Beijing that he was just going to observe the situation for a while. We appreciated his frankness in this regard. Later we arranged for him to visit many places. On returning from each visit he had a better understanding of New China. 80. And he did make some progress, which we were happy to see. An observer is not just an onlooker, the former is active while the latter one's passive. Some people are sympathetic to the Chinese Revolution, but do not make up their minds to join it. That's all right too. We are willing to wait patiently for them. Many people in Hong Kong have told us that they are in sympathy with New China but cannot return just now. We should be understanding and not urge them to do so, because we know they have difficulties both objectively and subjectively. 2 documents on improving the work. In old base areas. 1951 to 1952. I do not forget the places we came from. October 9, 1951. Comrades, you have come to Beijing from afar. Some of you are from old base areas in the south, such as Guangdong, Sichuan, Jiangxi, Hubei, Anhui, and Zhejiang provinces. Some are from those in the north, such as northern Shaanxi, the northeast, and North China. The representatives of the combat heroes of the Chinese People's volunteers have come from the battlefront in Korea. The combat heroes of the People's Liberation Army have come from the greater military commands. It is not easy to arrange a gathering like this. Leading comrades from the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, the Central People's Government and all greater administrative areas would like to take this opportunity to meet you all. It is indeed a great pleasure to meet you here. We have been separated for a long time, some of us for a decade, some for 2 decades. The Chinese Revolution has been going on for 30 years. After the failure of the Great Revolution in 1927, Chairman Mao led the troops to the Jinggang Mountains and set up bases in the rural areas. As a result, our strength in those areas began to grow, and with that strength as a basis, our party and army expanded. The revolution spread from the south to the north, and our forces evolved from the Red Army through the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army to become the People's Liberation Army, which finally defeated Chiang Kai-shek in a nationwide victory. New China was born. Since last year our volunteers have been in Korea and, together with the Korean People's Army, have defeated the US invaders. These victories were not won easily but through long, heroic struggle by all of us under the leadership of Chairman Mao. When drinking water, we think of its source. We should express our esteem and gratitude to you and to the people in the old base areas whom you represent. In these 30 years many people have died. Now I propose that we stand in silent tribute to those fallen martyrs. Comrades, it has not been easy for you to come to Beijing. You have not only met Chairman Mao and visited our capital but witnessed the power of our army and the Zhou the people bear our party and our leader. I hope that upon your return you will tell the people and the troops in your place about these things so as to further reinforce their confidence in victory. The Central People's Government recently sent delegations to the old base areas, where they heard some criticisms. Certain local comrades remarked that now that the revolution had triumphed, we should not forget the old places we came from, the mountains and the countryside. Should we have left the mountains and come to the cities? Of course we should. If we had not done that, today's national victory would have been impossible, the revolution would have failed, and the tremendous sacrifices we have made and the huge price we have paid would have been meaningless. Some representatives may recall how the people in the old base areas were ruthlessly massacred by white bandits after we left Ruijin. But could we return there without the victory we have won today? Comrades, there was nothing wrong about our leaving the mountains to go to the cities. It is true that we achieved victory by relying on the countryside, but now the improvement of the peasants' living standards depends on the cities. The purpose of revolution is to free people of the whole country from suffering and offer them a better life. Yes, we were right to leave the mountains and come to the cities. But as the comrades in the old base areas put it, we should not forget the mountains and villages we came from. That would mean forgetting our past. The countryside was the base of the Chinese Revolution. If we forget it, we deserve to be criticized for not being good pupils of Chairman Mao. Now Chairman Mao has sent special delegations to the old base areas to express his concern for the people there. The delegations are not just to make an inspection but to try to solve as many problems as possible. Of course one cannot expect all the documents on improving work in old base areas 83 problems to be solved overnight. The war is not yet over. The Chinese People's volunteers are still fighting in Korea and the state is still beset with difficulties. Although we have achieved nationwide victory, we are still not in a position to make dramatic improvements in people's living standards. We have more difficulties to overcome and must try to restore and expand production as well as to reinforce our army so that the US imperialists dare not provoke a world war. I think comrades in the old base areas will understand this. Some of our cadres have not shown enough concern about raising living standards in the old base areas. They should acknowledge their mistake. In future, the party committee and government of each province should pay more attention to the old base areas and assign a special vice chairman of the province to be in charge of the work there. He should visit the old base areas at least once or twice a year to help the people solve their problems. People's Conferences 22 at all levels should include a certain number of delegates representing family members of servicemen and revolutionary martyrs. If these things are not done, you may write to the government, to me or to the party central committee. I promise you we will respond. In this way we can keep in touch and understand each other better. As for the specific questions you have raised regarding loans, road construction, water conservancy projects, the flow of goods between town and country and so on, they have been submitted to the Financial and Economic Commission of the Government Administration Council for discussion. The Commission will help you to solve these problems. Regarding culture and education, more primary and middle schools should be established in the old base areas. We should also set up some workers' and peasants' schools to develop adult education and cadre education. Some comrades say that high-ranking cadres have been assigned to Beijing and low-ranking cadres to provincial capitals, leaving the rural areas without cadres. There is some truth to that. The old base areas have done a wonderful job of training cadres for the whole country. Now that there are fewer cadres in the countryside, we should train new ones and help the existing ones to raise their political and educational levels so as to meet the needs of their work. Health work should also be given special attention. Recently I read a report on the high infant mortality rate in Bao'an County, northern Shaanxi province. What sad news! In the old days when we couldn't hold on in Weiaobu and retreated to Bao'an, the people of Bao'an did a great deal for the revolution. How can we rest easy, knowing that so many infants are dying there? We have already ordered the Ministry of Public Health to send medical teams to Bao'an. Things like this should not be allowed to go on. It is also reported that plays and films are not readily available to rural people. Therefore, we have also given orders to troops in Beijing to go on tour in November and stage performances for rural folk. We hope that many people will be able to attend them. We should work out better ways of providing special care for disabled servicemen and for family members of revolutionary martyrs and servicemen. We must be sure to look after old cases as well as new ones, and to help the families of dead servicemen as well as those of living ones. The persons who will represent families of servicemen and martyrs at people's conferences should be elected in the villages and their names be submitted to the leadership at a higher level for approval. The points I have mentioned will be drawn up in a document 5/8 to be transmitted to all localities. At this gathering today there are two groups of people, representatives from the old base areas and representatives of combat heroes. Without the old base areas, the People's Liberation Army would never have existed. The PLA is an army of sons of the people in the old base areas, and it regards the people there as uncles, brothers, and sisters. Now we can have heart-to-heart talks and give each other consolation and encouragement. Lastly, I hope you will do what Chairman Mao says, carry the revolutionary tradition forward and gain still greater glory. 59. To vigorously promote economic and cultural development in old base areas. January 28, 1952. 1. By sending groups to bring greetings to old base areas and by inviting their representatives to Beijing to review the National Day Parade, the Central People's Government has strengthened its ties with the people in those areas as well as the ties between local governments and the people there. These groups have praised the people in the old base areas for their great contributions to the revolution and have increased their love for the motherland and their enthusiasm for building the country. This has been very useful. In the long struggle against ruthless oppression by imperialists, Kuomintang bandits, and feudal landlords, the people in the old base areas made the greatest contributions to the revolution, but they also made the greatest sacrifices and suffered the worst devastation. Since liberation, many efforts have been made to promote production in these areas. Some areas have already recovered, and some have even surpassed their pre-war production level. However, owing to the enormous destruction caused by the war and to the poor transport facilities in mountainous regions, in most of them production has recovered very slowly. Furthermore, some of them have suffered floods or droughts. Especially in the base areas in the south, which were liberated later and where much land had been laid waste, the people lead an extremely hard life. It is therefore essential, from both a political and an economic point of view, to improve the work in old base areas and to lead and assist the people there in their economic and cultural recovery and development. 2. One of the key aspects of the work in old base areas is economic development. Most of these areas are located in mountainous regions, where conditions of production are hard. We should therefore combine solving people's immediate difficulties with promoting long-term development. We should adapt measures to local conditions and proceed by planned steps to restore and develop, according to priorities, farming, forestry, animal husbandry, and sideline occupations. Generally, agriculture should be primary, but people in mountainous and hilly regions that are not suitable for farming should concentrate on forestry and animal husbandry. At the same time, they should take advantage of local conditions to develop possible handicrafts and sideline occupations that can increase their income. A. Agricultural production. First, we should replenish the supply of farm tools, increase the number of draft animals and raise pigs and sheep for manure, so as to remedy the shortage of those items. Hilly land should be gradual terraced if possible, but from a long 8-6 range, overall point of view, we should stop reclaiming hilly areas. Instead, we should concentrate on raising the per unit yield of land presently under cultivation. Where conditions permit, ponds, dams and canals should be built and wells dug to expand irrigated areas. Rivers should be harnessed, flooding prevented, gullies dammed, and reservoirs built to prevent soil erosion and conserve water. In places that cannot produce enough grain, we should encourage people to plant additional high-yield food crops such as sweet potatoes, and pumpkins. In places that are self-sufficient in grain, we should encourage people to grow cash crops such as cotton, hemp, and tobacco to raise their income. B. Forestry. We should close off hills to facilitate afforestation and forbid people to burn bushes on mountains, fell trees indiscriminately or dig up roots. However, we should not be too rigid in our restrictions, for we must consider people's current needs for production and means of subsistence and permit rational felling of trees. If there are favorable conditions, we should vigorously expand cash crops such as tea and mulberry, toon, rubber, tea, lacquer, and fruit trees as well as timber and fuel forests. We should encourage people to collect medicinal herbs, weave bamboo articles and develop other sidelines in keeping with local conditions. C. Animal husbandry. We should greatly increase the number of cattle, sheep, horses, donkeys, camels, pigs, and chickens in order to raise people's income and increase the supply of draft animals, manure, and raw materials for the wool and leather industries. We should improve techniques of raising animals and reward efforts to breed more of them. To strengthen prevention and treatment of animal diseases and to improve breeds, we should draw up plans to establish veterinary centers, ranches and breeding stations. D. Handicrafts and sideline occupations. In many old base areas, sideline income makes up 30 to 40% or more of people's total income, sometimes even exceeding earnings from farming. Different kinds of sideline occupations and handicrafts should be restored and developed according to local conditions. Cooperatives and state-run trading agencies should do everything possible to open up markets for sideline products, so as to increase the income of people in the old base areas. Some areas should specialize in processing local products, making pulp, for example, reeling silk, distilling spirits, breaking eggs, etc. In places where wild beasts represent a threat to the local population, hunting should be organized. Documents on improving work in old base areas 8-7. E. Mining. Many old base areas are located in mountainous regions rich in coal, iron, limestone, tungsten, and tin. We might make plans to help the local people open small mines conforming to regulations, but only on condition that they do not damage the ore reserves or hinder large-scale mining operations. 3. Because most old base areas are in remote, poor mountainous regions, if we want to rapidly restore and develop the local economy and raise living standards, we must take the following steps. A. Restore old communication lines and open new ones. That is the key to raising people's standard of living. There should be a division of responsibility among different levels. We must build main lines of communication such as highways, cart roads, pack animal trails, footpaths, and river courses, in a planned way and by relying chiefly on voluntary work by the masses with the help of state funds. We should develop transport by making use of all locally available means of transport, carts, wheelbarrows, boats, etc. and help the people acquire more of them. To make it easier for the local people to market their products and to purchase necessities and means of production, we should build transshipment stations and organize e-transportation. B. To promote the exchange of commodities, we should set up additional state trading agencies and supply and marketing cooperatives, and we should organize private merchants to go into the mountains and establish commercial networks. Cooperatives should regard mountain areas as key areas for development, help the people to raise product quality and inform them about buyers' specifications so that local products will be easily marketable. Trading companies and cooperatives should purchase mountain products and local products of the old base areas even if they make no profit from the transaction and have to subsidize these purchases. They should also help provide the local people with daily necessities like edible oil and salt. C. We must vigorously promote cooperation and mutual help. On the basis of voluntary participation and mutual benefit, we should gradually organize the people into mutual aid teams and cooperatives for raising livestock, planting trees, and repairing riverbanks. We can also encourage the people to set up agricultural producers cooperatives in areas where conditions are ready. D. In the future, the old base areas should be given priority for general purpose loans. Meanwhile, special zones should be granted for raising draft animals, building water conservancy projects, terracing land, and buying farm tools, depending on local needs. Loans 88 should be made promptly, with simplified procedures and long periods for repayment. The current special relief fund for old base areas should be used to develop production, or part of it may be earmarked as a development fund. Since the old base areas suffered badly from the war, they have a low level of production and the life of the people there is very hard. To help speed their recovery, we should readjust their provincial taxes. Areas in extreme difficulties can be exempted for a time from taxes paid in kind. 4. We must improve our work in the areas of culture, education, and health and give special care to disabled servicemen and to the families of revolutionary martyrs and servicemen. In general, people in old base areas have a higher level of political understanding than people elsewhere, hence a greater demand for cultural life. We must encourage the sending of cultural troops and film projection teams to rural areas and mountainous regions. We should make education universal and establish more schools in these areas, primary schools, middle schools that offer intensive courses to workers and peasants, and all types of technical schools, in order to train intellectuals of working class or peasant origin and specialized people of all kinds. To that end, each province should make the necessary appropriations for education and arrangements for teachers. B. There is also a pressing demand for medical and health care in old base areas. Health departments should work with other departments to promote health and prevent epidemics, spread knowledge of hygiene and child care, set up clinics and hospitals and send out medical teams to tour the countryside and give treatment. They should also run courses to train medical personnel and to teach new methods of delivering babies, help doctors of traditional Chinese medicine with their studies, open Chinese medicine stores, and supply the people with sea salt and kelp to prevent goitre, Kaskenbeck's disease, and other diseases. C. In giving special care to disabled servicemen and to families of revolutionary martyrs and servicemen, the first thing we must do is to locate the remains of the martyrs, bury them and record their deeds. There are many dependents of revolutionary martyrs and servicemen in the old base areas, and because they lack manpower they face many difficulties in production and daily life. In the past, the Special Care Regulations 60 have not always been carried out very well. In future, documents on improving work in old base areas 89. They must be strictly enforced. We must give the dependents of revolutionary martyrs and servicemen more help with their farm work and ensure them a living standard no lower than that of the average peasant. Conferences of representatives of such dependents, of disabled servicemen and of model workers responsible for their care should be held regularly at county and district levels. This will provide an opportunity to check that the work is being done properly, to exchange experience in helping out with farm work and to conduct political education. People's conferences at different levels should also include representatives of disabled servicemen and of dependents of martyrs and servicemen. 5. Work in the old base areas is honorable work, and it should be included in any examination of the performance of provincial and prefectural governments responsible for such areas. People's governments at all levels with old base areas under their jurisdiction should make the reconstruction and development of those areas one of their chief concerns in 1952. They should set up special committees and appoint competent cadres to oversee the work in old base areas and speed up fulfillment of the tasks there. Well-prepared conferences of representatives of old base areas should be held, and economic development should be at the top of their agendas. Except in old base areas that were reliberated only recently and where agrarian reform 10 is either just completed or not yet completed, the county, district and township people's conferences should function as people's congresses. District and township people's conferences should be set up as soon as possible in places where they do not yet exist, so that the people in the old base areas, who have rich experience of struggle and good political understanding, can discuss their own affairs, make their own decisions, elect their own administrators and display their initiative, in accordance with the slogan "Carry the Revolutionary tradition forward and gain still greater glory." We must recognize that the recovery of the old base areas will take a long time. All provinces that have such areas under their jurisdiction should draw up practical work plans for them, in accordance with local conditions, and lead the masses in an effort to fulfill those plans by gradual stages. They should give whatever economic assistance is necessary and possible, try to transform the economy of the old base areas in from 3 to 5 years' time and, on the basis of economic development, improve the material and cultural life of the people there. The movement against the three evils, and the national bourgeoisie. January 5, 1952. The movement against the three evils of corruption, waste, and bureaucratism is now in full swing in government offices at all levels, enterprises, educational institutions, mass organizations, the army and political parties. It needs to be further deepened. The three evils, which came into existence several thousand years ago, have deep roots in the Chinese class society. To uproot these long-standing evils, we must mobilize the whole society and especially the industrialists and businessmen, who are prone to corruption and wastefulness. There is a progressive side to the national bourgeoisie in China today. Because for a long time they suffered the oppression of imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism, some among them, at certain times and to a certain degree, participated in or sympathized with the people's struggle for liberation. Since liberation, they have gradually become involved in the construction of People's China and, under the leadership of the state, are playing a positive role. However, there is also a dark and decadent side to the Chinese national bourgeoisie. Economically, they were tied in 101 ways to imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. At the same time, like the bourgeoisie of any other country in the world, the Chinese bourgeoisie are by nature solely concerned with profit, benefit themselves at the expense of others and seize every opportunity to gain advantage by trickery. Therefore, many of them, as we have been told by some industrialists and businessmen themselves in Tianjin, resort to such criminal activities as bribery, cheating, reaping exorbitant profits and tax evasion. They steal estate property, harm. Excerpt from ASPEECH mad E at THE 3/4 ME ting of THEST ending C omit EE of the fur STNATIONALC omit EEOFTHEC hin ESEPE opal SP olidi C alco NS ultati VEC on for ENCE. It WAS publi SHED in PE oplis die on January Y8, 1952. 90. Movement Against the Three Evils 91. The people's interest and corrupt state functionaries in order to pursue their own selfish interests. Unless we check these tendencies and eradicate them, the revolutionary parties and groups, the people's government, the army, and the mass organizations will be increasingly corrupted by the bourgeoisie, and the future will be dreadful to contemplate. It is true that the Chinese national bourgeoisie are part of the people's democratic dictatorship, and the private capitalist sector is one of the 5 sectors of our national economy. 61 But that does not mean that the bourgeoisie and capitalism can develop freely in People's China. The Chinese national bourgeoisie share in the state power of the People's Democratic United Front on the understanding that the state power is based on an alliance of workers and peasants led by the working class and its party, the Communist Party, and that the existence and development of the private capitalist sector are subject to the leadership of the state sector. Therefore, in state affairs as well as in social and economic activities, there are things they can do and things they cannot do, there are areas they are allowed to develop and areas they are not allowed to develop. All private economic undertakings that benefit the national economy and raise people's living standards are allowed to develop, others are not. All economic undertakings that have a major impact on the national economy and the people's living standards should be subjected to unified management by the state. This is provided for in the Common Eye program. Only in this way can the Chinese economy progress from the stage of new democracy to socialism. If private economic undertakings were left to develop unrestricted and unguided, the economy would turn capitalist, not new democratic. And it would not advance to socialism, but would again become a colonial economy or one dependent on imperialism. It must be one way or the other, there is no middle road. In new democratic China, first, we cannot simply take both public and private interests into account. We can do it only on condition that private interests are subordinate to the guidance of the state sector, that is to say, private interests must conform to the highest long-term interests of the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people. Second, we cannot stress mutual benefit to both labor and capital in abstract terms. Rather, it should be stressed with the understand. 92 Zhou Enlai. That the working class is the leading class in the development of production and the achievement of a prosperous economy. Third, production should not be haphazard, rather, it should be subjected to overall planning by the state. Both public and private sectors, city and countryside, central and local enterprises, large and small publicly owned businesses, should be gradually brought under planning. Unplanned production of industry and agriculture will result in oversupply or undersupply, and uncontrolled operation of commerce will destabilize the market and cause price fluctuations. Fourth, we cannot allow industrialists and businessmen to reap exorbitant profits, they can only make legitimate profits within the limits and on the basis of prices set by the state. Fifth, we should not allow such criminal activities as bribery, cheating, tax evasion, theft and the corrupting of cadres to continue to erode the people's power, encroach upon state property and demoralize government functionaries. All violators must be punished, but those who confess their crimes should be treated leniently. The people's government protects and welcomes industrialists and businessmen who support the common program and observe government decrees, but not those who reject guidance and restriction and who want to develop freely, produce whatever and however they please and make inordinate profits. If industrialists and businessmen follow the course charted in the common program, abide by state policies and decrees and accept the guidance of the state sector and the state production plan, they will have a bright future. Not only will they be able at present to develop fully any undertakings that benefit the national economy and help to raise people's living standards, but they will be able to continue doing business in the future. When the whole country advances to socialism, they can also retain their property for their own use. Conversely, if anyone violates the common program and state policies and decrees and resists guidance by the state sector and the state production plan, he is going against the economy of new democracy and will undoubtedly end in failure, because he will be opposed by the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people. Because only the working class, not the bourgeoisie, can provide leadership, the guiding ideology of new democratic China can only be Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, which is the integration of Marxism-Leninism with the revolutionary practice of China, whereas bourgeois ideology has to be repudiated and remolded. Movement against the Three Evils 9-3. Today the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference has adopted the resolution on a study campaign for the ideological transformation of persons in various circles. It has decided to call upon all public figures, and especially upon industrialists and businessmen, to join in the struggle against corruption, waste, and bureaucratism. This is a historic event. We call on persons in industrial and commercial circles to participate in this struggle, to inform on criminals and to confess their own misdeeds. This will not only help consolidate the people's democratic government and establish a new mood in society. It will also help industrialists and businessmen to transform themselves and to advance along with the vast majority of the population. Our foreign policies and our tasks. April 30, 1952. Our foreign policies. Ever SRNCE, the People's Republic of China, was founded in 1949, we have adhered to a foreign policy of peace. This is because we are confident that we will surpass imperialism through peaceful competition. Certainly, in our struggle for peace we should consolidate national defense and increase our economic strength so as to guard against the possibility of a war launched by the imperialists and to dissuade them from any such attempt. But if they start a war nevertheless, we will defeat them. In implementing our general foreign policy of peace, our specific policies are as follows. 1. Making a fresh start. As Comrade Mao Zedong put it, in the spring of 1949, one of our major foreign policies is to make a fresh start. That means that we repudiate the former relations between the Kuomintang government and other countries and establish new ones on a new basis. Foreign envoys to Old China are no longer considered diplomatic representatives but are treated like ordinary foreign residents. In the past, after a revolution, the established foreign relations were sometimes maintained. After HTE Revolution of 1911, for example, the government went along with the old ties in hopes of winning recognition from other countries as soon as possible. But we haven't done that. In the proclamation of the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China, Comrade Mao Zedong announced that we would establish diplomatic relations with foreign countries on the basis of equality, mutual benefit and mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty. The governments of Old China had never established such diplomatic relations in more than a century. After Comrade Mao Zedong's announcement, we transmitted the proclamation to governments of all other countries in the name of the foreign minister, making our position clear to all. To show that we were serious about foreign affairs, we asked for negotiations before establishing official relations with other governments. We want to make sure that they sincerely intend to establish relations with us on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty. As far as members of the peace camp are concerned, the Soviet Union recognized us first, then the other people's democracies followed suit in succession. These countries sincerely wished to establish relations with us on the basis of the principles I have mentioned. That's why we established diplomatic relations with them quite soon. As for the capitalist countries and the former colonial and semi-colonial countries, we cannot dispense with negotiations, because we need to understand whether they accept our principles for establishing foreign relations. We should not only listen to their words but also observe their actions. For instance, If they vote in the United Nations not for New China but for Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary government, we would rather postpone establishing relations with them. On the other hand, if India and Burma really cut off relations with the Kuomintang reactionaries, we can establish relations with them after negotiation. Thanks to the policy of making a fresh start, China is no longer a semi-colonial country and has established independent diplomatic relations with other states. 2. Leaning to Enlai's side. In his article on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, written in June 1949, on the eve of the founding of the People's Republic of China, to commemorate the 28th anniversary of the party, Comrade Mao Zedong put forward the policy of leaning to one side, declaring that China stands on the side of the peace-loving democratic camp headed by the Soviet Union. On July 7 all China's democratic parties and people's organizations published a joint statement endorsing this policy. By taking a clear-cut stand in favor of the camp of peace and democracy, China has dissipated the illusions of the imperialists. If we had not stated our position explicitly, the imperialists would still have indulged the vain hope that they could count on us. For example, that S.Y. Leighton Stewart 62 stayed on in Nanjing after the city was liberated. By declaring our policy of leaning to one side, we have thrown cold water on their heads. 3. CLE honoring up the house before entertaining guests. The imperialists still want to retain some privileges in China in the hope of sneaking back in. A few countries intend to negotiate with us about establishing relations, but we prefer to wait for a time. The remaining imperialist influence in China must be eradicated first, or the imperialists will have room to continue their activities. Although their military forces have been driven out, the economic power they have built up over the past century is still strong, and their cultural influence in particular is deep-rooted. All this will undermine our independence. We should therefore clean up the house before entertaining guests, that is, before establishing diplomatic relations with them. But that doesn't mean we can do the cleaning in a hurry, we should do it step by step. When they invaded Korea, the U.S. imperialists adopted hostile policies towards us and froze our property. That being the case, we froze their assets in China and took over cultural institutions sub sedz by them. It is particularly worth mentioning that in the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, 2-6 we have denounced worship of the U.S. and pro-U.S. sentiment and dispelled fear of the U.S. Were it not for the movement, it would have taken us perhaps dozens of years to do that. 4. Court ESYDE mans reciprocity. As far as capitalist countries are concerned, if they treat us well, we shall treat them well, and if not, not. It is our policy to reciprocate, for it is impolite not to pay a man back in his own coin. We often gain the initiative by striking last, and if anyone plays a trick on us, we shall repay him in kind. We are not afraid if anyone strikes the first blow. If he does, he will immediately find himself in trouble. Since the founding of our People's Republic, we have been in a strong strategic position because we have made a fresh start and cleaned up the house before entertaining guests. In specific matters, however, it is desirable to gain the initiative by striking last. 5. Supplying each OTHERSNEEDS. SINCETHEFOUNDINGOFTHE People's Republic, we have done business with foreign countries in accordance with the principle of equality and mutual benefit. We have put an end to the days when China was merely a market for the 97 consumer goods of foreign merchants. When the U.S. imperialists laid an embargo on us, we resorted to barter as a substitute for purchase with foreign exchange. That's an excellent way for us to get around the U.S. embargo. China mainly exports farm products in return for industrial equipment. Now we have substantially expanded trade with the Soviet Union and the other people's democracies and with capitalist countries. China's volume of export is greater than it was before World War II. Of course it would be good for us to turn the unfavorable balance of trade of the Kuomintang days into a favorable one, but for the time being our goal is simply to strike a balance between import and export. Now we import what we need and export what other countries need, such as eggs and pork. This practice of helping to supply each other's needs is an example of mutual benefit. 6. Uniting with the peoples of all countries. We carry out the policy of leaning to one side in our relations with the Soviet Union and the other people's democracies. Meanwhile, in order to help consolidate and develop the strength of the international forces for peace and to extend the influence of New China, we should unite with and win over the former colonial and semi-colonial states and also the people of capitalist and imperialist countries. These principles constitute the foreign policy of peace to which we adhere. 2. The diplomatic alignment. 1. The kind of diplomatic alignment we should establish. Does diplomacy refer to relations between countries or between peoples? Should we approach states or people? We must unite with the people of all countries, not only fraternal countries but also former colonial and semi-colonial countries and capitalist countries. But the function of diplomacy is to deal with relations between states. Through diplomacy we ultimately gain access to the people, influencing them and winning them over. We should be clear about this dialectical relation. 2. Drawing distinctions between ourselves and our friends and the enemy. In the early days of our People's Republic, we called people's attention to this question. We ourselves and our friends. 98. Are on one side and the enemy is on the other. Let's make a specific analysis. There are two kinds of friendly countries, those that will be friendly more or less constantly and those that are friendly just for the time being. Even these last differ from each other. Some are our friends for a short time, while others remain so for a relatively long period. The crucial point that distinguishes them from each other is their attitude towards war and peace. Although by their nature they belong to the capitalist world, it is likely that they won't join in a war but will observe neutrality. This is what happened when World War II broke out. At that time the Soviet Union persuaded Sweden to remain neutral, 63, which was favorable to the USSR. It would have been more favorable to the Soviet Union and the other European countries if Norway had been persuaded to do the same. The neutrality of capitalist countries would be of advantage to us in a war against the imperialists, so we should on no account be hostile to them and push them into the enemy camp. Rather, we should make friends with them. Of course, their attitude will not be obvious until war breaks out, but we should try to anticipate it and do our best to unite with them. Once war breaks out, it is possible that these countries will remain neutral. There is even a slight possibility that they will come over to the peace camp and oppose the imperialists. That depends on how strong the peace camp grows and how serious the divisions are in the enemy camp. It is also necessary to analyze even the imperialist camp. The countries that follow the US imperialists are, after all, a minority. On the Korean battlefield, 15 countries joined the US aggressors. But if the war had broken out in China, would there have been so many countries fighting against us? It is doubtful. In the final analysis, only a handful of countries will cling to their obstinate antagonism and be ready to fight us on the battlefield. The capitalist countries by no means form a monolithic bloc and we should make distinctions among them. We should wage a resolute struggle against the countries that are most hostile to us. As for the countries that have poor relations with US and have not established diplomatic ties, we should not put them on a par with the US imperialists. There are contradictions between these countries and the United States, and we should try to influence them so that they will not be too hostile. 9. With regard to the European countries that have not established diplomatic relations but are negotiating with us, so long as they don't turn against us, we can go on with the negotiations. As for the European countries that have established diplomatic ties with us, we should treat different ones differently. The Southeast Asian countries that have diplomatic relations with us were previously colonies. Today all that has changed, they have established their own congresses and governments. And since the people have awakened, the imperialists have been obliged to give up their old trick of coping with a colony by delegating their power to the local bourgeoisie. Therefore, it would not be realistic to insist that these countries are still colonies. Even Japan cannot be called a US colony. The chief attacks of the Japanese people are sometimes directed against the US imperialists and sometimes against their own government. Only those countries directly under the rule of imperialists can be called colonies. The countries of Southeast Asia are in contradiction with the imperialists on the issue of war and peace. We should try to win them over so that they will remain neutral in time of war and keep their distance from the imperialists in time of peace. Work with the Islamic countries can be completed gradually, since we have only limited relations with them and a modest degree of influence on them. We should be flexible in our diplomatic work, relying on the progressives, uniting with the middle-of-the-road forces and splitting the diehards. In this way we will open up new prospects for diplomatic work. It is wrong to think that the world is simply divided into two conflicting camps and that there is nothing we can do to improve it. 3. Ideological leadership in our diplomatic work. Our diplomatic work must be performed entirely under the guidance of the proletarian ideology. We can never allow bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideas to exercise a corrosive influence, still less to become predominant. We must be steadfast in our stand and clear in our minds. 100. 1. Adhering to internationalism and opposing narrow nationalism. Everyone knows in theory that this is the correct attitude, but in their practical work people sometimes manifest a nationalism and chauvinism that stem from their pride in the victory of New China. Of course, we shall have national self-confidence, but it is wrong to behave, even unwittingly, in a conceited and arrogant way, that is narrow nationalism. Every nation has its good qualities, which we should respect and learn from. Narrow nationalism must be eliminated in favor of internationalism. 2. Upholding patriotism and opposing globalism. Our patriotism is socialist and people's democratic patriotism, not bourgeois chauvinism. We oppose globalism, which makes people lose national confidence and seek protection from big powers. The United States advocates globalism and leadership by the big powers in the hope of persuading small countries to follow them forever and of keeping them subjugated and exploited. Our internationalism means the independence and equality of all countries. Socialist patriotism is not narrow nationalism, rather, it is patriotism that inspires national confidence but is enlightened by internationalism. Occasionally, some of our comrades deviate from their stand. This is because living in our country, a former semi-colony, they envy the high level of development of capitalist countries so much, without examining their evil aspects, that they come to worship those countries blindly. It is wrong to say either that everything is good in China or that everything is bad. We should incorporate all the best of both Chinese culture and foreign cultures. In the Dagongbao there used to be a column entitled China's Firsts. How could it have been possible to capture so many firsts? Later the column was cancelled. It is true that New China is much better than the old one and that it is our beloved motherland, but we must still learn from foreign countries. 3. Upholding collectivism and opposing individualism. Since diplomats represent the state, they should always bear in mind the collective interest. It would be very dangerous if they proceeded from their personal interests. All of our successes should be attributed to the victory of Mao Zedong thought and to the joint efforts of the people. All honors go to the state. We must never allow personal considerations to intervene in diplomatic work. And we should never feel complacent on hearing praise, because we owe all honor to the people. If we hear complaints, we should examine whether we are Foreign Policy and OUR Tasks 101. Doing anything wrong. We should totally merge the individual with the collective. 4. Maintaining proletarian discipline and opposing liberalism. We emphasize the conscientious observance of discipline in the interest of the party. We cannot permit any liberalism. Irresponsible remarks and acts will cause trouble. Diplomacy deals with relations between states, so in this work we should ask for instructions before making statements and submit reports afterwards. Since we speak on behalf of the state, we must mean what we say. So it's better not to say too much. But does that mean we should keep our mouths shut? No, we can speak of any public pronouncement, achievement, or decision, only keeping silent about things that have not been made public and things in areas that are unfamiliar to us. That is because we are not working within our party but dealing with another state. We can be flexible to some degree, providing we keep to certain principles. We must adapt to changing conditions. And there's nothing wrong with postponing dealing with certain new problems. When we don't have sufficient experience, it's better not to act hastily. 5. Upholding democracy centralism and opposing bureaucratism. Since none of us is experienced in diplomacy, we should cultivate democracy. As the old saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined match Zhou Yang, the mastermind. While it is necessary to solicit everybody's opinion, we should stress centralism. But we must establish democracy in our embassies. Stressing centralism to the neglect of democracy will lead to bureaucratism, while promoting democracy can help us get rid of it. 6. Encouraging the decided party spirit and creating a highly political atmosphere. To create a highly political atmosphere, our comrades must first dedicate themselves to the party, temper themselves ideologically and always act in accordance with principle. Being political involves many areas. It doesn't mean reciting principles as dogma. A person who does that is a pedant at best and a dogmatist at worst. We should investigate and analyze problems, and when talking about everyday life or about literature and art, we should proceed from principles. Thus there will be less concern with trivia and a more political atmosphere. Of course, a political atmosphere doesn't mean that you have to discuss Marxism-Leninism every time you open your mouth. 7. Advocating hard work and plain living and opposing bourgeois extravagancy and waste. Affected by bourgeois values, we are quite 102 Enlai. Wasteful 10 our diplomatic work. It is wrong to try to match the Soviet Union in living standards. Actual why, after the October Revolution the people of the Soviet Union still led thrifty lives? Comrade Mao Zedong disapproves of lavish entertainment, because it is not in keeping with our current economic conditions. We can't match the Soviet standard of living because our level of production is not up to theirs. Problems concerning the Chinese national bourgeoisie. June 19, 1952. Over the past 3 years we have carried out 3 large SCALE movements, the movement to raise US aggression and aid Korea, 2-6 the agrarian reform movement 10 and the movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries. 6-4 as a result, we have by and large eliminated the forces of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism throughout the country. Under the SE circumstances, the Class S true GLE in the country is most clearly manifested in the People's Democratic United Front. Now there is a new problem facing us, that is, how to deal correctly with the national bourgeoisie. One of the characteristics of the Chinese national bourgeoisie is that from the period of new democracy to the period of socialism it is both our friend and a class that will be abolished. We communists must understand this dialectical relation. In his article On the People's Democratic Dictatorship, Comrade Mao Zedong gave a very clear explanation, which combined principle with flexibility. At the beginning of the article, he said that the Communist Party of China would finally abolish its SELF and that all the communist parties in the world would eventually disappear. He also said that although now, in building new democracy, we were cooperating with the bourgeoisie, we would abolish it in the end. Some people believe that the bourgeoisie as a class can enter into the socialist society along with us. That is wrong. Not long ago, Wang Yunzheng 65 published an article in De Gongbao in Shanghai. The whole article was excellent and very moving, except for its last sentence, which was not correct. He wrote, "The 4 friends of our people's democratic political Excerpt from a speech Delhi aired at a national conference of Directors of Departments of United FRONTWORK, held by the Department of Unit Ed Front Work of the Central Committee of the Sihin ESE Commune IST Party. 103. 104. Power will unite more closely and advance triumphantly towards socialism. Chairman Mao deleted the sentence before the article was reprinted in People's Daily. When carrying out ideological education in the party, we should explain clearly that the national bourgeoisie is both our friend and a class that will be abolished. If we stress only one aspect to the neglect of the other, we may cause a misunderstanding that will bring about a left or right deviation. As there are two aspects to the bourgeoisie politically and economically, there are also two aspects to it ideologically. Bourgeois ideology is backward and reactionary as compared with that of the proletariat. However, when the bourgeoisie was opposing feudal forces, particularly in the early stage of capitalism, its ideology played a positive and progressive role. In the period of the European Renaissance, bourgeois ideology was advanced as compared with the feudal ideology of the Dark Ages. In the periods of the American War of Independence, the French Revolution and the American Civil War, it was still advanced in comparison with feudal ideology. Old China was a semi-feudal and semi-colonial country in which bourgeois ideology also played a positive and progressive role when the Chinese people were fighting their three enemies: imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. Nevertheless, the Chinese Revolution failed, it was doomed to failure, under the guidance of bourgeois ideology, because the powerful imperialist and feudal forces and the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang prevented the bourgeoisie from expanding. At different times the bourgeoisie took part in the revolution, withdrew from it to remain neutral or made a compromise with the reactionary forces. The bourgeoisie has repeatedly changed its position. The Chinese bourgeoisie has had a dual character for a long time. When leading the revolution of 1911-66 it compromised with the reactionary forces. As a consequence, the revolution failed, and the bourgeoisie itself was squeezed out of the ruling position. After the revolution of 1911, the bourgeoisie continued to play a positive role for a time, and the capitalist economy expanded. But it was not long before the capitalist economy was suppressed by comprador capitalism and imperialism. Then, the bourgeoisie took part in the Great Revolution, but at the later stage of that revolution it again made a compromise with the reactionary forces, and in the end it was again 1. Pushed out from the ruling position. Afterwards, it participated in the War of Resistance against Japan. During the War of Liberation, the majority of the bourgeoisie remained neutral or sympathetic to the revolution. A few of its members even joined in the struggle against the U.S. imperialists and Chiang Kai-shek. Since the founding of the People's Republic, the bourgeoisie has taken part in construction. So we say that the Chinese bourgeoisie is playing a positive role. It is one of the members of the People's Democratic United Front led by the proletariat, and it is therefore our friend. The people's democracies of Eastern Europe have chosen to advance toward socialism by confiscating the enterprises of the capitalists and abolishing the capitalist class. We will not do it that way in China. The Chinese Revolution took a long time, almost 30 years, from the birth of the Communist Party to its seizure of state power, in which it went through 4 stages. In these 4 stages, the national bourgeoisie sometimes took part in the revolution, sometimes remained neutral and sometimes joined the reactionaries. The period during which it joined the reactionaries was very short, but the period during which it remained neutral or delayed was very long. During all periods there were always a number of members of the bourgeois who joined the revolutionary ranks or sympathy for the revolution. When the revolution succeeded, some of the members of the bourgeois went to Taiwan, but most of them remained behind to take part in the construction of New China. An important reason for this is that they feel they have good prospects for gain, because since the founding of New China, the capitalist sector has expanded and they have made more profits than they did during the last years of the Qing dynasty, in the Northern Warlords period 6 or under the Kuomintang. Under those regimes the strong feudal forces colluded with the comprador class, and the reactionaries relied on the imperialist s. Under those circumstances, the development of the Chinese bourgeoisie was restricted, which it greatly resented. The majority of the bourgeoisie are therefore in favor of the new regime, or at least do not actively oppose it. They attend national or local political consultative conferences, participate in the People's conferences at different levels 22 and become our friends. This is an inevitable outcome of the historical development. China is a vast country with a huge supply of manpower that can quicken the pace of development, but it has a backward economy, so it will take a long time and the concerted efforts of all sectors of society to nationalize industry and collectivize agriculture. To accelerate the growth of our economy, we should bring into play the initiative of the bourgeoisie and allow it to develop economic undertakings that are beneficial to the national economy and will help to raise the people's standard of living. Thus, it is not only politically possible for us to unite with the bourgeoisie but economically necessary. Of course, it is very clear that we are trying to achieve socialism. If we fail to keep this in mind, we will make political mistakes, become assimilated with the bourgeoisie and never reach the goal for which we are striving. It would be very dangerous to lose sight of our goal, to depart from the proletarian stand and be confused in our ideology. If we communists do not recognize this danger, if we fail to understand problems and implement policies and tactics in accordance with basic principles, and if we fail to make friends with the bourgeois by suitable means so as to develop the economy of new democracy, it will be very difficult to unite with them and remold them. Only if we keep clearly in mind that we are striving for socialism can we deal appropriately with the bourgeoisie. This is a very important domestic issue at present. In the countryside, now that the feudal system has been eliminated, the principal contradiction becomes the one between the peasant masses and the capitalist forces. In the cities, now that the Kuomintang has been overthrown, the reactionaries have been eliminated and the imperialist forces have been driven out, the principal contradiction becomes the one between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This is a Marxist analysis. When we were fighting the three formidable enemies, it was right to say that the national bourgeoisie and the upper petty bourgeoisie were an intermediate force, but we can't say that now. In our part why we must explain clearly the two opposing sides that exist in the countryside and in the cities. If we only mention one aspect of our relations with the bourgeois, we won't give the complete picture. If we just stress making friends with them, the movement to combat the five evils 6-7 will fizzle out, they will again become serious and we will again have to struggle against them. On the other hand, if we only emphasize class conflict, ideological contradiction, antithesis, and the need to restrict the bourgeoisie or overthrow them immediately, left deviation may result. We should therefore stress both aspects of our relations with them. Our present policy is to oppose the five evils perpetrated by the bourgeois and at the same time to unite with them and remold them. Our purpose is to change our society peacefully into a socialist one and to create conditions for abolishing the bourgeoisie in the future. This is very dialectical. The comrades who are engaged in united front work must have a firm grasp of these principles and policies. This is a matter of ideology and understanding. Unless we clearly understand our policy with regard to the bourgeoisie, we are liable to make two mistakes in our work. One mistake would be to regard our ultimate goal as the task we must achieve today. That sort of impatience would cause us to overstep the bounds of the present stage and would lead to left adventurism. The other mistake would be to lose sight of our goal and principles and to concentrate blindly on immediate interests only. Then we would be assimilated by the bourgeois, or commit right opportunist errors when they shoot at us with sugar-coated bullets. We must avoid these two mistakes. In the movement against the five evils, some comrades have wavered on the question of the dual character of the bourgeoisie. That is dangerous. I have just analyzed that dual character and described its historical roots. In the speech I made on January 5, which has been published in summary form in P. E. Opal's Daily, 68. There is a passage about the self-remolding of the members of the bourgeois that is related to this question. We have to point out not only the dual character of the bourgeoisie but also its intrinsic nature. The intrinsic nature of the bourgeoisie is to seek nothing but profits, in other words, to exploit workers in order to extort surplus value. Looking at this nature from the socialist point of view, we should obviously reject it. Particularly in the movements against the three evils 69 and the five evils, we must expose it clearly. Unless we expose the nature of the bourgeoisie and its dual character, we will take a wrong direction in united front work. It is the decadent and negative aspect of the bourgeoisie that we oppose. If the five evils are not eradicated, that aspect will not only expand within the bourgeoisie but invade the state functionaries and the Communist Party, corrode the entire society and poison the People's Democratic United Front and the People's Democratic Power. The five evils were specifically selected by Comrade Mao Zedong when he proposed a movement to combat economic crime. It would be to our disadvantage to include too many bad practices. 10.8. Among the targets of the movement. Take the restrictions to be imposed on the bourgeoisie for example. On the one hand, according to the principles of new democracy, there should not be a free capitalist sector, rather, capital should be regulated. Both public and private interests should be taken into consideration, but only under the leadership of the state, and both labor and capital should benefit, but only under the leadership of the working class. Production should be planned and guided and not be allowed to develop haphazardly. A limit should be set for legitimate profits, and no one should be permitted to exceed it. These principles must be adhered to. But what are legitimate profits? And what are exorbitant profits? These terms will gradually be defined after we have reorganized the economy and developed industry and commerce. At the preparatory conference of the Federation of Industry and Commerce, Comrade Chen Yun 70 may give a rough idea about the limit set for legitimate profits, but it will not be final. The limit will be determined after we have gained some experience. Since it has not yet been fixed, we can't define exorbitant profits. That's why we do not include the making of exorbitant profits among the targets of the movement against the five evils. If we did, it would create chaos in the economy. And that's why although we disapprove of the attempt to make such profits, we do not define it as an evil in this movement. If we did that, we would have to be very severe when it came to squaring accounts with the bourgeoisie. Another example is the sale of houses. The government needed many houses, so we tried to persuade people to sell their houses to us. Being reluctant to sell, they forced up the price. As a result, we had to pay them a great deal of money. Now that the movement against the five evils has been launched, should we settle accounts with them for having made exorbitant profits in this way? No, we can't do that, because at present we adopt a policy of free trade, and we can't force them to do business with us. After all, it is we who asked them to sell their houses, and it is we who decided to buy them at a high price. The problem of high interest rates on bank loans and low profits in industry also shows that our economy remains in disorder and needs to be reorganized. We shall work out a limit for profits, in order to lower interest rates and gradually increase industrial profits. But it will take some time to bring about these changes. There is a positive, progressive side to the bourgeoisie, and we should make full use of it. With regard to the economy, our state. Problems concerning the national bourgeoisie 109. Sector cannot completely replace the capitalist sector yet. When China industrializes and the state sector of the economy replaces the capitalist sector, there will be less private business. The extent of private business at present shows that the state sector accounts for only a small part of the national economy and that it cannot replace the private sector. So it is essential for us to take advantage of the positive factors in the private sector. When playing its role in developing the economy, however, the bourgeoisie must act in accordance with the common program, in other words, it should abide by the principles of new democracy. But the bourgeoisie is by its very nature unwilling to do that. As soon as it reaches a certain stage of growth, it will break away from new democracy and demand the right to develop freely in pursuit of profits. Actually, no bourgeois will follow our rules docilely and do whatever we want him to do. It is the nature of the bourgeoisie to secure its own benefit at the expense of others, to seek nothing but profit and to seize every opportunity to gain advantage by trickery. That is the direction in which it will develop. And that is why we must wage a long-term struggle against it. That struggle means remolding the members of the bourgeois, and its purpose is to eliminate the 5 evils. Comrade Mao Zedong said that if these crimes appeared again, we would eliminate them again by waging a long-term struggle to remold the members of the bourgeois. That is just what we are doing. The reason we are able to stress remolding now is that today we are supported by the people's democratic power, which is led by the Communist Party and based on the broad alliance of workers and peasants. The bourgeois are few in number. In cities, all the industrialists and businessmen, plus their family members, number only a little more than 2 million. Besides, changes have been taking place in bourgeois families. Many members of them have joined the Communist Party or the Youth League. There are a number of self-employed businessmen among the 500,000 people engaged in industry and commerce. If we can remold the landlords, why can't we remold the bourgeois? Furthermore, the bourgeois have joined us in building the country, while the feudal landlords, with the exception of some enlightened gentry, have not done so. Some foreign friends shook their heads when they heard we were trying to remold landlords. Could landlords be remolded? This doubt was reasonable. The feudal lords in their countries were different from the landlords in China, because most of them were 110. Great aristocrats and great feudal landholders. And because there were only a few of them, they could be driven out of their own countries. But in China there are nearly 10 million landlords, so many that they equal the population of a medium-sized country, and they are scattered everywhere. Where could we drive them? So all we can do is remold them. But is it possible for us to do that? The peasants make up over 90% of the rural population. If the rural population is 400 million, then the number of peasants is more than 360 million, that is, they constitute the overwhelming majority. Moreover, the peasants have been educated politically through the long years of revolution. With such a strong base, why can't we supervise and remold the landlords? The landlord class was a target of the revolution, and we waged a life and death struggle against it for nearly 30 years. As for the bourgeois, generally speaking, they remained neutral in the Chinese Revolution. Some of them were in sympathy with the revolution, and some even joined our ranks. As the capitalist sector is one of the 5 sectors 61 of the national economy of New China, the capitalists can still make profits. Furthermore, we are in power, we have an army, courts and the strong proletariat as the leading force, so if we can remold the landlords, why can't we remold the bourgeois? Of course, during the remolding, a few of them will turn into reactionaries or even collude with enemies abroad in an attempt at counter-revolution. We can definitely say, however, that those people are only a handful. If we do a good job, the majority of the bourgeois will follow us even if world war breaks out, or at worst they will vacillate or simply stand aside and await the outcome. Of course, there will be a few people who make little or no progress in the remolding. This means that we will have to intensify our efforts to educate them. What kind of people should the members of the bourgeois be remolded into? The kind of people who will act according to the common program and thus meet the needs of the economy, politics, and culture of new democracy. The economic aspect of the remolding process is that we shall restrict the growth of their economy, while allowing them to develop it to a certain extent and to make profits. The political aspect is that we shall draw their representatives into the government and seek to influence them, and the cultural aspect is that we shall educate them ideologically and try to gradually change their thinking and that of their family members. If we do 111. This successfully, they will be led to the course charted by the common program. We should show them that their own future is bright. And we should also tell them about the prospect of socialism. The reason there is no mention of that prospect in the common program is that when the document was drawn up, New China had only just been founded. If we had spoken of a socialist future, they would have accepted it, but we would have felt we were forcing them to do so. We therefore decided to wait and not to mention socialism in the common program. However, socialism is our definite goal. We should explain to them that when we reach that goal, they, as individual persons, will find their own bright future, but the class they belong to will no longer exist. In the speech I made on January 5, taking up an idea expressed by Comrade Liu Shaokai last year, I said that after remolding, every one of them could look forward to a fine future and they would all be allowed to retain their means of livelihood. Some people say that in that case, the capitalists will use all their money for consumption instead of investing it in undertakings. That's a one-sided way of looking at things. If they know that tomorrow there will be a good place for them in the socialist society, they will work hard at their bulletins today and develop managerial skills, which will also be useful in the socialist society of tomorrow. In short, it is possible to remold the bourgeois. As I have said, the ideological essence of the bourgeois is to seek nothing but profit, to seize every chance to gain advantage by trickery and to secure their own benefit at the expense of others. This is bad, of course. However, a certain portion of the profits they have made will go to the state. In the speech he will deliver at the National Conference of the Federation of Industry and Commerce, Mr. Huang Yanpi 7 May 1 Pa SS on some words said to him by Comrade Mao Zedong. At a party meeting, Comrade Mao described our policy on the distribution of profits as giving each of the 4 horses a share of the fodder. He meant that the profits should be divided into 4 parts. The first part would go to the state in the form of taxes, the second part would go to the workers as welfare funds, the third part would be set aside as an accumulation fund to be used for production, and the last part would be the net profit of the individual capitalist. Actually, the capitalist would get more than that, the profit derived from the accumulation fund through future reproduction would also be divided into 4 parts. 1/12. Of which the capitalist would again get 1. If the capitalists obtain profits in this manner, those profits are legitimate. We should encourage them to make profits this way. Of course, it would be false to say that the bourgeois are striving for lofty aims. After they have been remolded, many bourgeois can move towards socialism. Nevertheless, for the time being, they are still seeking profits. Otherwise, they would not be capitalists. Legitimate profits should be recognized, and capitalists should be encouraged to obtain them. In the past we haven't made our policy on this matter clear. Huang Yanpi was very happy when Comrade Mao explained it to him. We should explain it to all the bourgeois. I have read a speech by one comrade who seems to think that when you do united front work with the bourgeois you should be diplomatic, just going through the motions and making empty talk. That's wrong. Did Comrade Mao Zedong invite Huang Yanpi to chat with him just because he had too much time on his hands? Everybody knows that Comrade Mao is busy all the time. So when he invites someone to talk with him, he certainly has some purpose in mind. After he was received by Comrade Mao, Huang Yanpi wrote to other bourgeois, first of all, to some in Shanghai, to relay Comrade Mao's directives in his own words. Wasn't that a good thing for us? Of course, we have to maintain contact with the members of the bourgeoisie sometimes. But when we engage in social activities with them, we should be guided by certain principles and policies and have certain purposes. Otherwise, it is wrong just to attend a dinner or a dance with them, lumping ourselves together with them. Activities that give us an opportunity to be together with the bourgeois and unite with them are necessary, because through the persons we meet in this way, we can impart the party's policies to the people they represent. Some people don't understand why we say that Huang Yanpi is a progressive member of the bourgeoisie. The reason is that he has established friendly relations with others of his class. He can tell us what is on their minds and let them know our views. Of course, there might be something missing when he reports our words. But that is only natural, because he is not a communist. At meetings of our government administration council there are representatives of the bourgeoisie who often make known what they are thinking about. When they speak their minds openly, we criticize the points we think are wrong, and they listen to our views and accept them. 113. So they are progressive people. Why is an administration council meeting held every week? Is it because I have nothing to do and want to pass the time by holding meetings? No. These meetings are useful, because they are different from party meetings. At our own meetings, people's opinions about certain problems are almost the same, and after someone makes a speech, there are only a few words to be added. At a council meeting, however, many different opinions, both correct and incorrect, are expressed by the representatives of the bourgeoisie or the enlightened gentry or the petty bourgeoisie. It is good for us to listen to these opinions because they can be illuminating. That's why Comrade Mao Zedong often says, listen to both sides and you will be enlightened, heed only one and you will be benighted. 72. Administering a country as huge as ours, we must pay attention to all kinds of opinions. As communists, we must make clear which views are correct and which are wrong. Listening to other people and evaluating what they say is an opportunity for us to test ourselves, to educate ourselves and to learn. So it is wrong not to take the bourgeois seriously. Some comrades are reluctant to meet non-party people. As Comrade Mao Zedong says, they are a little shy. That is not good. Since we always work with our own comrades, what we say is almost the same as what we hear. So we are a little out of touch with matters outside the party. When we have contact with non-party people, we can hear different opinions from all sectors of society. Of course, that presents us with a test. If we fail to take a firm stand or are confused in ideology and think whatever they say is right, we will be influenced by the bourgeois and why even succumb to their sugar-coated bullets. In doing united front work we must learn, test ourselves and develop party policies. All this can help us to make progress. We can't say, of course, that we will make no mistakes in our work, but we needn't be afraid of making mistakes. We should learn from experience. Since our policy toward the members of the bourgeoisie is to unite with them and remold them, we hold be firm, careful and responsible about our work instead of being timid, slipshod, and perfunctory. The general line. For the transition period. September 8, 1953. Today I shall take up the question of the Trans-1T1 on from New Democracy to Socialism under the heading of the GE narrow line for the transition period. This question one's not new. Already at the time of the founding of the People's Republic of China we made it clear that there would be a transition from new democracy to socialism. The common program did not include a description of the socialist future because it would have been premature to do so then. By premature I don't mean that the leaders lacked a proper understanding of that future but that it had not yet been explained to the people. Now I want to take up this question of the transition and try to clarify it. Recently, at the Central Committee meeting and at the National Conference on Financial and Economic Work, Chairman Mao talked about the general line for the transition period. He said, the time between the founding of the People's Republic of China and the basic completion of socialist transformation is a period of transition. The party's general line, or general task, for the transition period is basically to accomplish the country's industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce over a fairly SPECHDE LEVERED at THE 49th MEE Ting OFTHE Standen GC omit EEOFTHE for STNATIONAL commit EE of the CHIN SAPE OPLI SP Olitic ALC on S ULTAD IVE co NFARENCE 114 115 Long period of time. TH's general line should be the beacon illuminating all our work, and whenever we deviate from the line, we shall make right or left mistakes. 73 In the transition period, the country's industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce will be accomplished only basically, not completely. When they are basically accomplished, we may consider that the transition period is over. As for a fairly long period of time, it is impossible to say exactly how many years this will cover. Chairman Mao has said that several 5-year plans would be required. The length of the transition period will depend on how rapidly the country's industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce can be basically accomplished. That in turn will be determined by our own efforts. If we deviate from the general line, we are bound to make major mistakes. Minor errors or defects in our work are unavoidable. However, if major mistakes are made because of a deviation from the general line, great danger lies ahead, the danger that we may strike out on a different road, the capitalist road. Such mistakes should not be made and they will not be tolerated. Now I should like to take up 2 questions. First, what is socialism? The quintessence of socialism is the completion of the socialist transformation. In other words, the ownership of the means of production by private capital has been abolished in favor of state ownership and agriculture and handicrafts have been collectivized. The accomplishment of this task calls for a fairly long period of transition. In a people's democracy like ours and under our social system, it is impossible that there will come a day when the state declares that all the means of production now belong to the state, and that until that day arrives, everything will stay as it is without change. After the October Revolution, the Soviet Union declared that the state would take over all enterprises employing more than a certain number of workers, and a few years after the end of World War II, the people's democracies in Eastern Europe also declared that factories with more than a few dozen workers were to be nationalized. In view of present international conditions, and particularly in view of domestic conditions, the alliance of the different classes and the level of economic development, we are not taking that drastic AP 116 approach. Instead of abrupt change, we envisage gradual transition. Although the changeover from new democracy to socialism is in itself a revolution, we can accomplish it by gradual and peaceful transition, instead of announcing all of a sudden one morning that socialism is to be established. In the transition period, efforts shall be made to increase the weight of the socialist sector from day to day. I once told Mr. Shengpai 74 that in future, classes would be eliminated and individuals would be happy. This means gradual transition, so that when conditions are ripe, the change will come about naturally. Of course, the transition will not be easy, but we should take into account the favorable conditions. We affirm first of all that the state sector of the economy, which is socialist in nature, is the leading sector and that all other sectors are subject to its leadership. This is stipulated in the common program. The state, capitalist sector is one in which the state and private capital cooperate, with the former occupying the leading position. In the transition period, all sectors of the economy should be brought into line with the overall state plan. This is also stipulated in the common program, in Article 33. Of course, it's not easy to do. For instance, it is a difficult task just to bring the state sector of the economy into line with the plan. Our FIRST 5-year plan has not been finalized yet. All we can do is to make plans and try to carry them out, revising them as we go along. It is even harder to bring the private capitalist sector and the individual economy into line with the plan. Bringing the various sectors of the economy gradually into line with the state plan under the leadership of the state sector will therefore be quite a long process. Second, why is the question of the transition period being raised now? Some people say it is because of the armistice in Korea. 26 There is a grain of truth in that. If the Korean War were still raging, we could not be certain there will be no increase in military spending. Although the Korean issue has not yet been completely resolved, the fighting has ceased. In guiding our work, Chairman Mao follows this principle. As soon as one task is accomplished, another shall be put forward to prevent slackening of effort. Now is the time for us to put forward our new task. From this point of view, citing the factor of the Korean armistice is partially justified, but it does not jive the complete picture. This question is being raised also because of the current situation at home and abroad. 117. Internationally, in the 36 years since the birth of the New World following the October Revolution, the camp of peace and democracy has been consolidated and expanded, and the Old World, despite all its clamoring for more armaments and war preparations, has been beset with difficulties. In appearance, the chief contradictions are between the two camps, but in fact they are within the Old World itself. These include the contradictions between peace and war and between democracy and anti-democracy. The contradictions of the Old World, whether in the East or West, are increasing day by day. By their victory in the Korean War, the Chinese and Korean people succeeded in postponing a world war that the United States attempted to unleash. This has helped to aggravate the internal contradictions of the capitalist camp, to consolidate and expand the camp of peace and democracy, and to strengthen the national and democratic movements in the capitalist world and the peace and democratic movements of people everywhere. It has also provided more favorable conditions for the building of our own country. Domestically, in the space of 4 years since the founding of the People's Republic, the People's democratic dictatorship has been increasingly consolidated, our national defense has become stronger and social reforms of many kinds have been basically completed. In particular, in these 4 years a basic turn for the better has been achieved in the financial and economic situation, the proportion of the socialist sector has increased from day to day, the leading position of the state sector in the economy has steadily grown stronger and the initiative of the people has been brought into fuller play. As for industrial production, if we let total output value in 1949 equal 100, output in 1952 increased to 245. It will be 304 or more this year, if our plan can be fulfilled or overfulfilled. As for agricultural production, again letting total output value in 1949 equal 100, output in 1952 increased to 148. It is now clear that in view of the severe cold last winter and the frost and pests this year, together with droughts in the south and floods in the north, the increase of 6% planned for this year cannot possibly be achieved. It is estimated that agricultural production will stay at the same level as last year or be slightly lower, although it may turn out to be slightly higher. Now I'd like to talk about the proportion of industry and agriculture. 118. Tour in the national economy. The breakdown for 1949 and 1952 was as follows. Machine building industry. Workshop handicraft industry. Individual hand-sai rafts. Agriculture and sideline production. 1949. 17.4%. 7%. 6.8%. 68.8%. 1952. 27.8%. 6%. 6%. 60%. These figures show that the proportion of industry in the economy has considerably increased, and it will continue to grow this year. Now for the ratio of the public sector to the private sector in industry and commerce. In industry, including both modern industry and workshop handicraft industry but excluding individual handicrafts, the breakdown of the various sectors was as follows. 1949, 1952 state 33.9% 50%. Private 62.7% 42%. Joint state PRI-VAT 2.4% 5%. Cooperative 1% 2.6%. In relative terms these figures show a rise in the proportion of the state sector and a fall in the proportion of the private sector, but in absolute terms both sectors registered growth. In commerce, in terms of total volume of commodity flow, the state sector already accounted for 50% in 1952 and the percentage will continue to grow this year. In terms of retail volume, the state sector and the cooperative sector together accounted for 32%. In short, both the international situation and the domestic situation are favorable for the LNG of a 5-year plan for economic development now. It is also appropriate that the question of the transition period is being raised. However, it must be admitted that there are still difficulties. China is still an agricultural country with a poor economic legacy and uneven development, and what industry we have is mostly concentrated in the coastal areas. Our educational sector is underdeveloped and our science and technology remain at a very low level. For example, we have few geologists, we cannot design large factories by ourselves, and the illiteracy rate is quite high. THIS backwardness may pose difficulties for economic development. As we still have 5 different types of economy existing side by side. 61 It is an extremely complex job to ensure their proportionate development and to bring about their socialist transformation under the present circumstances. If we do not take those difficulties into account, we may try to plunge ahead too fast. On the other hand, if we do not take the favorable conditions into account, we may be too conservative. The cooperative transformation of agriculture and handicrafts and the transformation of private industry and commerce are a big job. Chairman Mao has said that the transformation of private industry and commerce is relatively easy, so long as the issues involved are properly handled, but that agriculture and handicrafts present greater problems. These sectors of the economy will have to take different forms and be transformed at different speeds. Agriculture and handicrafts will become cooperative, and private industry and commerce will take the form of state capitalism. Now that we have charted the socialist road for China, we should feel confident we can accomplish this important task of transformation by our own strength. 2. Under the guidance of the general line, we should outline the basic tasks of the first 5-year plan for economic development. The basic tasks of the first 5-year plan are the following: first of all, to concentrate on developing heavy industry, so as to lay the foundation for the industrialization of our country and the modernization of our national defense, to train technical personnel, develop transportation, light industry, and agriculture and expand commerce, to promote the cooperative transformation of agriculture and handicrafts and the socialist transformation of private industry and commerce, and to enable individual farming, handicrafts and private industry and commerce to play their part in the economy. We must do all these things if we are to ensure a steady increase in the proportion of the socialist sector of the national economy and a gradual improvement in the material and cultural lives of the people on the basis of increased production. Heavy industry is the basis for the industrialization of a country. Although we have some heavy industry, it is far from adequate as the basis for industrialization. We therefore have no choice but to concentrate on developing it. When the Soviets embarked on their first 5-year plan for construction, their heavy industry provided a stronger foundation than ours, yet they still concentrated on developing it. There is all the more reason for us to do so. The development of the defense industry is predicated on heavy industry. We cannot yet manufacture tanks, aircraft, trucks, tractors, or advanced guns. When the Soviets started their planned construction in 1928, many capitalist countries sold them machinery, and the international situation was not so tense as it became some years later when Hitler had come to power. They could therefore go about construction in a normal way. But we are in a different situation now, and it is all the more necessary for us to speed up the development of heavy industry so as to strengthen national defense. When we say we shall concentrate on this task, of course we don't mean that we are going to rush things through. The training of technical personnel is the key to building our country. We don't have nearly enough technicians, and it is therefore very important to train more of them. We should use various means to do this. In addition to vocational schools, factories shall undertake the training of technical workers, and cadres should be encouraged to acquire professional knowledge and skills. Transportation is the precondition for economic development. Unless the transport sector is developed, it will be impossible to make big strides in industrial expansion. The most urgent thing right now is to have the Southwest, the Northwest, and North China connected by rail. Light industry should be developed to meet the needs of the people. The purchasing power of the people is now rising, and the population is growing very fast, by 10 million every year. We should try to gradually satisfy their needs. The development of LGHT industry also helps the state to accumulate funds. Naturally, it has to be carried out step by step and according to a plan that sets well-defined priorities and focuses on much-needed products such as cotton yarn and cloth. If we pay attention only to heavy industry to the neglect of light industry, we are bound to make mistakes. Agriculture must be developed, or there will be no increase in grain production. For a fairly long time to come we shall feel the pinch of a grain shortage. Not the same kind of shortage known in the past, but a shortage arising from the steady improvement of the living standards of the people. Agriculture has long since reached the general line for THIRD-WORLDISM period 12-1. Pre-war peak level, but if we want the standard of living to continue rising, we must pay constant attention to the grain supply and not tolerate any neglect of it. The state must continue to tighten its control over grain. In developing agriculture we should seek to advance not too rapidly but steadily, because arable land is limited and reclamation takes quite some time. Agricultural development has to keep up with industrial development, and first of all per unit yield must be raised on the basis of what has already been achieved. Our peasants are highly skilled at hand labor, and this is an asset. In the period of the first 5-year plan we cannot yet make tractors by ourselves. When the time comes for us to use them we shall have to take into account the conditions of the different regions. For instance, tractors may not be good for hilly land. Right now we don't have to worry about the problem of surplus labor after the introduction of tractors. Grain is needed by various sectors. The agricultural population needs grain, and as more and more industrial and mining areas and cash crop regions emerge, the need will increase. Besides, we must provide for natural disasters and must export a certain amount of grain in order to balance foreign trade. Commerce must be expanded, or else again mistakes will be made. The cooperative transformation of agriculture and handicrafts and the socialist transformation of private industry and commerce must be carried out step by step. In short, to ensure victory in our planned development, we must promote advances in all fields of endeavor in a well-coordinated way. 3. About socialist transformation and state capitalism. In the transition period socialist transformation must be carried out in agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce. During this period there will not be a complete transformation but rather a gradual transition. Complete transformation means that private ownership of the means of production has been abolished and replaced by state ownership or collective ownership. In the transition period, however, limitations are imposed on private ownership of the means of production, so that the system becomes one of modified private. 122 Zhou Enlai. Ownership. Such limitations are prescribed 10. The Common Program. Dr. Sun Yat-sen advocated the regulation of capital, which means regulating private capitalism so that it cannot grow unchecked. The capitalist economy places profit-making above everything else. In China, there is also a dark side to private capitalism, the 5 evils. 67. For example, we must combat its dark side. Private capitalist ownership of the means of production must be restricted, but this does not mean that it is abolished or that profits are eliminated. As far as income distribution is concerned, it is a case of giving each of the 4 horses a share of the fodder. 75. With the capitalists entitled to their portion of the profit. The situation is quite similar in agriculture. In agricultural producers cooperatives. 76. Land is pooled and each owner has a share and receives dividends. However, public reserve funds must be collected, so this too is a system of modified private ownership. The same can be said of handicraft cooperatives. In all these cases the transformation is not complete, the purpose is to gradually guide each sector onto the road of socialism under the general line. This gradual transformation must be well planned and properly led, so that when conditions are ripe success will be assured. Chairman Mao says, the transformation of capitalism into socialism is to be accomplished through state capitalism. 77 State capitalism is dealt with in Article 31 of the Common Program. In the past 3 years we have done some work in this connection but not enough, because we were occupied with the three great movements, 78 the movement against the three evils, 69 the movement against the five evils, 67 and the movement for ideological remolding. 79 It was essential for us to occupy ourselves with other fields of work in order to lay the foundation for socialist transformation. Our past experience has already shown that it is a sound policy to use state capitalism as a means to accomplish the socialist transformation of private industry and commerce. Now that a period of planned development has begun, the policy must be clearly understood and concretely applied. In particular, people in positions of leadership in the central and local government and in the various parties and people's organizations should have a clear understanding of the policy, recognizing that state capitalism is the only road for the transformation of capitalist industry and commerce and for the gradual transition to socialism. So far, this has not been the case either for members of the Communist Party or for eminent democratic figures. At the recent Conference on Financial and Economic Work this 123 question was dealt with at some length, and it will now be discussed by the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and the Government Council. It must be made clear first of all to leading public figures and, within the party, to leading organizations at all levels. There's no hurry about conducting extensive propaganda in society at large, because phrases like socialist transformation and gradual transition to socialism, if not properly explained, may easily be misinterpreted to mean instant implementation of socialism. We should make steady progress in our work and try not to be too hasty. Chairman Mao says that while we must not simply stand still and leave the socialist transformation to the indefinite future, we must not rush things through either. Now about forms of state capitalism. In industry the advanced form is joint state-private ownership. That is to say, the state holds shares in enterprises, which are jointly managed by the state and by private capital. State ownership occupies the leading position, while private ownership is acknowledged but already restricted. The intermediate form of state capitalism is one in which the state places orders with private enterprises to process materials or manufacture goods. In other words, the state supplies the raw materials and purchases the products, while private enterprises undertake the production. Private ownership is also restricted here, because private enterprises cannot purchase raw materials or sell their products in the free market. In the elementary form, private enterprises generally buy the raw materials and undertake production, while the state purchases the greater part of their products, leaving a small portion for them to sell. Right now there are these three forms of state capitalism, and there may be others in future. Is there state capitalism in commerce? Chairman Mao says that private commerce cannot simply be dismissed by replacing it or excluding it. That part of private commerce which involves speculation and profiteering and is detrimental to the national economy and the people's standard of living should of course be excluded. But we still maintain that state capitalism can also be applied to commerce. Privately owned business firms that are truly of vital importance to the national economy and the people's standard of living can be turned into firms under joint state-private ownership. The rational elements in their operation and management can be turned to good account and the irrational ones restructured so that the firms serve the interests of the state. Moreover, privately owned commercial for Zhou Enlai 1. Undertakings can do wholesale selling in place of the state, in accordance with state fixed prices, or act as its purchasing and marketing agents. There are a vast number of privately owned commercial undertakings, several million of them, ranging from large corporations to street vendors, and we must lead them forward. As to the specific form of their transformation, here our experience is limited and further study is needed. We shall try to bring the country's private industry and commerce onto the path of state capitalism. Chairman Mao says it will take at least 3 to 5 years to do that. 77 But this planned change is not yet the complete transformation. This gradual approach should cause no alarm or uneasiness among leading public figures. Currently the proportion of private industry and commerce in the economy is quite large. In industry the private sector accounts for 42% and in retail trade for 68%. Workers and shop assistants employed in private industry and commerce total roughly 3.8 million as against the 4.2 million employed in state-owned factories and state commerce. The private industry and commerce are a great asset to the state and still play a large part in the national economy and help to raise the people's living standards. In Chairman Mao's words, not only do they provide the state with goods, but they can also accumulate capital and train cadres for the state. 77 We should therefore recognize their importance, give them leadership and take them into account as we proceed with construction. There are two phenomena that deserve our attention. One is that some industrialists and businessmen still keep the state at arm's length and have not changed their profit before everything mentality. The new democratic economy does not permit people to seek profit above all else, and that tendency must be restricted. The other is that some workers don't see this problem in the right perspective. They are advancing too fast and won't allow the capitalists to make any profit at all. That's not good. Chairman Mao has said, we should try to educate these workers and capitalists and help them gradually to adapt themselves to our state policy. 77 We should help them understand that if the capitalists act in accordance with state policy, private industry and commerce serve mainly to develop the economy and raise the people's standard of living, only partly to earn profits for the capitalists, and that they thus take the form of state capitalism. As for the distribution of profits, Chairman 125. Mao recently discussed the question with comrades doing trade union work and comrades working in major cities. A rational division of profits would be 34.5% for the income tax, 15% for the workers' welfare fund, 30% for the accumulation fund and 20.5% for the capitalists. Or the capitalists' share might be larger, 25% or say, would be more appropriate. Although we talk about giving each of the 4 horses a share of the fodder, there are actually only 3 horses, because the accumulation fund is used for the benefit of the state, the workers, and the capitalists. Whether or not we have a system of state capitalism, this sort distribution means that private industry and commerce serve mainly to develop the economy and raise the standard of living and only partly to earn profits for the capitalists. Of course, if we adopt the form of state capitalism, it will be possible to make this principle of distribution work even better. State capitalism, as we envisage it, is different both from private capitalism of the general type and from state capitalism in imperialist countries. It is state capitalism of the Chinese type. Both workers and capitalists should be educated. At the 7th National Congress of Trade Unions 80 held in May this year, Comrade Liu Shaokai made a speech, and the questions of state capitalism and workers' jobs in capitalist industry and commerce were discussed. We have invited industrialists and businessmen from various places to the present meeting in order to enable them to understand these questions. We should cultivate key persons in the democratic classes, the democratic parties and people's organizations, so that they will unite with others in the struggle for socialist transformation through state capitalism. Chairman Mao has said, it is necessary to go on educating the capitalists in patriotism, and to this end we should systematically cultivate a number of them who have a broader vision and are ready to lean towards the Communist Party and the People's Government, so that most of the other capitalists may be convinced through them. 77 Most of the capitalists are receptive to socialist transformation, but some will resist it. This must be taken into account. As Chairman Mao says, Not only must the implementation of state capitalism be based on what is necessary and feasible, but it must also be voluntary on the part of the capitalists. 77. A line must be drawn between coercion and voluntariness. With the reactionary classes we must use coercion, but within the democratic 126 classes, the principle of voluntariness must be observed, because with them the implementation of state capitalism is a cooperative undertaking and cooperation admits of no coercion. Of course, we shall bring about a situation favorable to its implementation and make the best use of it. In terms of labor productivity, state-owned enterprises are now the best, enterprises under joint state-private ownership are second best, and trailing behind them are private enterprises that take orders from the state to process materials and manufacture goods. This shows the superiority of state-owned industry. On the other hand, we should make it possible for private enterprises to make a profit and for the capitalists to use their earnings at their own discretion. In the words of Chairman Mao, considerable progress has been made in the last few years by the various nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, and people's organizations, and still greater progress will, in my opinion, be made in the next 3 to 5 years. So it is possible basically to accomplish the task of leading private industry and commerce onto the path of state capitalism in 3 to 5 years. 77. The Conference on Financial and Economic work went on for 2 whole months. Some people are asking what it was all about. Will there be a lesser movement against the 5 evils? Chairman Mao has said that there will be no such movement. It is not necessary to launch one now. In Shanghai 160,000 cases of tax evasion have been uncovered, but most of them are medium or minor ones. These cases of tax evasion vary in seriousness, and there are also defects in our tax system. These things have to be addressed and rectified, but there is no need for a lesser movement against the 5 evils. We are now considering ways to deal with the problem. The government will do the job and you will provide the support. All this comes under the general line for the transition period. To sum up, it will take at least 3 to 5 years for us to get basically started on the path of state capitalism. This does not mean that socialist transformation will be completed in that time. Several 5-year plans will be needed to accomplish that. The two things should not be confused. On the one hand, it would be wrong to stand still, thinking that socialist transformation is a matter for the indefinite future. Inaction now means suffering later, progress now means joy in future. On the other hand, it will also be wrong to rush things through, to try to reach the sky in a single bound. 12.7. It must be made clear that the state sector of the economy leads and the sector of private capitalism is led. The state sector seeks no private profit but only the public interest. The cooperative sector is semi-socialist in nature, and the sector of private capitalism still seeks a certain amount of private profit. Therefore, the problems of the different sectors cannot all be treated in the same way, different approaches are called for. However, as private industry and commerce benefit the economy and raise living standards, in this sense they are the same as the other two sectors and should be regarded as such. We should try to convince their workers that, like their counterparts in state-owned enterprises, they should practice economy, increase production, and launch an emulation drive to improve labor productivity, lower costs and raise the quantity and quality of products. If this is done, workers will feel that their work is honorable whether they are working in state-owned or privately owned enterprises. If the capitalists act in accordance with state policy, do not engage in speculation or profiteering and are not guilty of the 5 evils, the work they do is also honorable. Under those conditions, workers and capitalists can work in collaboration. Then the idea of considering both the public and the private interest under the leadership of the state sector of the economy and of benefiting both labor and capital under the leadership of the working class will become a reality. This approach is not understood by the majority of the people now, and we should work hard to educate the public, making the reasons for it clear to them. The Communist Party should of course be the first to take on this task, and trade unions, democratic parties, leading democratic figures and industrialists and businessmen should all be encouraged to join in. The government is preparing to establish a special agency to take charge of matters related to private industry and commerce so that work in these areas can proceed in a planned way and under proper leadership. 5 Principles for Peaceful Coexistence. December 31, 1953. Negotiations between China and India have opened today, the last day of December, fulfilling our promise that they would be held 10/1953. We believe that Sino-Indian relations will continue to improve. Some long-standing problems that are still unsettled can surely be solved smoothly. The principles that should govern relations between our two countries were put forward soon after the founding of New China, namely, the principles of mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. It is inevitable that there should be some problems between two big countries, particularly when, like China and India, they have a common border. But all unresolved problems can be discussed, providing the negotiators abide by these principles. Strengthen party unity and oppose bourgeois individualism. February 10, 1954. Comrades. I fully agree with the report delivered by Comrade Liu Shaokai. I propose that the 4th plenary session approve this report and adopt the resolution on strengthening party unity. Comrade Mao Zedong and the Political Bureau of the Central Committee have sounded the alarm, calling upon the HULE party to be on guard lest party members who once served the people. Excerpt from ASPEACH at THE 4th Plenary Session of the Part Y 7th CE Central Committee, HELD from February 6, 2010, 1954. During TS session a major, SUCCE's fuel struggle was waged again sta plot by Gao Gang and Rao Shushi TO split THE party and US ERP SUPREME party lead ERS HIP and STAT EPOR. Party unity was thus strengthened. 2 weeks later, at a discussion of THE problem of Gao Gang, Comrade Zhou Enlai made another speech, in which HE number rated Gao Gang's me SDEEDS, including spreading THE fallacy that THE party had been raided by THE army and had grown out of THE bar el of a gun, engaging in sectarian activity IES and attempting to form an independent fiefdom. He listed the following lessons to be drawn from THIS case. C. Criticize conceit, liberally SM, individually SM, sectarian SM, small group practice, de centrally SM, locally SM and departmentally SM, eliminate Gao's fallacy that THE party was raided by the army, be on guard against individually tic careerists, stop activities within the party that violate Part YDSC IPLAN, oppose basing policy with regard to cadres on secta Rianaism, eliminate THE idea of forming an independent fiefdom in a region or department. Under ONE's own leadership, uphold unified, collective leadership by the Part Y, develop inner Part Y democracy, see rethicism and SELF criticism, and make sure that all party cadres without exception are said by the party organization and by the masses, foster THE communist world out LOK, and strengthen education in Marxism-Leninism. 129. 130. Enthusiastica LLY and wholeheartedly degenerate into base bourgeois individualists. As Comrade Liu Shaokai put it in his report, whenever there are party members who swell with pride and whose individualism is not resolutely checked by the party, these members will contend for position, power, and profit, traffic in flattery and favors, engage in small group activities and even commit the crime of helping the enemy to disrupt and split the party. I think this warning is timely and absolutely necessary, even if the danger involved is only at an incipient stage. Why should this problem be regarded as serious? The Political Bureau of the Central Committee has taken into consideration the situation both inside and outside the party, as described in the draft resolution and Comrade Liu Shaokai's report, as well as the historical lessons learned by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and by other parties including our own. If the problem were not regarded as serious, the entire membership, and first of all the high-ranking cadres, would not realize the danger involved and would wittingly or unwittingly let it spread unchecked. That would damage the whole party. Why is this so? The reasons are as follows: our party is a victorious, ruling party and, thanks to their correct leadership, the Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong enjoy high prestige among the members and among the people throughout the country. It is therefore impossible for the individualists to openly oppose the party's leadership. Rather, under the cloak of the party's correct line, they seek to attain their personal ends by taking advantage of the shortcomings or mistakes of some leading comrades and of differing opinions within the party, fomenting dissension, spreading rumors, and sometimes carrying out illegal activities under false pretenses. If we are not politically sharp enough, we are likely to be fooled. In light of THIS situation, the Political Bureau of the Central Committee has pointed out the danger, reaffirmed party discipline and set forth 6 regulations, 81 with a view to ensuring party unity. Will observance of the 6 regulations undermine the party's fine tradition of vitalitY and timely exchange of information between comrades at higher and low WER levels, and produce instead a lifeless bureaucratism that stifles criticism and suggestions? No, it will not and must not. What we oppose is words and deeds that endanger party unity and impair the prestige of the Central Committee, not discussion and the exchange of views among cadres about ways to strengthen unity and oppose individualism. 13.1. Strengthen party unity and enhance the prestige of the Central Committee. Recently some people have been saying that since they must guard against the sowing of discord and the spread of rumors, they will be careful not to say or listen to anything. Are they right? No, I'm afraid not. If they behave that way, they will become mere onlookers and make the mistake of letting things drift if they do not affect one personally, as Comrade Mao Zedong put it in his essay Combat Liberalism. This is not the attitude for a party member to take. We oppose any attempt by individuals or small groups to engage in illegal activities behind the backs of the Central Committee and the party organizations, but we do not oppose the effort of high-ranking cadres to offer their political views and constructive suggestions to the Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong, either directly or through the organizations to which they belong. To sum up, our purpose in opposing anti-party and individualistic words and deeds is precisely to invigorate political life in the party and to strengthen party unity. Will observance of the 6 regulations restrict democracy and discourage criticism and self-criticism within the party? No, it will not and must not. What we oppose is the kind of personal attack described by Comrade Mao Zedong in Combat Liberalism as saying nothing to people to their faces but gossiping behind their backs, or saying nothing at a meeting but gossiping afterwards, but we do not oppose entering into an argument and struggling against incorrect views for the sake of unity or progress or getting the work done properly. Recently, many organizations at and above provincial and municipal levels have held discussions on the draft resolution on strengthening party unity and have responded quickly with their comments. The speeches made by comrades at the ongoing 4th plenary session are full of the spirit of criticism and self-criticism. These facts amply demonstrate that inter-party democracy is not contracting but expanding. We should encourage this spirit. To ensure party unity, we should emphasize the importance of holding regular meetings of high-ranking leading comrades to conduct criticism and self-criticism. If we do that, the individualistic careerists will have no chance to foment dissension. We oppose the practice of regarding the region or department under one's leadership as one's own independent kingdom and putting oneself above organizations. We also oppose decentralism, localism, and departmentalism. But this does not mean that we are rejecting 132 Zhou Enlai. or Rev 1 STNG. The evaluation made by the Political Bureau that the Bureau's representing the Central Committee in the 6 greater administrative areas have correctly implemented its political line and achieved a great deal in their work. Generally speaking, comrades in charge of the greater administrative areas have made satisfactory self-criticism in their speeches at this session and expressed their disgust with the evil practices I have mentioned. As a matter of fact, party, government, and army departments at the central level have corrected their decentralism to a great extent thanks to the examination and criticism made by Comrade Mao Zedong personally at meetings of the Central Committee held in the past year. But despite all this, we must in no case relax our struggle against decentralism, localism and departmentalism, for these evil practices run counter to the party's principles of democratic centralism and unified collective leadership. The reason we place special importance on combating complacency, which is extremely dangerous and is growing among certain cadres, especially among high-ranking ones, is that if we don't severely criticize it and correct it, these cadres will gradually degenerate into bourgeois individualistic careerists or be made use of by such careerists. No matter in what form and to what extent individualism manifests itself, it goes against collectivism. Both bourgeois and petty bourgeois individualism stem from bourgeois ideology. During the transition period, a crucial time during which our party unites with bourgeois elements in the urban and rural areas and at the same time struggles against them and remolds them in the course of socialist transformation, this class struggle will inevitably find expression in ideological struggle within the party. What is more, we are submerged in the petty bourgeoisie, and the majority of party members come from petty bourgeois families. Petty bourgeois elements are bound to be influenced by bourgeois ideology unless they accept the ideological leadership of the proletariat. So we can see that the main danger in our party is the bourgeois individualistic mentality. The complacency of party cadres, especially of high-ranking ones, provides the best hotbed for the growth of this mentality. In most cases, when people have achieved some successes in their work, they are apt to become conceited, forgetting the modest attitude and spirit of self-criticism that a party member hold have. If high-ranking cadres become complacent and their complacency increases unchecked, it will cause the gravest danger. This is because they strengthen unity and oppose individualism. 133. Position, power, prestige, and influence are likely to foster a tendency towards individualistic careerism, which can greatly damage the party and the cause of communism. At the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee convened on the eve of the countrywide victory of the revolution and before we entered the cities, Comrade Mao Zedong warned that we should guard against arrogance, forbid the celebration of birthdays of party leaders and the naming of places, streets, and enterprises after them, keep to plain living and hard work and put a stop to flattery and exaggerated praise. This was a timely warning against complacency. Comrade Mao Zedong has exhorted us time and again to single out the voice of discontent and opposition from amidst the roar of flattery and applause and the shouts of long live. To listen to the dissenting voice and not hear only what is pleasing. It is a pity that this advice is often ignored by some comrades. During the rectification movement 14 conducted before the party's 7th National Congress, Comrade Mao Zedong recommended to us the essay by Guo Moruo entitled The Tercentenary of the 1644 Uprising. 8.2 That uprising took place more than 300 years ago, but the lessons derived from it are still worth reviewing. Comrades who have made the serious mistake of succumbing to bourgeois individualism listen only to what they want to hear, not to criticism, and become dizzy with success. As a result, they are bound to become obsessed with the desire for gain and to lose their communist consciousness. This is the greatest danger. In the face of such a danger, comrades present here should remain on the alert and strengthen our unity. To weaken the influence of petty bourgeois individualism, we should mobilize the entire party membership, first of all, the high-ranking cadres, to overcome complacency, which easily grows and spreads. And we should require comrades who have succumbed to bourgeois individualism to correct their mistakes and help them to do so quickly and completely. This is of decisive importance for the party, the people, and the cause of communism during the transition period when we are implementing the general line and carrying out planned construction. In short, we should make a distinction between words and deeds which are harmful to the party's unity and those which are beneficial to it. The former are wrong and in violation of party discipline and should be criticized and combated. The latter are correct and necessary and should be cherished and encouraged. We should also make a distinction between rumor, slander and personal attack on the 134. One hand and CR1T1C1SM and self-criticism within the party on the other. The former cannot bear the light of day and so cannot be engaged in openly. In the latter, however, words are consistent with deeds and thinking with action. Criticism and self-criticism can be carried out either to people's faces or in their absence, either at meetings or after meetings, in any place and among any group of people. Why? Because it is beneficial to party unity. On the contrary, rumor and personal attack cannot be spread everywhere, but only behind people's backs, outside of meetings, among a particular group of people and in a particular area. Why? Because they cannot bear the light of day and cannot be circulated openly. So they are wrong and violate party discipline. Here is the difference between these two practices. By saying this, I don't mean that you comrades shouldn't make any more comments. I just mean that the comments you make should enhance party unity and help to uphold the prestige of the Central Committee. Everyone may offer comments and criticism, but it should be done openly within a party organization or at meetings. If your comments are confidential, you may report them directly to the Central Committee or to its chairman. Anyway, they can't be so confidential as to exclude the Central Committee and its chairman. Moreover, we should make a distinction between activities that violate party discipline and damage party unity and ordinary liberalism. Of course, liberalism is a bad thing and stems from the bourgeois mentality, but it is a relatively mild failing. Many of the manifestations of liberalism mentioned by Comrade Mao Zedong in his essay Combat Liberalism are of this ordinary category. We should also make a distinction between a serious degree of individualism and ordinary complacency. As I said just now, it is not unusual for people in our party to become conceited when they have achieved a little in their work. We should draw a distinction between that sort of self-satisfaction and a serious degree of individualism. Of course, ordinary liberalism and complacency can be made use of by individualists who are engaged in activities that violate party discipline, and they can develop into a serious degree of individualism. Then is there any difference between liberalism and complacency on the one hand and individualism on the other? Yes, there is. The criterion is whether or not the party member has personal ambition, jockeys for leadership, damages party discipline and carries out anti-party activities. If this criterion is made clear to all, the political consciousness, vigilance, and combat effectiveness of the entire member. Strengthen unity and oppose individualism. 135. Ship, especially of high-ranking cadres, will be greatly enhanced. All party members, especially high-ranking cadres, should therefore combat and overcome not only individualism, but also liberalism and complacency. We should make efforts in this direction. So much for general remarks. Now I want to say something specific. In accordance with the principle proposed by Comrade Mao Zedong, at this fourth plenary session comrades have carried out self-criticism and have repudiated from the high plane of principle the dangerous tendency to damage party unity which was pointed out in Comrade Liu Shaokai's report and in the draft resolution. They have unanimously demanded that comrades who have made mistakes of this kind should correct them quickly and completely and not make even worse ones. This shows that the political consciousness of the party's leading cadres has risen greatly since the 7th National Congress 1-5 and that consequently party unity, especially among high-ranking cadres, will be strengthened. This is the greatest political reward we have reaped at the present session. Now I'd like to say something about the comrades who have made the serious mistake of damaging party unity. Their self-criticisms are a welcome sign of progress, but it should be stressed that those self-criticisms are incomplete and lack depth. We hope that they will continue their efforts in this respect so as to correct their mistakes quickly and thoroughly. This is what all of us demand of them. To this end, they should take a correct attitude towards self-criticism. According to my experience, first, we should rely on the party. We should believe that the Communist Party, led by Comrade Mao Zedong, can not only discover our mistakes but also help us to recognize and correct them. Without the party and the people, it would have been impossible for us to accomplish what we have in the past and to hold the posts we do now. The party and the people are great, and we ourselves are insignificant by comparison. If we clarify this point in our minds, there will be no mistakes that we are reluctant to acknowledge before the party and repent. At the Zunyi meeting 83, the party, led by Comrade Mao Zedong, formulated the policy of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient. Since then, this policy has saved quite a number of comrades who have made mistakes, and I am one of them. Shouldn't this example convince you? 136 Zhou Enlai. Second, we shall seek counsel from Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. I think it is worth going back to the following works: Lenin and Stalin on Party Unity, distributed at this plenary session, the reports on rectification contained in the SELEC TED Work S of Mao Zedong, the resolution on certain questions in the history of our party, the resolution on strengthening Part Y unity to be adopted at this session, and Comrade Liu Shaokai's on the party and how to be a good communist. In considering our mistakes, we held first examine our party spirit. Third, we should try hard to examine ourselves. All party members shall know what mistakes they have made. At the moment it may be difficult to remember some of the things they have said and done, but repeated recollection will help, and other comrades will also give a hand. In the course of making a SELF examination, they held bear in mind the party's requirements and be mentally prepared to go through the process of realization, struggle and pain. With regard to political consciousness, since we all have a different levels of understanding, a comrade may for some time take right for wrong, or fail to dig deep enough to get to the root of the mistakes he has made. He held, of course, be encouraged to make progress and change his ways. This is a very common case in our practice of criticism. For instance, some comrades have a mistaken and erroneous political line for the correct one and criticize others who upheld the correct line. When they realize their mistakes, they naturally feel very sorry, but what they do is readily admit them and rectify their wrong views. From this example we can see that raising one's level of political consciousness is a process in which one's ability to distinguish right from wrong can be improved. As for ideological problems, however, it is impermissible to reverse right and wrong. This is crystal clear to all. Denying facts and confusing right and wrong are manifestations of bourgeois, not proletarian, ideology. We should wait patiently and give people who have made mistakes not time to raise their political consciousness and get clear on their problems. For their part, they shall not deny their mistakes in the face of facts and witnesses but admit them in accordance with the principle of seeking truth from facts. Only with this attitude can they overcome the impulse to resent others and conceal facts. Then the YWILL be able to confess their mistakes readily and draw closer to the Part Y. Strengthen unity and oppose individualism. 13.7. Fourth, we should seek help from other comrades. Communists set great store by the collective life. If a party member cannot tolerate any criticism or is unwilling to tell people what he is thinking, his shortcomings cannot be corrected in good time. As a result, when he makes a mistake it will be a big one, laying bare all his shortcomings at once. This is precisely what has happened with comrades who have recently made mistakes. If they really welcome help from others, they should withstand all sharp and unsparing criticism. They must know that only those who criticize them are their good teachers and helpful friends. What they need from others is encouragement and help, not a cover-up of their mistakes, which is only harmful. With the help of other comrades, more mistakes will be exposed and they will become not weaker but politically stronger than before. Comrades are as helpful as doctors, and we should not resent them but ask them to operate on us. A true communist should not refuse treatment when he is ill, still less conceal his illness. Party members who have succumbed to liberalism and have now realized their mistakes should try to correct them. At this plenary session some comrades have made self-criticisms and also helped others who have committed serious errors. This is the quality a party members hold have. We need Friday ends like that in the party who admit their own mistakes when they have made them and help others who have made serious mistakes of a different nature, but not the sort of friends who deal in flattery and favors and cover up mistakes for others. Such people are only friends of the bourgeoisie, not of the proletariat. Take me as an example. I used to respect and, indeed, overestimate certain comrades who later made the mistake of harming Part Y unity. When I learned about it I felt responsible, since I was working in the Central Committee. To make up for my failure in this respect, I thought I'd work all the harder to criticize and help them and ask them to correct their mistakes. It is inadmissible for erring comrades to deny their mistakes or try to hide them from the Part Y. To admit their mistakes and correct them thoroughly, first they have to free themselves from the mean, individualistic mentality of the bourgeoisie that impairs their political consciousness. If they succeed in doing this, they will have the courage of a communist to expose their ugliest thoughts and deeds to the party without losing heart. For what they have cast off is their mistakes and what their retained is correct on s, in other words, what they have lost is a malignant tumor and what remains. 138 Zhou Enlai is good health. Their record of fighting for the revolution cannot be written off by others, but they themselves may obliterate it. In accordance with the principle set forth by Comrade Mao Zedong that the purpose of criticism is to help those criticized and that we must cure the sickness to save the patient, the fourth plenary session is waiting for the comrades who have made serious mistakes to further raise their political consciousness so as to benefit party unity. I hope that those comrades will live up to this expectation. Building physical fitness for the motherland. February 21, 1954. Thanks to the efforts of the State PHYS Culture and Sports Commission since its founding a little more than a year ago, much has changed in sports throughout the nation. Both to implement the general line for the transition period and to build socialism, it is necessary to improve the health of our people. They have weak constitutions because of the long years of repression and oppression under feudalism and imperialism. Comrade Mao Zedong places particular emphasis on promoting health. As we advance towards a socialist and communist society, everyone should strive for balanced development, moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic. Lopsided development will result in defects, preventing people from making full use of their abilities and harming the state as well. All-round development means being sound in body and sound in mind. The two are interrelated and interact with each other. The tasks at present are to increase production and to strengthen national defense, and these tasks require good health. Experience shows that the more developed an industry is, the more sophisticated its technology must be. And the more sophisticated the technology, and the faster the pace of production, the greater the workers' speed and stamina must be. Our people are agile, but they lack endurance. Likewise, to wield such modern weapons as planes and tanks, it is essential to be physically fit. So the training program to prepare for work and defense 84 has political significance. Its purpose is not just to ensure the good health of individuals but also to safeguard the motherland and build socialism. SPHAT the 205th meeting on Government Affairs held by the Government Administration Coup NCII. 139. 140. It will not be easy to improve the physical condition of our people, but it can be done in time, within 5, 10, or 15 years, so long as we continue to expand sports activities. Experts have told me that about 5 to 10 years will be enough. Congenitally weak physiques can be strengthened through physical training. My activities being restricted by my feudal family, I myself was in poor health until I entered school and became a different person. Young people's constitutions can be transformed. We pin our hopes on young people under 30, for they are an important force in national defense and production. We are counting on them to master sophisticated science and technology and modern weapons. Sports should be encouraged in factories, schools, and in the countryside. If we do a good job, in 5 years we can bring about changes in people's physical fitness. In advocating the 3 goods for young people, Comrade Mao Zedong gave first place to having good health, because that is the only thing that makes it possible to achieve good results in study and work, and all-round development. We must link sports to our country's future, and the expansion of sports will bring about a tremendous transformation. Elderly persons should go in for physical exercise too, although naturally it is more difficult for them than for younger people. Good health will help them enjoy longer lives. It will be wonderful if they can live and see socialism for themselves. Once the Chinese people become strong and vigorous, they will be able to handle modern weapons. Facing our national defense then, will imperialists dare to invade us? They will certainly think twice before they try. Good health, therefore, is a prerequisite for building and protecting our country. If we keep this in mind, it will help us to promote physical culture. Our policy today is to popularize physical training and to make it regular. To improve athletic skills we must popularize sports, and outstanding athletes will not appear until we have a regular sports program. Ours is a big country with a huge population, and it will be difficult to popularize sports everywhere. But when tens of millions of people are involved in physical exercise, a large number of talented people will surely emerge. People's fitness is bound to improve dramatically if sports are played everywhere on a regular basis and with proper coaching. Because of the lack of regular training, China cannot expect to win many championships in international competitions 2 or 3 years from now. Wu Chuanyu, 85, a returned Chinese, has made his reputation by training over a long time. Without building physical fitness for the Mothurla and D14-1. This protracted training, he could never have won a title. We can't expect to participate in many events in the next Olympic Games in 1956. But by 1960, 6 years from now, many top athletes will emerge if our sports program is carried out correctly. Physical culture in China, unlike that in capitalist countries, boasts mass participation and is very promising. The key to achieving these goals lies in the leading bodies, not only the Physical Culture and Sports Commission and the 2 ministries of education, and both are to be cherished. The current reform of Conquopera WI to encourage artists in all kinds of drama and opera throughout the country to follow suit. The painstaking efforts of the Conquopera artists will help improve social customs and moral standards. The presentation of 15 strings of coins has contributed to the rebirth of traditional Conquopera. It has also laid the groundwork for further implementation of the principle of letting 100 flowers blossom and weeding through the old to bring forth the new. Promising results were already achieved at the National Festival of Drama and Opera, but the current presentation of 15 strings of coins is of even greater significance. It deserves congratulations and commendations and wide publicity in the newspapers. That is the first point I want to make. Secondly, 15 strings of coins is an adaptation from a traditional play, and the adaptation is well done in that it adheres to the historical point of view. It doesn't express ideas that were non-existent in those days, and it avoids the use of terms and phrases that are typically modern. The adapted version takes a step forward, not sticking mechanically to the original script, which starts with the death of the 2 Xiong brothers. 103 Kuang-zhong and Zhou Chen were 2 real persons in history. The adapted version gives a lifelike portrayal of Zhou Chen, and Kuang-zhong's search for truth through investigation is in accord with historical facts. The new opera also draws a truthful portrait of Guo Yizhi, the county magistrate of Wuxi. The adapted script is excellent, and the Ministry of Culture didn't rate it highly enough. 15 Strings of Coins is very popular, it is ideologically instructive and it has great artistic merit. Its reappearance on the stage not only adds new luster to the classical art of conte opera but also demonstrates that a theatrical performance dealing with a historical subject can be of immediate educational value for contemporary audiences. Some people maintain that only plays which reflect the realities of our times have great educational value and that plays which present historical figures and events don't have much. I don't agree. In my opinion, a great deal depends on the script. If a modern play is not well constructed, it cannot be highly instructive. An illustration of this is a modern drama that was presented not long ago. It is true to reality, but strictly speaking, it is not up to a high standard either artistically or in terms of its ideological implications. Some plays lose their initial fascination after a lapse of time because they don't have enduring artistic appeal. It is important to revise and enrich the original scripts. The opera 15 Strings of Coins can still be improved, but by and large it has reached a high standard. The success of this opera lies in its pungent mockery of the bureaucratic, subjective style of work, which is not uncommon in present-day life either. No other Chinese play can match it in this regard. The opera has touched the hearts of many persons in the public security departments and enlightened a great number of party and government cadres at all levels, as well as the masses. Thirdly, 15 Strings of Coins has a distinctive national style, which has awakened people to the need to treasure the fine traditions of their national art. The music and the technique of the performers deserve to be imitated by other opera artists and by artists working in modern drama as well. In comparison with the country's traditional operas, many of our modern dramas do not have a characteristic national style. Friends from foreign countries attribute this to a failure to assimilate the special features of traditional Chinese operas. It's good news that some of our modern drama troupes are preparing to stage 15 Strings of Coins as a play. Our modern dramas carry a strong breath of present-day life. That is good. But they lack maturity. Often, the dialogue is much the same as people's casual conversation. Actors must be trained in the basics and also well 202 Zhou Enlai. Versed in theory. Good operas must appeal both to the ear and to the eye of the spectators. A successful performance depends on the actor's training. Effective guidance and the selection of talented artists are also important. A number of elderly actors have quit the stage, but they still deserve our respect. It is essential to have a certain number of seated actors. In other words, every theatrical troupe should have a few outstanding actors who, while playing leading parts, can also teach those who perform the minor roles. This is what Chuansong and Chuanying have been doing. 104 We advocate a collective spirit and coordinated efforts under a unified management. Individuals should develop their talents by identifying themselves with the collective. In former times, many operas were designed as entertainments for the imperial courts and were mostly dominated by individual actors. That was too bad. Fourthly, the presentation of 15 Strings of Coins is a good example of the implementation of the principle of letting 100 flowers blossom and weeding through the old to bring forth the new. The revised script can serve as a successful model for the adaptation of classical plays. The new script can be used not only by the Kunsttheater theatrical troupe but also, when conditions permit, by troupes presenting other types of performances. But that doesn't mean that all troupes should try to stage it whether or not it is suited to their own genres. If they did, nobody would want to see it. They can give some trial performances to see whether the script is suitable for them or requires rewriting. The playwright Lao Shi 105 has adapted it into Beijing opera. You might stage his version as an experiment. We cannot say the revised text prepared by the Kunsttheater theatrical troupe represents the master copy. There can be many different adaptations. The opera has produced certain repercussions abroad. Some foreign ambassadors and scholars in the fields of political science and law have requested copies of the script. It would be a good idea for theatrical troupes, especially the Kunsttheater theatrical troupe, to go on a tour of foreign countries to give performances. In both ancient and modern times, both in China and in foreign countries, people have created many valuable works of art. The correct attitude is to study them instead of rejecting them. We must not think that the subject matter of ancient times is not worth presenting on the stage. There are a number of conch operas that call for reassessment and improvement. Our nation has a wealth of cultural assets which are a heritage to be explored and preserved, not talk S on the conch opera 50 and Stri and GS of Co INS 203. Buried in oblivion. The old works may have defects, but that's all right as long as they are basically good. In evaluating works of art, we should first consider whether they appeal to the people, that is, whether their sympathy lies with the masses. Does the presentation of historical persons and events mean that we have turned our backs on current realities? That depends on the drama's ideological implications. Feudal systems are bad, but there were some good persons even among the feudal ruling classes. Although their sympathy for the masses had certain limitations, people in the old days praised them. Zhou was an official, but he showed sympathy for the people. That is really commendable. During the days when we were in Yan'an, a play recounting how Lin Chong was forced to become a rebel and went to the Liangshan Mountains was much applauded. People only make revolution when they are driven to it, and that is especially true of members of the ruling class. When they defect to the revolutionary camp, there's a clear reason for it. When writing on historical themes, we don't have to confine ourselves to stories of working people. In historical plays, the important thing is to create characters, not to present them exactly as they were in real life. There was indeed a person known as Zhou. But the character Zhou, as presented in the opera, is a fictional creation who is not necessarily true to life. Historical records refer to Zhou Chen as a good man. But the opera presents him somewhat differently. It's all right to remodel this figure according to folklore and legend. The opera is critical of Zhou Chen. Not every detail has to be true to historical fact, the author can be creative. This is also the case with Song Jingxi. 106. The popular image of him today is somewhat different from the historical figure. Anyway, there is no need to stick to every detail of historical records. If you did that, it would be impossible to create characters. If you confined yourself to the facts, you would find it hard to write a successful play. Likewise, it is unnecessary and impractical for the stage and screen to present all the revolutionary struggles of our era in exactly the way they happened. The essential thing is to create characters. The script of 15 strings of coins is not handicapped by historical facts. In artistic creation we must avoid monotony and make a point of drawing cultural nourishment from both Chinese and foreign sources. Every people, every country has its particular strong points, otherwise it couldn't survive. The people outlive all the changes that have 204 taken place in social systems. In all times every nation, every people has its own particular achievements that are worth studying and imitating. Of course, we shouldn't try to assimilate everything indiscriminately. By assimilation we mean gaining a good mastery of what we study. In addition to maintaining and furthering their own artistic strengths, artists of conch opera and other operatic genres should strive to assimilate valuable elements in the work of their counterparts at home and abroad. We must try to assimilate fine things from other cultures so successfully that nothing can be identified as alien in our own artistic creations. Going on tour in foreign countries can provide good opportunities for us to learn. It is usually Beijing opera troupes that have gone on tour abroad. From now on, other theatrical troupes should be encouraged to do so, provided they have made progress after hard work. And when they go abroad they shouldn't stage the same few plays over and over again. Several dozen countries have invited us to send our performing artists. Moreover, we need to develop our foreign relations through an expansion of cultural exchange and trade. This should be considered an important task. Fifthly, 15 strings of coins is rich in ideological content, because it stigmatizes subjectivism and bureaucratism. In feudal times, Bureaucratism wrought great havoc and subjectivism caused the death of many innocent people. Nowadays, the subjective style of work of some of our cadres also makes trouble, as it is similar in nature to the subjectivism of the past and is based on the same way of thinking. Subjectivism needs bureaucratism to provide shelter or protection, otherwise it can't operate freely. Governor Zhou Chen's bureaucratic way of handling matters is characteristic of the feudal imperial court. By making sharp contrasts, the opera extols those who are conscientious and uphold justice. The necessity of seeking truth from facts is the central theme in the play. This opera also strongly condemns the 5 evils of the old days: gambling, visiting brothels, theft, murder, and fraud. In the opera we can see that Luo Shu is a wicked character. There is no need to look into his family background and class origin. Persons of his sort are found mostly in bankrupt families of the landlord class. Although the 5 evils mentioned are prevalent mostly among the exploiting classes, they can also be found among some of the working people, who come under the ideological influence of the exploiting classes. Not all scoundrels are from the exploiting, feudal class. So, Talk S on the Concooperative TN Stri NGS of COINS 205. It is unnecessary to specify Luo Shu's family background. The opera also pays tribute to the role played by public opinion and social sympathy. The people are basically realistic, but there are times when they get swept up in the tide. So we have to make sober judgments at all times. Bad habits like alcoholism are also the targets of public censure in the opera. The character Yuhulu is portrayed realistically as a man who is so fond of cracking jokes that he eventually causes trouble. The people have always been the incarnation of justice. In the old society the working people displayed many fine qualities, but even among the ruling class there were persons of integrity. Despite our condemnation of the system of exploitation in feudal society, we must recognize that there was some value in the measures adopted by the feudal ruling classes to restrict the behavior of their officials. Take, for example, Kuang Zhong's visit to the governor, Zhou Chen. When he is denied an interview, Kuang beats the court drum and the governor no longer dares to refuse him. Sometimes, people Totawai may have difficulties too, if they want to see a leading member of our state council. In another episode, when Kuang Zhong brings out a gold seal which is the symbol of his office and hands it to Governor Zhou Chen to show his determination to resign, the governor becomes nervous and refuses to take the seal. The beating of the court drum and the return of the official seal are Kuang Zhong's ways of dealing with Zhou Chen. Nowadays the common practice is to address our superiors with their official titles, otherwise they will feel offended. Also, the protective measures we have taken for the safety of leading cadres have certain drawbacks, in that they cause difficulties for the ordinary people who want to see government officials. So we too have to take measures to restrict the behavior of our officials. 5th EEN strings of coins offers food for thought to all those who hold official posts, inviting them to turn over in their minds the question, am I really dedicated to the service of the people? In conclusion, I want to express the hope that you artists who have been so successful in the recent performance will not rest on your laurels but, instead, continue your march forward under the guidance of Mao Zedong's views on literature and art. It is our hope that plays and operas of all types will flourish, so that they can contribute new blossoms to the world garden of art. Taiwan will be liberated. June 28, 1956. The Chinese people are determined to liberate Taiwan. This is the unshakable common will of the 600 million people of China. The Chinese government has repeatedly pointed out that there are 2 possible ways to liberate Taiwan, namely, by military or by peaceful means, and that the Chinese people will seek to achieve their goal by peaceful means so far as it is possible. There is no doubt that the peaceful liberation of Taiwan would be most advantageous to our country, to all the Chinese people and to peace in Asia and throughout the world. At present, the possibility of peacefully liberating Taiwan is increasing. This is primarily because international tensions are definitely easing. The United States' armed occupation of Taiwan and interference in China's internal affairs are opposed by more and more peace-loving countries and peoples. As for our internal situation, our great motherland has grown stronger and become more consolidated. It is inspiring more pride in patriotic Chinese than ever before. Our compatriots in Taiwan, who have a revolutionary tradition, are unwilling to suffer their bitter life of slavery any longer and want to return as soon as possible to the embrace of the motherland. Even among the Kuomintang military and government personnel who have fled to Taiwan from the mainland, more and more people have come to realize that their only future lies in the peaceful reunification of the motherland. Since we issued the call to strive for the peaceful liberation of Taiwan, 10/7 many Kuomintang military and government officials in Taiwan and abroad have expressed their patriotic aspirations. We believe that those who wish to work for the peaceful liberation of Taiwan and the complete unification of our motherland will grow in number from day to day. This is an irreversible trend. The Taiwan authorities are dragging out a feeble existence in the shadow of the United States. This situation cannot last. The foreign powers they follow are by no means reliable. In fact, by inviting the wolf into the house, not only do they risk losing everything they have, but they are in constant danger of being treacherously bitten in the back or abandoned. An important lesson can be drawn from a comparison of the contrasting attitudes taken by China and the United States at the Geneva talks. 108 The Chinese government has consistently maintained that only the international dispute between China and the United States in the Taiwan area can be settled by the two parties to the dispute. The return of Taiwan to the motherland, on the other hand, regardless of the means by which it is accomplished, is a question that can only be settled by the Chinese people. No foreign interference will be tolerated. The United States, however, has adopted a totally different attitude in the talks. It regards Taiwan as its colony and uses it to bargain with China. Moreover, as everyone can see, the United States has not only occupied Taiwan and extended its control of the island into every sphere, political, military, economic, and cultural, but is also engaging in its usual divisive tactics to create suspicion and feuds inside Taiwan, thus attempting to strengthen its control and to profit from it. However, these attempts by the American aggressive forces to make fools of the Chinese people, to interfere in China's internal affairs and to disrupt our national unity have aroused increasing resentment among the Kuomintang military and government officials in Taiwan. Many of them have indicated that they will no longer endure living in abject dependence, at the beck and call of others. They want to bolster national self-respect, defend national dignity, free themselves from American control and handle domestic matters independently. We welcome this patriotic stand of theirs. We have always stood for national solidarity and united resistance against external enemies. In the interests of our great motherland and our people, the Chinese Communists and the Kuomintang have twice fought shoulder to shoulder against imperialism. After the war of resistance against Japan was over, we tried to bring about internal peace. During the War of Liberation, when the Chinese people were forced to take up arms, and even after the liberation of the mainland, we never gave up our efforts for peaceful negotiations. In 208 Zhou Enlai. Spite of the fact that over the past few years, owing to the American armed intervention, we and the Kuomintang military and government officials in Taiwan have taken different paths. So long as we all place the interests of the motherland above everything else, we can still link arms again. We are certain that through our own efforts our great nation, which has experienced long years of suffering, will be reunified. Now, on behalf of the government, I formally declare, we are willing to negotiate with the Taiwan authorities about specific steps and terms for the peaceful liberation of Taiwan, and we hope that they will send their representatives to Beijing or elsewhere, at a time they consider appropriate, to open talks with us. In order to unite all patriotic forces for the early reunification of our motherland, I wish to state once again that all patriots, no matter when they join the patriotic ranks and no matter what crimes they may have committed, will be treated in accordance with the principle that patriots belong to one family and with the policy of forgiving past misdeeds. They are all welcome to work for the peaceful liberation of Taiwan, and they will be duly rewarded according to their merits and provided with appropriate jobs. Our compatriots in Taiwan have always been an inseparable part of the Chinese people. We not only are constantly concerned for them and support them in their struggle against foreign rule, but also stand ready to welcome them at any time if they wish to participate in the socialist construction of the motherland and to share the glory of our nation. We understand the situation of the Kuomintang military and government officials in Taiwan whose homes are on the mainland, and we hope that they will soon realize their desire to be reunited with their families. They can communicate with their relatives and friends on the mainland. They can also return to the mainland to visit them briefly. We are prepared to facilitate visits and assist them in every way. We hope the leading members of the Kuomintang army and government in Taiwan will play an important role in the peaceful liberation of Taiwan. So long as they work in this direction, their future position is assured. If they still harbor doubts, they can obtain clarification through their relatives and friends on the mainland or send people to the mainland to find out what the situation is. We guarantee that such persons will be free to come and go. Taiwan will be liberated 2009. We hope the Kuomintang military officers in Taiwan will actively expedite the peaceful liberation of the island. If they do, they will earn the trust and consideration of the motherland and the people. The treatment accorded to the Kuomintang officers and men who came over to us peacefully is a precedent. We also hope that all Kuomintang military and government personnel who are abroad will work for the peaceful liberation of Taiwan. Only thus can they escape the fate of exiles in foreign lands, looked down upon by others. We attach great importance to the role played by the patriotic overseas Chinese in promoting the peaceful liberation of Taiwan. We hope that those few overseas Chinese who still maintain a hostile attitude towards the motherland will distinguish between right and wrong, see the direction in which events are moving, and, together with all the patriotic overseas Chinese, contribute to the peaceful liberation of Taiwan. The gate of the motherland is always wide open to all patriots. Every Chinese has both the right and the duty to make his contribution to the sacred cause of reunification. There is no doubt that with the unity of the entire nation and the efforts of all our people, Taiwan will be liberated. Continue to exercise dictatorship and, at the same time, to broaden democracy. July 21, 1956. Our state power is the people's democratic dictatorship, and it is, in essence, the dictatorship of the proletariat. The people's democratic dictatorship includes both democracy and dictatorship. In his article on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, Comrade Mao Zedong made it very clear among whom we should practice democracy and over whom we should enforce dictatorship. After victory in the revolution, the primary task confronting the dictatorship was to eliminate counter-revolutionaries. With a view to rooting out the 5 different kinds of counter-revolutionaries, we launched first the struggle to suppress bandits and local tyrants in the rural areas 109, and then the movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries in town and country. 64. As the domestic situation changes, there is less and less room for the counter-revolutionaries to carry on disruptive activities, which shows that the people's dictatorship has frustrated them. Although there are still some remaining counter-revolutionaries and new ones will emerge in future, things are quite different now from what they were in the early days of liberation. We must understand this and recognize that our people's democratic dictatorship has been consolidated. Given these circumstances, our policies towards counter-revolutionaries will be more lenient. In the first movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries after liberation, we executed or imprisoned some, kept others under supervision and left still others at large. We sentenced to death only those who, having directly oppressed the people and been guilty of murder, aroused bitter indignation among the people and refused to confess their crimes. While severely suppress, exercise dictatorship and broaden democracy 211. MG counter-revolutionaries, we also instituted the policy of remolding them. Many more were sentenced to prison and reformed through forced jabur than were executed. We set free those who were guilty of minor crimes and had made a clean breast of them, and those who behaved themselves well during forced labor. In the movement launched last year to suppress the counter-revolutionaries in government organs and in society at large, 110 our policies have been more lenient. The movement has been basically completed in government organs at the central and provincial levels and will now be extended to prefectures and counties, factories, and mines. Having learned from our experience in eliminating counter-revolutionaries and examining government cadres in Yan'an during the War of Resistance against Japan 111 and in suppressing counter-revolutionaries in society at large soon after Liberation, we have done a better job this time than before. We should confirm our achievements and at the same time admit our shortcomings and mistakes in this regard. Since in this work we follow the mass line under the party's leadership, we can correct our mistakes soon after we have discovered them. Comrade Mao Zedong has told us to sharpen our vigilance so as to weed out all special agents and also to guard against mistakes so that no innocent person is wronged. That is to say, at the initial stage of the movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries we should maintain high vigilance, but when the movement becomes broader, mistakes may be made and we should see to it that they are rectified as soon as possible. We have followed the principle of killing none and arresting few, thus ensuring the sound development of the movement. As far as the society at large is concerned, the current movement is different from the previous one. Last time, our targets were the 5 kinds of counter-revolutionaries who had committed serious crimes and were still openly engaged in criminal activities. This time, our main targets are the counter-revolutionaries who have eluded our search, or who have covered up their crimes, and the hidden counter-revolutionaries who have recently sneaked into the people's ranks. Judging from the situation prevailing since last year, we can say that things have improved. There are fewer counter-revolutionaries and more of them are giving themselves up. This shows that our dictatorship has become better consolidated. Now we are in the upsurge of socialist transformation, a period which provides more favorable conditions for this movement. We should try hard to proceed in an orderly way and make it a success. In dealing with 212. The counter-revolutionaries we should decide correctly whom to treat severely and whom to treat leniently. Severity and leniency are 2 aspects of one and the same thing and neither can be dispensed with. However, we should incline more towards leniency. That way, more counter-revolutionaries will be ready to accept remolding. The incorrigible are only a tiny number. This will contribute to the transformation of society as a whole. Moreover, we are gradually going to introduce lenient measures for dealing with war criminals who are in custody, including Japanese war criminals, high-ranking Kuomintang officers and even the puppet Manchukuo Emperor Puyi. If we are lenient with them, that will help us to advance our socialist construction, reunify the motherland and win the friendship of the Japanese people. Another function of our dictatorship is to deal with the exploiting classes. This involves 2 classes. One is the landlord class. We exercise dictatorship over members of this class by directly confiscating their land and distributing it to the peasants. This was accomplished in the stage of the democratic revolution. Having undergone transformation through forced labor, landlords can be admitted into cooperatives or put on probation for a time or kept working in production under supervision. The other is the national bourgeoisie. But this class is a different case, because during the period of the democratic revolution, especially during the anti-Japanese war and the liberation war, the national bourgeoisie took a neutral, sympathetic, or even cooperative attitude towards revolution, an attitude quite different from that of the landlord and bureaucrat capitalist classes. Since liberation, the national bourgeoisie has continued to cooperate with us. In view of all this, we shall transform the national bourgeoisie by cooperating with it. That is to say, we shall abolish this class by utilizing, restricting, and transforming the capitalist sector of the economy and by remolding the bourgeois elements. The transformation of the bourgeoisie therefore has 2 meanings in terms of the exercise of the people's democratic dictatorship. On the one hand, we shall abolish this class, which means that we shall exercise dictatorship over it. On the other, we shall use democratic methods to transform enterprises, change their ownership, remold bourgeois elements and arrange jobs for them. Now the national bourgeoisie participates in the people's political power and has its representatives in the committees of the People's Political Consultative Conferences, the People's Congresses and government departments. Exercise dictatorship and broaden democracy. 213. We are cooperating with it in economic, cultural, educational, and other organizations. All this falls under the scope of democracy. We have recourse to both dictatorship and democracy in dealing with the national bourgeoisie. This is a very complicated undertaking, and it is a distinguishing feature of our people's democratic dictatorship. As for the remolding of the petty bourgeoisie in urban and rural areas, that is another matter. We can only remold the petty bourgeoisie by democratic means, because it is not an exploiting class but a laboring class. With regard to the people's democratic dictatorship, we should continue to exercise dictatorship and at the same time to broaden democracy. We should continue to exercise dictatorship, because domestically, remaining counter-revolutionaries have not yet been completely wiped out and internationally, the imperialists are still hostile to us. But we should at the same time broaden democracy, because our dictatorship has been better consolidated and the working class has become stronger than before. In other words, the situation now makes it possible for us to expand democracy, and the experience we have gained in the course of the dictatorship of the proletariat tells us that we should do so. The aim of the people's democratic dictatorship is to ensure socialist construction and the elimination of the exploiting classes. The power of the dictatorship is strong and centralized, though it is based on democracy. So if we fail to exercise it properly, we are liable to ignore the development of democracy. We can learn something from the historical experience of the Soviet Union in this regard. We should always be vigilant and work hard to broaden democracy, because that is of vital importance. To broaden democracy we should make some changes in the state systems. Take the election of deputies to the People's Congresses as an example. So far we have not introduced direct elections by the secret ballot throughout the country because our economy and culture are not sufficiently developed. But there are other measures we can take to broaden democracy. First, the deputies to the People's Congresses should keep close contact with the people. They and members of the political consultative conferences should go among the masses twice a year to inspect our work at first hand. In this way they can see, from an angle different from that of the government, how well our work is going and whether we have made mistakes. In other words, they can look for our faults. There is nothing to be afraid of. We should have the 21-4 confidence and courage to let not only party members but also non-party people, prominent democratic figures and representatives of the bourgeoisie discover the shortcomings in our work. It doesn't matter if their views are wrong or are at variance with reality, provided their intentions are good. We have been using this method for the last year and a half, and we should continue with it. Second, the National People's Congress held this year created a precedent by publishing all speeches by deputies, including those who criticized government work, no matter whether their criticism was correct, partially correct, or wrong. This is a way to expose the shortcomings of government work before the people. We are not afraid of exposure, even if the criticism is not completely correct. Our attitude is that we should correct mistakes if we have made them and guard against them if we have not. And this is the right attitude. Our government should let the people's deputies criticize it, and it should admit its mistakes. We are going to allow more debates next year. As a matter of fact, there are already vigorous debates at group meetings. In future we shall make it possible for deputies to debate at general meetings. This means that representatives of the government should come out to answer questions raised by the people's deputies. If they can give satisfactory answers, the deputies will be pleased; if not, the deputies will debate with them. We cannot copy the system of the capitalist countries, because it is a system of the dictatorship of the exploiting classes. However, we can borrow certain forms and methods from their parliaments and use them to discover problems in our work. In other words, we should allow people to challenge us with opposing views. Of course, those views must not go against socialism. We communists believe that through debate people will come to have a better understanding of truth. We should have the courage to face facts and acknowledge our shortcomings. When we have made mistakes we should be strong enough to admit them and correct them, instead of being afraid to have them exposed. Third, we shall let people's deputies check up on more of our government work, including the areas of public security and justice. Generally speaking, the work we have done has been in the interest of the people. In the past 20 years, under the correct leadership of the Central Committee, we have won a series of victories for our cause. But we have made some mistakes too. So our work needs to be examined regularly, and we should rectify our mistakes when exercise dictatorship and broaden democracy 215. Ever they are discovered. In the course of examining our work, certain persons may express views that are not totally correct and that reflect some bourgeois ideology, but they may help us discover problems we haven't yet identified. In addition, the central and local authorities should influence each other. Being in the position of leadership, the central authorities, including the Central Committee and the State Council, have a better, overall view of the general situation, but they are liable to overlook certain specific problems, local interests, and the immediate interests of the masses. In this respect, the local authorities have the advantage. They can easily keep in touch with the masses and reality and know more about specific problems, local concerns, and the immediate interests of the people. These strong points of the local authorities can make up for the weaknesses of the central authorities. To provide good leadership, the two must cooperate and influence each other. For this very reason, they should challenge each other with opposing views when necessary, even though the lower level is subordinate to the higher. People like us have stayed in Beijing for too long, so we only know the Beijing dialect, by which I mean we only know the situation in Beijing, not in other places. Now we are in Shanghai and have learned a little of the Shanghai dialect, that is, we have learned some things that were already known to the local authorities. I have been in Shanghai for only 2 days, yet, I have learned a great deal, which would have been impossible if I had confined myself to Beijing. The Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong urge us to pay regular visits to other places. We in Beijing should take a couple of months out every year for such visits or spread them out over the course of the year. More contacts between the central and local authorities will enable us to get a fuller picture of the situation as a whole. People who have worked in the central organs for a long time without getting in touch with the masses and reality are more likely to succumb to bureaucratism than the local comrades. To tackle this problem, the central and local authorities should influence and supervise each other. It is wrong to think that the central authorities should supervise the local authorities, but not vice versa. The local authorities should also keep the central authorities in check. To challenge each other with opposing views means to see the situation from two sides. That way we are in a better position to advance the great cause of socialism. The comrades in the central organs should not only make frequent tours of other 21-6 places to see what is going on there, but also invite local comrades to come to meetings in Beijing, and they should try to find good examples for others to follow. This is the way to advance our work and reduce bureaucratism. To enforce the people's democratic dictatorship, we must conduct an unceasing struggle against bureaucratism. This is very important. We urge comrades in the central organs and leading personnel in provinces, prefectures, counties, and districts to guard against bureaucratism, maintain regular contact with the masses and acquire a deeper understanding of reality. Bureaucratism cannot be eliminated once for all. If you eliminate it today, it will reappear tomorrow. It exists as long as you are in power, and it breeds with the over-centralization of power. Because we are building socialism, working for the supreme interests of the great majority of people and centralizing the greatest power to do the things that will most benefit them, the people are satisfied with us. Under these circumstances, if we make some mistakes, people are ready to excuse us, and this makes it easier for us to neglect the development of democracy and to be bureaucratic and subjective. You comrades present here are all leaders, even if some of you are only in charge of a district or of a party branch. You should be always on the alert for such mistakes. The implementation of the first 5-year plan and the fundamental tasks of the second 5-year plan. September 16, 1956. Before turning to the proposal for the second 5-year plan, I want to discuss the implementation of the first 5-year plan. In the course of implementing the first 5-year plan, thanks to the efforts of the people, and especially the working people throughout the country, greater and earlier victories than expected have won in both socialist construction and socialist transformation. Our achievements have been impressive, but there have also been some shortcomings and errors in our work that we must strive to correct. With regard to capital construction, it is estimated that by the end of 1957 our investments in capital construction will exceed the planned total by more than 10%. We expect that with a few exceptions, all the above norm construction project S112 in the plan will be completed on or ahead of schedule. A number of new construction projects have been started each year. It is estimated that by the end of 1957 some 500 newly built or reconstructed above-norm industrial enterprises will have been completed. This will increase productive capacity, help establish new branches of industry and partially renovate some older ones, thus beginning to alter the extremely backward state of industry in our country. Thanks to Con. For ST2 Part S of the Report on the proposal for the second 5-year plan for National Economic Development MADE at the 8th National Congress of THIRD Communist Party. The full text of TS report was published in People's Daily on September 19, 1956. 217. 218. Construction work under the first 5-year plan. Our industrial base in the northeast, with the Anshan integrated iron and steel works as its core, will have been greatly strengthened. In Inner Mongolia, northwest China, and North China, many new industrial cities will have taken shape. 5,500 kilometers of railways will have been newly built or restored within these 5 years. Important trunk lines such as the Jining-Erlan and Beijing-Chengdu lines are already finished. The Yingtan-Xiamen Railway is nearing completion. The Lanzhou-Xinjiang Railway has already been built west of Yumen. Important highways such as the Zikang-Tibet and Qinghai-Tibet roads have been completed and opened to traffic. Completion of these railways and highways has strengthened the links between the vast areas of the northwest and southwest and other parts of the country. In the field of water conservancy, the work to bring the Huihe River under permanent control is still underway. Construction has begun on the pivotal water conservancy and hydroelectric engineering project at Sanmen Gorge on the Huanghe River. A number of other large water conservancy projects have been started, along with many small and medium-sized ones. The many completed projects have already contributed to preventing floods and irrigating farmland. In the past few years great strides have also been made in geological prospecting to meet the needs of capital construction. As I have said, in terms of investment and of progress on most of the major projects, capital construction under the first 5-year plan will probably reach our original goals. But I should also point out that some branches of our economy may fail to fulfill their investment plans and that construction work on a few key projects may fall behind schedule. In the time remaining, these branches and construction units should step up their work and strive to fulfill the original plans as far as possible. It should also be pointed out that some construction units have concentrated on speed to the neglect of quality and safety, which has resulted in poor quality, many accidents, and waste. This should be a lesson to us. With regard to industrial production, the total value of industrial output has every year exceeded the figure set in the annual plan. In 1956 it will reach the level set for 1957. By the end of 1957 it may exceed the total target originally set in the 5-year plan by as much as 15%. As for the output of major industrial products, in 1957 the overwhelming majority of them will surpass the planned targets. For example, the output of steel will reach 5.5 million tons, electricity, 18,000 million kilowatt-hour, coal, 120 million tons, metal cutting machine tools, 30,000 units, power generating equipment, 340,000 kilowatts, lumber, 24 million cubic meters, cotton yarn, 5.6 million bales, machine processed sugar, 800,000 tons, and machine-made paper, 800,000 tons. As for important new industrial products, we are now able to manufacture power generating, metallurgical, and mining equipment and new types of metal cutting machine tools that we could not make in the past. We are also able to produce motor vehicles and jet planes for the first time. And we have begun producing a certain amount of large steel products and high-grade alloy steels that we were unable to produce before. But due to the shortage of raw materials, low demand, or technical difficulties, the original targets set for the output of several kinds of products may not be fulfilled, for instance, petroleum, sulfur black, edible vegetable oils, cigarettes, and matches. With regard to agricultural production, in 1953 and 1954, many areas of our country suffered severe natural disasters. Consequently, the agricultural production plans for those 2 years were not fulfilled. Nevertheless, the output of grain surpassed that of 1952, which was a year of bumper harvests. The year 1955 was one of good harvests. The output of grain reached 174 to 8 million tons, the output of cotton reached 1,518,000 tons, and that of other farm products also increased. This year many areas have suffered severely from floods, waterlogging, typhoons or drought, which have damaged certain crops, especially cotton. But because the whole countryside is in the high tide of the cooperative movement, production will increase in the areas untouched by natural disasters, and in 1956 total grain output in the country as a whole will still reach the level set for 1957. In the coming year, so long as there are no particularly severe natural disasters, it should be possible for the major grain crops and certain cash crops to exceed the targets set in the Han. But the output of soybeans, peanuts, rapeseed, jute, amberry hemp and certain kinds of livestock will probably not reach the original targets. We have to take measures to strengthen these weak points. With regard to transport, post and telecommunications. Alongside the growth of industrial and agricultural production and the expansion of capital construction, there has been an annual increase in the volume of transport and of business handled by our post and 220 telecommunications services. It is estimated that in 1957 the target for freight handled by all major transport departments will be exceeded. But because the plan for the technical renovation of certain existing lines and equipment has not been fulfilled, some lines and transportation centers are overburdened and congested with traffic. Attempts are being made to remedy this situation. With regard to commerce, as socialist commerce is growing steadily, a well-planned and well-organized domestic market has already taken shape, and the dominance of socialist commerce is being consolidated. By the end of 1956 the total volume of retail sales will have increased by 66.3% as compared with 1952, and the total value of imports and exports by 65%. It is estimated that by 1957 plans for the total volume of retail sales and for the sales of most commodities on the home market, as well as plans for exports and imports, will be fulfilled, and some even overfulfilled. In the past few years, the volume of commodity circulation in the country has been expanded on the basis of increased production, and the policy of state monopoly for the purchase and marketing of the most essential items has ensured supplies of the people's daily necessities. This has largely guaranteed price stability, promoted industrial and agricultural production and raised the people's standard of living. At present, the chief defects in commercial work are that the supply of commodities is not well organized and that business management is unsatisfactory. This means that certain goods are sometimes overstocked and at other times in short supply. With regard to culture, education, scientific research and public health, Considerable advances have been made in all these fields in the past few years. It is estimated that by the end of 1957, except for a few branches, we shall be able to exceed all the targets, including those for higher, secondary, and primary education, scientific research, the press, publishing, broadcasting, literature, the arts, the cinema, physical culture and medical service. For example, the 1957 enrollment in institutions of higher learning will be about 470,000, surpassing the planned figure by about 9%. And there will be 68 research institutes under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, 17 more than in the plan. With regard to the cooperative transformation of agriculture and handicrafts, by the end of June 1956, a total of 992,000 agricultural producers cooperative 76 had been organized throughout the country. Their members made up 91.7% of all peasant households. Those belonging to cooperatives of the advanced type constituted 62.6% of peasant households. Approximately 90% of all handicraftsmen have been organized. We expect that by the end of 1957, after another year's work, agricultural and handicraft cooperatives will be virtually universal throughout the country, except for a few border areas. With regard to the socialist transformation of private industry and commerce, by the end of June 1956, 99% of capitalist industrial enterprises, in terms of output value, and 98% in terms of the number of workers and office staff, had come under joint state-private operation. Of the private businesses, including establishments selling food and drink, 68% in terms of the number of enterprises, and 74% in terms of the number of personnel, had been transformed into joint state-private businesses or businesses run cooperatively by a larger or smaller group. The conversion of capitalist industry and commerce into joint state-private enterprises by whole trades and the introduction of the system of fixed interest rates on shares 11.3 have prepared the way for the nationalization of capitalist means of production. Now I wish to speak briefly about improvements in the people's material well-being. On the whole, in the past few years the rate of increase in the wages of manual and mental workers has corresponded to the increase in labor productivity. However, at one period wages were lagging far behind productivity. In 1955, for instance, labor productivity in industrial enterprises was about 10% higher than in 1954, while average wages had increased by only 0.6%. A similar situation was found in other branches of the national economy. Immediately after we discovered this mistake in our work at the end of 1955, we set about correcting it. Starting in April 1956, we carried out a nationwide reform of the wage system, fixing the average wages of manual and mental workers for 1956 at about 13% above the 1955 level. Thus average wages in 1956 are 33.5% higher than in 1952, surpassing the 33% increase in 5 years laid down in the first 5-year plan. The increase in labor productivity will also exceed the planned target. In state-owned industrial enterprises, for instance, labor productivity, according to the 1956 statistics, will be 74% higher than in 1952, surpassing the 64% increase in 5 years stipulated in the plan. 222. During the past few years, we have stabilized agricultural taxes for the benefit of the peasants and raised the price of grain purchased by the state, thus gradually improving the life of the peasants on the basis of expanded production. But we have also made some mistakes. In 1954, because we were not clear about the exact amount of grain output in the whole country, we purchased a little more grain from the peasants than we should have, and this aroused discontent among some of them. In 1955, we adopted a policy of fixed quotas for grain production, purchase, and marketing, 114, which set the peasants' minds at ease and raised their enthusiasm for production. It is now estimated that the total income of the peasants can be increased by about 30% in these 5 years. From the situation I have described, it can be seen that our first 5-year plan can without question be successfully fulfilled. If we make strenuous efforts and if there are no extraordinary natural disasters or unexpected accidents, most of the targets can be surpassed. The execution of the first 5-year plan has brought about profound changes in our economy, and its overfulfillment will bring about further changes. The major changes are the following: industrial and agricultural production has been raised greatly, so that the total output value of industry and agriculture is expected to be more than 60% or higher in 1957 than it was in 1952. Of that total output value, about 50% will be contributed by industry, and of total industrial output, more than 40% will consist of the means of production, a fact that will strengthen the leading role of industry in the economy. Furthermore, as a decisive victory has been won in socialist transformation, the socialist sector has assumed a predominant position in all fields: industry, agriculture, transport, and commerce. Now all branches of our national economy are prospering, and culture, education and scientific research are beginning to flourish. This has created conditions for the continued raising of the people's standard of living. It should be pointed out that the unity of all our nationalities, all democratic parties and all patriots under the leadership of the Communist Party, and the initiative and enthusiasm they have shown for socialist transformation and construction have provided the foundation for the great achievements I have enumerated. We must also point out that the great Soviet Union and the people's democracies have given us tremendous assistance in carrying out our first 5-year plan. During this period the Soviet Union has granted us loans on favorable terms, helped us to design 205 industrial enterprises and supplied the bulk of the equipment for them, sent large numbers of outstanding experts to China and given us much technical aid in other ways. The people's democracies, too, have given us much help in equipment, materials, technical personnel, and so on. Experts from these countries have been making outstanding contributions to the cause of socialist construction in our country. We wish to take this opportunity to express our deep gratitude to the Soviet Union and the people's democracies for their generous, fraternal assistance. In carrying out the first 5-year plan we have acquired considerable experience and learned many lessons. By drawing on these, we shall be able to do better work in socialist construction. Here I only wish to put forward some views on certain outstanding lessons we have learned in guiding economic work over the past few years. First, in accordance with needs and possibilities, we should set a reasonable rate for economic growth and place the plan on an ambitious yet realistic basis, so as to ensure relatively balanced development. Since, when we are drawing up a long-term plan, it is difficult for us to foresee all the new circumstances and problems that may arise in the course of its implementation, we should set long-term targets as realistically as possible and leave it for the annual plans to make any necessary adjustments. For the most part, the targets set in the first 5-year plan were correct. The last 4 annual plans were, by and large, suited to the specific conditions of the time. That ensured the overfulfillment of the plan. But it should be noted that in certain parts of the annual plans for 1955 and 1956, we set some targets too high and some too low, which caused difficulties in our work. Because of the crop failures in 1953 and 1954, when we drew up the 1955 plan we cut back on capital construction a little too much. And in the campaign to practice economy in that year, we made excessive cuts in investments for certain non-productive capital construction projects. Also, because the plans for capital construction were changed frequently and issued to the departments concerned very late, they were not satisfactorily fulfilled. The result was not only an excessive financial surplus, but also a temporary false surplus of important building materials such as rolled steel, cement, and lumber. If we had earlier prepared a number of reserve projects and had expanded construction in time, or if we had had a plan for increased 22 for Zhou Enlai state reserves of certain materials, the surplus would not have presented a problem. However, since we underestimated the future growth and mistook temporary surpluses of materials for a relatively permanent phenomenon, we resorted to exports to reduce our surpluses of rolled steel and cement. This was clearly not the right thing to do. When we drew up the plan for 1956, owing to last year's bumper harvest and to our tremendous achievements in socialist transformation, it was both necessary and feasible to set a fairly rapid pace for national economic development. But we failed to strike a proper balance between the scale of capital construction and the capacity for supplying materials, and the plans for capital construction were therefore somewhat more ambitious than they should have been. At the same time, there appeared in certain branches of the economy a tendency to do too many things at once and to do them too hastily. This not only put a strain on our national finances but also created a serious shortage of building materials such as rolled steel, cement, and lumber. The state reserve of materials was too heavily drawn upon and various sectors of the economy felt the strain. Experience shows that in drawing up a long-term plan we should set the targets realistically, in accordance with the basic requirements of socialist industrialization and with the country's material and financial resources and available manpower. At the same time, reserves should be built up to put the plan on a sounder basis. In drawing up annual plans, we should make best use of our potential according to the conditions that may develop in the current year and subsequent years, so as to make sure that the long-term plan is fulfilled or overfulfilled. Experience further shows that in drawing up the annual plans we should guard against two different tendencies. When conditions are generally favorable, we must be aware of both existing and potential unfavorable factors and guard against impatience and rashness. When conditions are generally unfavorable, we must be aware of the many existing and potential favorable factors and guard against timidity and hesitancy. That is to say, we should make an overall analysis of the objective conditions and try to devise a well-coordinated plan for the main targets of the current year and the next, so that each of the annual plans dovetails with the next and progress is made at an even pace. Second, we should coordinate plans for key projects with overall planning, so that the various branches of the economy develop implementation of the first 5-year plan 225. Proportionately. During the past few years, while giving priority to the development of heavy industry, we have also speeded up the cooperative transformation of agriculture so as to increase agricultural production, and correspondingly develop light industry. In this way we have avoided the danger of dislocation among the major branches of the economy. In dealing with the relationship between plans for key projects and overall planning, however, we have also made some mistakes. For instance, in 1953 some departments and localities engaged in construction work developed a tendency to do everything at once and everywhere, plunging ahead without any consideration of actual conditions. The same adversely affected the state's priority construction projects and gave rise to financial difficulties and waste of manpower and materials. The same tendency reappeared in the beginning of 1956, following publication of the draft National Program for Agricultural Development. 9. For some departments and localities, impatient for success, attempted to accomplish within 3 or 5 years, or even 1 or 2 years, tasks that required 7 or 12 years to complete. These mistakes were all discovered and corrected by the Central Committee in good time. In the same period, another tendency appeared, the tendency to overemphasize certain important tasks so that they were not coordinated with other related tasks. For example, in the beginning of 1956, in our effort to speed up agricultural development, we overestimated the need for two-wheeled, double-shared plows and portable steam engines, and drew up excessive production plans for them. Although the plans were repeatedly revised downward, output was still too high. As a result, too much rolled steel was consumed, which entailed more strain on the supply of rolled steel in 1956. Some machine-building factories producing these machines were obliged to speed up production at one time and slow down at another. To take one more example, in the course of construction certain industrial enterprises advanced too rapidly so that the raw materials needed were not all available. The result was that these enterprises could not operate at full capacity. At the start of our industrial construction, these sorts of things were perhaps inevitable. But we might have foreseen them and made more judicious preparations to prevent them. In our construction work during the past few years, the arrangements we have made regarding the relationships between central and 22/6 Zhou Enlai local authorities and between coastal regions and the interior have been appropriate on the whole. But there have still been some shortcomings. For some time, we emphasized construction work by the central authorities but neglected the development of local construction work. And we emphasized construction work in the interior but neglected that in the coastal regions. Henceforth, we should pay constant attention to readjusting these relationships in such a way as to avoid one-sidedness. The foregoing shows that while we must emphasize key projects, they cannot be developed in isolation, independent of an overall plan, and that while we must have an overall plan, we cannot place equal importance on all things without giving priority to key projects. In drawing up plans and arranging our work, we must neatly coordinate key projects with overall plans. Third, we should build up our reserves and improve our system of stockpiling materials. As our economy develops, imbalances are bound to occur frequently. Hence we must lay aside necessary reserves of materials, financial resources, mineral resources, productive capacity, etc., increasing in particular state-held stocks of materials, so as to ensure even growth of the economy and smooth execution of annual plans and to be prepared to handle any unexpected difficulties that may arise. During the next few years, our agricultural production will still be very much subject to natural disasters. To provide for possible crop failures, we must have stocks of grain and of major cash crops. To meet the needs of constantly expanding construction and production, we must also have stocks of equipment and raw materials. Furthermore, we are still inexperienced in planning, and our plans are often incomplete and inaccurate. Even if they are fairly accurate at the moment they are drawn up, they may be thrown out of balance by unforeseeable factors. For instance, in 1956 when the utilization ratio of open hearth and blast furnaces rose as a result of the introduction of new techniques, the supply of iron ore and coke failed to catch up. To eliminate or mitigate imbalances that may occur as the plan is carried out, we must hold necessary reserves. Although the state's stocks of materials were not very large in the past few years, they helped to meet the demands of production and capital construction and to ease the difficult shortages of 1956. It should be pointed out, however, that in those days we did not fully appreciate the importance of keeping reserves of materials. As I have said before, in 1955 when there was a small surplus of certain implementation of the first 5-year plan 22/7 materials, we unwisely exported part of them. So when we expanded the scale of capital construction in 1956, we felt an acute shortage of those materials. We must understand that in a country like ours, where the economy is backward and the population large, shortages of materials will occur frequently for a long time to come, whereas any surplus will be transient. We therefore need to pay even greater attention to increasing our reserves and instituting a state storage system for necessary materials, and especially for critical materials that are in short supply. All state enterprises should also keep proper material reserves. Of course, storage of materials, whether by the state or by state enterprises, should be carried out in a well-planned way, and quantities should be fixed within reasonable limits and increased gradually. We cannot expect to make big increases at once, because that would hinder our current production and construction. Furthermore, we must combat the misconception that overstocking of products that results from thoughtless overproduction constitutes storage of materials by the state. That notion would inevitably cause state funds to be wasted or lie idle, which would also be harmful to production and construction. Fourth, the relationship between economy and finance should be correctly handled. Years of experience tell us that our state revenues must be based on economic development, and that our state expenditures must in turn, and above all, ensure that development. Thus, we should first of all consider the plan for economic development, particularly for industrial and agricultural production. Then we should draw up a budget that will ensure its successful implementation. If instead of enlarging our financial resources in accordance with the conditions of our economic development, we set our revenue targets too low, or if we only worry about cutting expenditures and keep too much in reserve, we shall hold back full development of the economy. That would be wrong. In drawing up our plan for state revenues, we must take into account the prospects for economic development and the correct ratio between accumulation and consumption and avoid setting the figures too high. In drawing up our plan for state expenditures, we must distribute funds correctly so as to ensure the construction of key projects and the proportionate development of the economy. In addition, we must keep a balance between the scale of construction and the supply of materials, maintain a certain amount of reserve funds. 228 Zhou Enlai. For contingencies and, again, avoid setting the figures too high. It would obviously be wrong to take only the demands of construction into account, without considering whether sufficient funds are available and whether there are adequate supplies of equipment, materials, and technical personnel. We must not put forward overambitious plans for appropriations and investment. Comrades often like to argue whether or not there should be financial limitations. In our view, it is of course wrong to ignore the demands of economic development and to set subjective limitations that hamper economic development. We should oppose such limitations. But if a budget conforms to the actual conditions of economic development and embodies the correct relations between accumulation and consumption and between plans for priority construction projects and overall plans, then that budget must be strictly executed and not challenged on the ground that it introduces financial limitations. It should also be noted here that many of the shortcomings and mistakes in our work are inseparable from subjectivism and bureaucratism among the leadership. Some leading comrades sit on high, never approaching the masses and remaining ignorant of actual conditions, and are subjective in dealing with questions and making arrangements for work. Consequently, they can hardly expect their decisions to be correct. Bureaucratism at higher levels, in turn, fosters commandism at lower levels. The various departments of the State Council are overstaffed and divided into too many levels, with the result that the lower organizations are inundated with official documents, telegrams, and forms. In certain cases, leading cadres are even ignorant of what directives and regulations have been issued by their departments. We must put an end to such manifestations of bureaucratism as soon as possible. Although we have achieved much in our governmental work, we must never allow ourselves the slightest feeling of complacency or conceit. We should also be aware that while the economy is developing rapidly, the situation changes often and quickly. New problems can appear anywhere at any moment, and many of these problems are interrelated and highly complex. Therefore, we must constantly maintain close contact with the masses, go deep into the realities of life, intensify investigation and study, deal effectively with changes in the situation, make concrete analysis of conditions, both favorable and unfavorable, and correctly assess both advantages and difficulties. In this way, decisions can be made in time to regulate the activities of all departments and aspects of the economy and thus to avoid conflicts and dislocations. In this vast country of ours, where situations are complicated and radical reforms in the economy are taking place, any negligence may result in major mistakes and great losses. Therefore, it is especially important to overcome subjectivism and bureaucratism. 2. The Central Committee of the Party considers that in drawing up the second five-year plan for national economic development, we should start from the anticipated achievements in the period of the first five-year plan. We should bear in mind the basic requirement that by about the end of the third five-year plan we must have fulfilled the fundamental tasks of the state in the transition period. And we should make a practical appraisal of conditions that may prevail inside and outside the country during the second five-year period to ensure a comprehensive plan. Only in this way can we make a plan that is both ambitious and sound. The Central Committee suggests that the fundamental tasks of the second five-year plan for national economic development should be as follows: To continue industrial construction with major emphasis on heavy industry, promote technical reform of the economy and build a solid foundation for socialist industrialization, to complete socialist transformation and to consolidate and expand collective ownership and ownership by the whole people, on the basis of capital construction and socialist transformation, to further increase the production of industry, agriculture, and handicrafts and correspondingly develop transport and commerce, to train personnel for construction work and to strengthen scientific research to meet the needs of a developing socialist economy and culture, and on the basis of increased industrial and agricultural production, to strengthen national defense and improve the material and cultural life of the people. 23-0 Zhou Enlai. The main purpose of the socialist industrialization of our country is to build up a comprehensive industrial system within the period of 3 5-year plans. This industrial system will enable us to produce all kinds of major machinery, equipment, and raw materials needed for expanded reproduction and for technical reform of the economy. It will also enable us to produce all kinds of consumer goods to satisfy the demands born of an ever-rising standard of living. Some people may ask, given the constant growth of the economies of the socialist countries headed by the Soviet Union and given the possibilities of economic and technological cooperation among socialist countries, is it still necessary for our country to set up a comprehensive industrial system? It is true that China's situation today is quite different from that of the Soviet Union in the early years of its establishment, when it was economically isolated and could get no assistance from other countries, and it is true that the existence and development of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies are very favorable conditions for our socialist construction. However, we think a populous country like ours, which has rich resources and great needs, must still build its own comprehensive industrial system. This is because our domestic requirements demand that we quickly change the long-standing backwardness of our economy, and because international requirements demand that we establish a powerful industry that can promote a common economic upsurge in the socialist countries and add to the forces in defense of world peace. The parasitic view that we can rely wholly on international assistance and need not build our own comprehensive industrial system is therefore wrong. Another view is wrong too, the view that we can close our doors and carry on construction on our own. Needless to say, the establishment of a comprehensive industrial system in our country will require assistance from the Soviet Union and the people's democracies for a long time to come. At the same time, it is also necessary for us to develop economic, technological, and cultural exchanges with other countries. Even when we have built a socialist industrial state, it will still be inconceivable that we should close our doors and seek no assistance from others. Facts show not only that economic and technological cooperation among the socialist countries will constantly expand, but also that, as the forces of the peoples of various countries grow daily stronger in the struggle for peace, democracy, and national independence, and as the international situation tends more and more towards détente, economic, technological, and cultural relations between China and non-socialist countries will expand steadily as well. Therefore, the isolationist view of socialist construction is also wrong. To lay a solid foundation for the socialist industrialization of our country, during the second 5-year plan period we must continue to expand our metallurgical industry, make vigorous efforts to build up the machine-building industry, strengthen the electric power, coal and building material industries, and energetically develop the backward branches of industry, the petroleum, chemicals, and radio industries. At the same time, we should also press ahead with the technological renovation of the economy, and first of all of industry. Experience shows that industrial development, with emphasis on heavy industry, cannot and should not be carried on in isolation, but must be coordinated with other branches of the economy, especially agriculture. The development of agriculture is a necessary condition for the development of industry and of the entire national economy. To delay the development of agriculture would not only have a direct adverse effect on the development of light industry and the improvement of the people's standard of living, but would seriously affect the development of heavy industry and the economy as a whole. It would also interfere with the consolidation of the worker-peasant alliance. In the period of the second five-year plan, therefore, we should continue to make great efforts to expand agriculture, so that its development may be coordinated with that of industry. To ensure a well-proportioned, coordinated development of all branches and aspects of the economy, we should arrange proper relations between heavy industry and light industry, between industrial and agricultural production on the one hand and transport and circulation of commodities on the other, between economic construction and cultural development, and between national construction and people's standard of living. At the same time, we should make further adjustments in the relations between the central and local authorities, between coastal regions and the interior, and among the various nationalities. These things are essential if we want to enlist all positive factors and useful forces in the great cause of building socialism. In the period of the second five-year plan we shall be able to continue expanding capital construction and industrial and agricultural production at a relatively rapid rate. The Central Committee believes that in this period, on the basis of increased state revenues, 232 Zhou Enlai. State investment in capital construction can be increased from about 35% of total revenues in the first five-year period to about 40%. Hence investment in capital construction in the second five-year period will be about double that in the first. As for industrial and agricultural production, according to preliminary calculations, the total value of industrial output in 1962 will be about 100% or more than in 1957. The output value of the means of production and the means of subsistence will both increase considerably, but the growth rate of the means of production will still be greater. The value of agricultural output will increase by about 35%. By 1962, the total value of industrial and agricultural output will be about 75% or higher than the figure set for 1957 in the first five-year plan. It should be explained here that the increased percentages as enumerated in the proposals for the second five-year plan are calculated from the base of the targets set in the first five-year plan and do not take account of the possibility that these targets may be surpassed. They therefore seem relatively high. If, after the conclusion of the first five-year plan, the figures actually achieved in 1957 are used as the basis for calculation, the percentage increases set in the proposals may turn out to be somewhat lower. For instance, China's steel output for 1962 as suggested in the proposals is to be 10.5 to 12 million tons. This represents an increase of 150 to 190% as compared with the 1957 target set in the first five-year plan. But when compared with the anticipated 1957 output, the increase will be only 100 to 120%. We consider that the rates of expansion of capital construction and industrial and agricultural production that I have mentioned are appropriate. It is a plan that is at once ambitious and realistic. We are convinced that if only we rely on the masses and bring their initiative and creativity into play, we can mobilize great strength, surmount all difficulties in our path and accomplish our tasks in the second five-year plan period just as we have in the first. Problems of policy for economic development. November 10, 1956. On several occasions since the 8th Party Congress S11-5 we have made alterations in the figures for next year's economic plan, a plan that has been difficult to draw up. Our present task is to work out without delay some policy decisions regarding next year's economic development, so that they can be submitted to the current plenary session for approval. Today, I should like to talk about some policy problems. First, as mentioned in the political report just delivered by Comrade Liu Shaokai, a study of the recent international events suggests that we need to pay attention to the following 2 points in our country's economic development. 1. There is the possibility that socialist states may commit chauvinistic errors. In fact, some have already done so. In Comrade Mao Zedong's view, these errors include the practice of great power chauvinism towards foreign countries, the domestic practice of binationality chauvinism towards the minority nationalities and the adoption of autocratic policies towards the people. Chauvinistic errors have been made in some of the other socialist countries. Now the question is whether they will also be made in ours. Of course, the answer is that we are able to obviate them and should try our best to do so. Still, there is the possibility that we may make such errors. As a matter of fact, some incipient forms of chauvinism have already been discovered in our work. Let me cite some examples. Occasionally some of our government personnel have assumed a great power attitude towards our fraternal neighboring countries. XCERPT from a repo RT on THE plan for Nadi ONALEC on OMI de allotment for 1957, Delhi VE read at THE 2nd PLENARYSSION of THE 8th CE Entral C Omidi of the C Hein SEC Omuni ST Party. 233. 23 for Zhou Enlai. Domestically, some of our cadres have displayed a certain degree of Han chauvinism towards the minority nationalities. Some of our leading cadres have divorced themselves from the masses, caring very little about the people's well-being. And there are some rules and regulations that provide special treatment for leading cadres in their everyday life and work, treatment that will facilitate the growth of bureaucratism. All of the above calls for constant attention in our drive to build the country. 2. As Comrade Liu Shaokai has just noted, it is all right for the Soviet Union and other socialist countries to give priority to heavy industry. However, in the course of developing heavy industry, they have neglected the people's immediate interests. Light industry and agriculture are two economic sectors that have a direct, vital bearing on the people's standard of living. Neglecting them brings about unfavorable results and causes serious imbalances in the economy. Recently Comrade Mao Zedong has emphasized again and again that we need not only to develop heavy industry but also to improve the people's life. Only by so doing can we lay a solid foundation for the growth of heavy industry. The purpose of developing heavy industry and achieving socialist industrialization is to serve the people's long-term interests. Moreover, to safeguard the people's well-being and the fruits of socialist endeavor, we must rely on the people. If we ignore their immediate interests and instead ask them to tighten their belts to an unreasonable extent, their living standards will decline. This, together with a shortage of consumer goods, will make it hard for them to display full enthusiasm and initiative in production. The result will be an insufficient accumulation of funds, which will bring the development of heavy industry to a halt. This is something we should always bear in mind as we proceed with our economic undertakings. We need to draw the lessons from the events that have occurred in a number of other socialist countries. In addition, we must be aware that China is special in that it is a country where feudalism still exerts a strong influence. Although we have overthrown the feudal ruling system, there still exists social customs and conventions that smack of feudal bureaucratism. Divorcing themselves from the people, standing high above the masses, seeking special favorable treatment and indulging in extravagances, this was the behavior of China's ruling class in bygone days. But our cadres also are liable to behave this way. Anyone who heads a party or government office at any level is regarded as a person of special status. All this explains why even after the socialist system has been established in China, we have to be constantly on guard against old customs and conventions, because they have an eroding effect on our minds. We should both develop heavy industry and improve the people's life. Among the problems relating to the people, the most important is our large population. While a big population has its advantages, it also poses a difficult problem: the vast amounts of materials that are needed for consumption. People must have clothing, food, shelter, and means of transport. Among these, food ranks first in importance. China's population is now growing at an average annual rate of 2% or an increase of more than 10 million people a year. That is really a sizable figure. By contrast, the country's grain production registers an annual increase of only about 3%. That cannot be considered a fast rate of growth. Now that the cooperative transformation of agriculture has been completed, we are able to raise the per unit yield and to expand the area that is planted to several crops a year. Despite this year's serious natural disasters, we have gathered in a bigger harvest than last year. This can be attributed to the advantages of cooperativization and of the socialist system. But we must recognize that it is no easy thing to expand the area of cultivated land and increase grain production. Normally we can expect only gradual progress in this regard. At yesterday's meeting of the Political Bureau I talked about the need to encourage the practice of birth control. Comrade Deng Xiaoping was the first to bring up this matter for discussion some time ago. Later on, Mr. Shaolitzi 116 raised it during a session of the National People's Congress. As I see it, both the party and the Communist Youth League should try to spread the idea of family planning. In fact, many people, especially urban residents, want to know about it. It is now quite clear that for the time being we are unable to provide jobs for all who want employment. Furthermore, the current rate of wage increase is not high enough to enable workers and other employees to feed big families. So I even think it is advisable to encourage late marriage. Secondly, Comrade Mao Zedong's theory concerning the 10 major relationships 11-7 was adopted at the 8th Party Congress as our guiding principle. Ever since the high tide in the campaign for socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce, there has been an unprecedented burst of enthusiasm for socialist construction throughout the country. Thus, encouraged, a number of departments and also the authorities of many provinces and municipalities have submitted suggestions and proposals to the Central Committee. To have direct contact with local authorities, Comrade Mao Zedong personally went on an inspection tour of a number of provinces and cities. Here in Beijing, Comrade Liu Shaokai got in touch with comrades in many departments. Later, after he had talked with comrades from various departments, Comrade Mao Zedong once again emphasized that in order to carry out the country's socialist construction in the right way it is essential to handle these relationships correctly. It is true that many problems regarding these relationships were outlined in the reports delivered at the 8th Party Congress. But that doesn't mean they have all been properly solved. We can actually solve them only through our future efforts, by taking concrete measures and in the course of constantly combating erroneous ideas and practices. Of the 10 major relationships, the first 5 are directly concerned with economic development. For example, what are the desirable proportions of agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry? Right now, we are still unable to find a satisfactory answer. Only after making a series of experiments and investigations will we be able to determine the CORRECT ratio between the 3 sectors. And even when the ratio is right at one time, it may not be right at another and will have to be readjusted. Thirdly, our objective in economic construction, as defined by the party during its 8th Congress, is to build a basic LLY comprehensive system of industry in a period covered by 3 5-year plans or a little more, and thereby to transform China, a backward agricultural country, into an advanced, industrialized socialist country. This objective is more concrete than the one previously defined, which was imply to work for socialist industrialization. By industrialization, we mean the country must have an independent and comprehensive system of industry. Any country that wants to build socialism, and especially such a large country as ours, must have the ability to develop on its own. Of course, countries that are very small have to depend on others, because they don't have enough raw materials. But in a vast country like China, there is every reason for us to build a comprehensive system of industry, because in case of emergency, no other countries will be able to assist us in solving all our difficulties. Building a basically comprehensive system of industry means primarily making it possible for China to produce sufficient quantities of major raw and semi-finished materials and to manufacture independently not only ordinary types of machines but also heavy and precision machinery as well as the new weapons necessary for self-defense, including atomic bombs, missiles, and long-range aircraft. China must also strive to achieve a corresponding development in such areas as the chemical industry, the power and energy industry, the transport industry, light industry, and agriculture. It should be noted, however, that building a basically comprehensive system of industry does not mean that the country will be fully self-sufficient. That is impossible even for the large developed countries. Take the United States for example. It is a big country with a very comprehensive industrial structure, but it lacks certain essential things, such as rubber. The Soviet Union also suffers from a shortage of some necessary things. Now, there is another question: is a comprehensive system of industry sure to yield a high output? Of course, its output will probably be relatively high, but not necessarily very high. The decisive importance of a comprehensive industrial system lies not in its high output but in its capacity to produce the major items that are needed. From this point of view, we consider that the party was right to adopt the resolution at its 8th Congress calling for the building of a comprehensive industrial system in a period of 3 5-year plans or perhaps longer. Judging by present circumstances, this task may require an even longer period of time. Now let's turn to our earlier ideas about the country's long-term program. Would it be advisable for us to slow down the pace of development somewhat? The studies we undertook before and after the party's 8th Congress have convinced us that heavy industry should grow at a slower pace than originally planned. For example, our previous estimate was that the country's steel output should reach 30 million tons by the last year of the third 5-year plan. Judging by the current rate of economic development, however, we can now say for certain that that target is impossible to reach. So we have altered it in accordance with the proposals put forth by the party during its 8th Congress. We believe that an annual output of 20 to 25 million tons of steel would be a realistic target for the third 5-year plan. Of course, there is a possibility that this target will be overfulfilled if the plan is carried out well. Nevertheless, it is still inadvisable to set the target at 30 million tons, because if we did that, all other branches of the economy would have to develop at a correspondingly rapid rate. And then we would find that, as we often 238 say, it's hard to stand firm or make balanced progress when the ground beneath your feet begins to sink. Agriculture and light industry would also be affected, with the result that steel production would have to be cut back. It will definitely take much longer to attain the production targets envisaged in our long-term program. We will reach them, say, only at the end of 4 5-year plans, or at best during the course of the fourth. Speaking at a meeting of the Central Committee's Political Bureau, Comrade Chen Yun 70 stressed that if the production targets cannot be attained in the proposed period of 3 5-year plans, it would be better to lengthen the time limit by 2 more years. In my opinion, still another 2 years should be allowed if necessary. In a big country like ours, slowing down the increase in production a little will not hinder the nation's industrialization, that is the building of a basically comprehensive system of industry. If we readjust the production targets, it will be easier to plan a more realistic program. If we don't, we shall find ourselves held back by a few figures set in the long-term program. There are 2 more points I want to bring up for your consideration in this connection. 1. About the figures for economic development proposed at the 8th Party Congress. Since these are all suggested figures, may we make alterations when we consider some of the targets unattainable? I think we may. It used to be that a plan, once drawn up, became a job. Practice has shown that things don't work that way. On the other hand, it would be wrong to regard a plan as a mere scrap of paper. Plans that do not conform to realities have to be revised, and realities that outstrip plans have to be recognized. No plan should be considered inalterable. Some of the suggested targets appeared quite reasonable at the time. Now that we have found out they involve some inconsistencies, I think it is quite permissible for us to revise them. 2. About the 40-article program for agricultural development. This is another proposal in the form of a draft program. When it was first submitted for discussion, Comrade Mao Zedong said changes could be made during its implementation. In fact, some of the planned figures have been crossed out. It is now almost a year since the draft program was put into practice, and facts have shown that it is necessary to re-examine and revise some of the proposed figures. For example, the expansion of cultivated land. It would be very difficult to reclaim as much as 140 million mu. Problems of policy for economy development 239. TN 12 years. You see, reclaiming even 10 million mu per year would require an annual investment of 500 million yuan. That is a huge sum which it is impossible for us to provide during the next fiscal year. And it is not certain that we shall be able to provide it in the years to come. Meanwhile, we have to consider that in addition to the financial investment, the proposed reclamation will also demand a series of other efforts, such as making administrative arrangements, mobilizing the masses and providing supporting materials. The annual figures for economic development have been set in the resolution of the 8th Party Congress and in the 40-article program for agricultural development. A careful study of these proposed figures, however, has convinced us that some alterations are necessary. We must not make futile attempts to achieve the impossible, or we will jeopardize other economic undertakings, waste money, and be obliged to beat a retreat in the end. We should modify all unattainable targets. This will lift a burden from our minds. If we don't make modifications, we shall find ourselves bound hand and foot. Fourthly, I want to talk about the evaluation of the first 5-year plan. We already made a rough evaluation of it at the 8th Party Congress, but now that we are discussing next year's economic plan, the question naturally comes up again. The Standing Committee of the State Council has held several meetings to discuss it. The consensus is that on the whole, the first 5-year plan is realistic and has proved highly successful. However, it also contains not a few mistakes. This evaluation may sound like a cliché, but it has been justified by actual practice. Consider the following. 1. Most of the production targets that we are aiming at this year are very close to the ones set in the first 5-year plan. We expect that next year 39 of the 46 industrial targets will definitely be overfulfilled. Of the remaining 7, which will be difficult to reach, only the target for petroleum is considered really unattainable. Aren't we justified in calling it a success if we are able to fulfill the production targets set in the first 5-year plan? Of course, it must be admitted that we are not doing so well in agriculture as in industry. This requires particular attention. Anyway, we can surely fulfill the targets for grain and cotton production set in the plan, even though there have been 2 consecutive years of unusual natural disasters. Of the 8 major items of agricultural produce, it is most likely that 240 hemp, soybeans, and oil-yielding crops will fall short of the targets set by the plan. This is attributable to poor planning and inefficient management. Indeed, we have failed to attach enough importance to the management of agriculture, as compared with industry. Agricultural production involves a wide range of problems, and it is sometimes not easy to take them all into account. 2. In the field of capital construction, the actual totals of investment have exceeded the planned figures. Most of the major construction projects, both the ones designed by the Soviet experts and those designed by ourselves, have been completed. Some Soviet-designed projects have not yet been completed, and they are primarily the national defense projects, which we felt it necessary to postpone. As for the projects of our own design, the problem is that we have launched too many of them. This should be viewed as a mistake in our planning. But in most cases our capital construction has proved basically successful. 3. We have been careful about carrying out the budgetary plans, so there have been no great excesses in expenditure. These facts show that on the whole, the first 5-year plan is realistic and has been highly successful. I am not going to elaborate on that now. On the other hand, however, we must admit that there are some mistakes in the plan. I want to say something more about this. It was the first time we ever drew up a 5-year plan, so we couldn't expect to produce an ideal program all at once. The first 5-year plan, which was formulated in 1952, proved to be only a rough outline which had to be revised in 1953, 1954, and 1955, and we also modified the annual plan for each of those years. It is quite natural that some errors were found both in the first 5-year plan and in the annual plans. This is because we lacked necessary experience and knowledge. As a matter of fact, we have been learning things in the course of discovering our mistakes and trying to eliminate them. In 1953 we undertook a little too much capital construction. And we did the same thing this year on a larger scale. Last year, on the contrary, we didn't do enough capital construction, with the result that certain materials were left unused. The surplus materials and equipment had to be sold at reduced prices. The surplus rolled steel was exported to other countries. Meanwhile, the cement factories had to cut back production and the sawmills had to sell their lumber cheap. All this was unfortunate, and reflected a serious mistake in our plan. Minor mistakes were also found in various departments. Planning is a problem we have to study. Even at this moment, when the proposed economic plan for the next fiscal year is being submitted for approval, we are still not certain we have discovered all the defects in it. I hope that when this plenary session breaks down into groups for discussion, you will try to ferret out more mistakes and flaws in the plan. Your efforts in this connection will help to improve not only next year's plan but also our construction work in the years to come. Some defects will doubtless be found in next year's plan when it is being put into effect, so they will have to be corrected from time to time, in the course of practice. When the first 5-year plan is completed and we come to review the way in which it was implemented, we shall profit by our experience, both positive and negative, and have a more comprehensive and deeper understanding of the work of planning than we had during the 8th Party Congress. As we now see it, some of the alterations we made in the first 5-year plan were necessitated by changes in the world situation and some by planning mistakes that were due to inexperience and ignorance on our part. I think these 2 points require some discussion. First of all, the changes in the world situation. When we began to formulate the first 5-year plan, the Korean War 2-6 was still in progress. At that time we thought not only that heavy industry needed to be stepped up but also that there should be a corresponding development of the national defense industry. The war ended in 1953, but in 1954 and 1955 a tense situation arose across the Taiwan Straits, and we had to find out how the world situation was going to develop. It was not until after the Geneva Conference 8-7 and the Bandung Conference 8-6 and even later, at the end of last year or the beginning of this year, that we began to perceive that the world situation was relaxing. This prompted us to think about slowing down our national defense industry and cutting back its production in some areas. That was quite logical. At a meeting of the Political Bureau, Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out the need to slow down development of the defense industry and concentrate on the metallurgical, machine building, and chemical industries so as to lay a solid foundation for future development. At the same time, he said that it was better for us to prepare for the manufacture of atomic bombs, missiles, remote control 242 Zhou Enlai devices and long-range aircraft and to produce other weapons only in small quantities for the time being. Take artillery for example, one cannon factory would be enough. His idea is to give first priority to building an industrial base, leaving mass production to some future date. Our assumption is that there will be a peaceful period, which will make it possible for us to build a comprehensive system of industry in our country. A peaceful period is most welcome. Right now we may base our guiding principle on this assumption. Nevertheless, we must also prepare for another probability, that is, the outbreak of war, which depends on whether our enemies want to take risks. What should we do if war breaks out in the next 12 years? Would that mean that we have made a wrong estimate of the situation? There would be widespread complaints if we had to fight a war and didn't have enough weapons and ammunition for the reserve forces. Still, one thing we can say for certain is that even if the enemy should impose a war on us, he could not win a quick victory. Although we would suffer some low SSES in the beginning, the enemy would have to fight a protracted war once he set foot on our mainland. In that case, our worst mistake would be that we had made a wrong judgment. At a meeting of the Political Bureau, Comrade Mao Zedong has raised this question of whether there could be a peaceful period. Following his lead, I now bring it up for all of you to discuss at the current plenary session of the Central Committee. If our assumption turns out to be a miscalculation, all of us should hold ourselves collectively responsible for it and determine to atone for it by performing meritorious deeds. At present we have no other choice but to presume that there will be a period of peace, otherwise we would be like a man pacing back and forth at a crossroads, not knowing which direction to take. If we concentrated materials, equipment, and financial resources too heavily in the national defense industry, it would be difficult to produce other goods in sufficient quantities. The result would be a severe shortage of a great variety of goods, and it would be out of the question to raise the people's living standards. Weapons would be of no use in the absence of warfare, because you can't eat cannon and rifles. Nor is there any point in producing huge amounts of bullets and cartridges. Therefore, it is crucial for us to cut back defense production. In fact, the Political Bureau, during a discussion of next year's plan and the second 5-year plan, has already decided to do just that. It has done so because of the changes. Problems of policy for economy. See Development 243. And the world's situation, which prompt us to quicken our pace in some areas while slowing down in others. The second factor contributing to the alterations in the second 5-year plan is the mistakes we made in planning some projects owing to lack of experience and knowledge. In retrospect, some of the mistakes seem rather absurd. But the fact is that we weren't very clear about what we were doing at the time. For example, the projects designed by Soviet experts. We thought it would be better to complete those projects 1 or 2 years ahead of schedule, if the Soviet Union could provide the necessary equipment and facilities at an early date. But we failed to distinguish between projects that it was advantageous to complete quickly and ones whose rapid construction would instead place a burden on us. At the time, whenever a central ministry asked the State Council or the Central Committee to approve the acceleration of a given project, we felt that we should approve it. One example is the construction of an automobile factory at such an accelerated pace that next year it will have an annual production capacity of 18,000 to 20,000 vehicles. But to produce and run those vehicles we would have to import great quantities of materials and equipment as well as huge amounts of oil, which would require a lot of foreign exchange. Since there is not much gasoline available at present, we will have to cut back the production of automobiles. And that will throw a certain proportion of the labor force out of work temporarily. When some friends from foreign countries visited the Changchun automobile factory, they expressed the view that our production capacities, which exceeded our present needs, would soon lie idle. Experienced people can tell at a glance. We had intended to start building a second automobile factory, but now we have decided to postpone it. Now, take the example of factories designed for aluminium processing and machine building. As the military industries have built a certain number of these factories, there is no urgent need for civilian industries to follow suit. The existing factories can serve both purposes, military and civilian. During the current period of peace, some of these factories can be geared to the production of ordinary machines for civilian use. In the past we didn't give enough thought to this matter, and consequently certain funds have been lying idle. For this reason we must admit that although the first 5-year plan has proved highly successful, it nevertheless has quite a few shortcomings and contains a number of mistakes. Of course, many of these have been discovered, but there are probably some which have not yet come to light. I hope you comrades present at this plenary session will make more comments about that. Report on the question of the boundary line between China and Burma. July 9, 1957. Fellow Deputies. The question of the boundary line between China and Burma is an important one in the foreign relations of our country and one about which our people are greatly concerned. The government therefore deems it necessary to make a special report on this matter to the National People's Congress. We have inherited from the past many questions of undefined boundary lines with neighboring countries, and the question of the one between China and Burma has attracted particular public attention. This is because Britain stirred up prolonged dispute over the boundary line when Burma was under its rule, and because in recent years the forces of imperialism have repeatedly used the question to sow discord and create tension between China and Burma. Our government has consistently held that a fair and reasonable settlement of all outstanding questions between China and other countries should be sought through peaceful negotiation. The question of the boundary between China and Burma is a long-standing and complicated one. So from the beginning we have taken a careful report made at the 4th session of the First National People's Congress. It was carried in PEOPLE's daily on July 10, 1957. According to the proposal described in TS report and through unremitting efforts made by the governments of China and Burma, the the agreement between the government of the People's Republic of China and the government of the Union of Burma on the question of the boundary between the two countries onja new ARY 28, 1960 when the Burma's Prime Minister Enlai paid a visit to China. Later, when the Burma's Prime Minister Unu and Chief of Staff Enlai came to China for a visit, the boundary treaty between the People's Republic of China and the Union of Burma on October 1 of the same year. 245. 246. Approach, seeking to reach a settlement step by step and through adequate preparatory work. During the years immediately after the founding of our state, the government was preoccupied with a series of urgent, major tasks at home and in its relations with foreign countries and was therefore unable to make comprehensive and systematic preparations for the settlement of the Sino-Burmese boundary question. However, since December 12, 1954, when the premiers of China and Burma issued a communiqué on their talks proposing that the question of the undefined boundary line be settled at an appropriate time through normal diplomatic channels, our government has proceeded to make the necessary preparations in that regard. The government departments concerned, acting jointly with the provincial authorities of Yunnan, have undertaken a systematic study of relevant historical documents and detailed investigation of actual conditions. In November 1955, just as both the Chinese and the Burmese sides were making active preparations for the settlement of the boundary question, an armed clash unfortunately occurred in the border region, owing to a misunderstanding between the outpost units of the two countries. This incident was properly dealt with through the joint efforts of both sides, but at the same time it impressed on the governments of both countries the need for an early settlement of the boundary question. Since the beginning of 1956, the Chinese and Burmese governments have entered into frequent contacts on the matter. In November of the same year, Chairman Unu of the Burmese Anti-Fascist People's Freedom League came to Beijing at our invitation to hold consultations with our government. In line with our foreign policy of peace, and on the basis of the results of our investigation and study of the boundary question, our government put forward to the Burmese government, through Chairman Unu, certain principles for a settlement. A formal proposal was approved by the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress at its 50th meeting, on November 5, 1956. The greater part of the boundary line between China and Burma is fixed, but there are 3 sections where the line remains to be determined. Our government proposed principles for drawing the boundary in these 3 sections, suggesting that the 3 parts of the proposal be considered as an integral whole. Let me now explain the contents of that proposal. Boundary line between China and Burma 24/7. The first point concerns the section in the Awa mountainous area. This section was explicitly provided for in the 2 treaties on the Sino-Burmese boundary line signed by China and Britain in 1894 and 1897. But as the relevant provisions were mutually contradictory, this section was not demarcated for a long time. To create a fait accompli, in early 1934 Britain sent troops to attack the territory of the Panhung and Panlao tribes of the Wa people and were met with heroic resistance. This was the well-known Panhung incident. On June 18, 1941, taking advantage of the critical situation in which China was placed during the War of Resistance against Japan, and closing the Yunnan-Burma Road as a pressure tactic, Britain, in an exchange of notes with the Kuomintang government, effected a demarcation in the Awa area to her advantage. This was the so-called 1941 line. But since the war in the Pacific 118 broke out soon afterwards, no markers were erected along the line. In 1956, during the discussion between the Chinese and Burmese governments on the boundary question, Burmese leaders indicated that they could understand the Chinese people's dissatisfaction with the 1941 line. However, in view of the fact that this section of the boundary had been determined by an exchange of notes between the Chinese and British governments in power at that time, they asked us to recognize the line and to withdraw the Chinese troops who had entered the area west of it in 1952 when pursuing remaining Kuomintang troops. It was the opinion of our government that on the question of boundary lines, demands made on the basis of formal treaties should be respected according to general international practice, but that this should in no way prevent the governments of two friendly countries from seeking a settlement that was fair and reasonable for both sides through peaceful negotiation. In order to promote such a settlement and to create a favorable atmosphere for it, we expressed in our proposal of principles to the Burmese government our readiness to withdraw our troops from the area west of the 1941 line. At the same time, we asked that, pending a final agreement on the question of the 1941 line and the setting up of boundary markers, Burmese troops should refrain from entering the area west of the 1941 line evacuated by the Chinese troops. Working personnel of the Burmese government could, however, enter the area. The second point concerns the Mengmao Triangular Area, also known as the Nam Wan Assigned Tract, situated at the junction of the Nam Wan River and the Shui River and measuring about 250. 248 Zhou Enlai square kilometers. This is Chinese territory, a fact that Britain too explicitly recognized in a treaty signed earlier. But before the Sino-British Treaty on the Sino-Burmese boundary line was signed in 1894, Britain, without obtaining China's consent, built a highway through the area to join Bamo with Namitkan. When China and Britain signed the Treaty of 1897 on the same issue, Britain, claiming a perpetual lease, further secured jurisdiction over this piece of Chinese territory. When Burma became independent, it inherited the perpetual lease. In our proposal to the Burmese government, we pointed out that it would be inconsistent with the relations of equality and friendship now existing between the two countries for Burma to maintain the perpetual lease on a piece of Chinese territory. We expressed our readiness to negotiate with the Burmese government to determine concrete steps to abrogate the perpetual lease of the Mengmao Triangular Area. The third point concerns the section north of the High Conical Peak. This section of the boundary line was never fixed in the past. Britain continually stirred up conflicts in this area, taking advantage of them to expand its colonial territory. The most serious incident was the armed occupation of the Bima area by the British in early 1911. The Bima incident aroused the indignation of the entire Chinese people, and protest movements spread with gathering force through all parts of the country. Under these circumstances, the British government was obliged to acknowledge formal in its note dated April 10, 1911, to the then Chinese government that the villages in the Bima-Kangfang-Galam area belonged to China, but it nevertheless continued its unreasonable occupation of that area. After studying the historical facts and investigating the actual conditions, our government made the following proposal to the Burmese government concerning the demarcation of this section of the boundary line. The section from the Isura Pass northward to the Difa Pass can be drawn along the traditional boundary line. The section from the Isura Pass to the High Conical Peak can in principle be drawn along the water's head between the New River, the Shui River and the Taiping River on the one side and the Meha River on the other, with the exception of the Hebei-Mokangfang column area, which should be returned to China. We also asked that at the same time as Chinese troops were withdrawing from the area west of the 1941 line, the Burmese government should withdraw its troops from Hebei-Mokangfang and Golem. Pending the final demarcation of this section, the Burmese government could retain its administration over the Hebei-Mokangfang Golem area, and the Chinese government would refrain from sending troops there. After our government made this proposal, Chairman U expressed the view that it was a fair and reasonable one that took into account the interests of both sides. The joint press communiqué issued after the talks between Chairman U and the Chinese leaders declared that the governments of China and Burma had arrived at the following understanding, that between the end of November and the end of December 1956, Chinese troops would withdraw from the area west of the 1941 line and Burmese troops would withdraw from Hebei-Mokangfang and Golem. By the end of 1956, the two governments had completed the troop withdrawals. Thus a good start was made for the settlement of the Sino-Burmese boundary question. Leading personnel of the two governments resumed their friendly talks on the subject in Rangoon in December 1956 and again in Kunming in March 1957. During these talks the standpoints of the two sides were further clarified and a general agreement was reached. People of all walks of life in our country are concerned about the settlement of the Sino-Burmese boundary question. In order to obtain views from various sectors, on behalf of the government I made a report on this question in mid-March this year to the third plenary session of the Second National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Also present at the meeting were deputies to the National People's Congress who were in Beijing at the time, members of the government and specially invited experts. At the end of March, in Kunming, I made another report on the question to a meeting called by the Yunnan Provincial Committee of the People's Political Consultative Conference and attended by representatives of people from all walks of life and representatives of various nationalities in Yunnan Province. Earnest discussions took place at these two broadly based meetings, which gave the government an opportunity to listen to opinions from different sectors and reply to questions raised, thus bringing into closer agreement the views of the people throughout the country. This, in brief, is the history of the Sino-Burmese boundary question up to the present. I should now like to say a few words on the basic policy followed by the government in dealing with this question. Ever since the founding of the People's Republic, the policy consistently followed by our country in international affairs has been to 250. Strive for the easing of world tensions and for peaceful coexistence with all countries, particularly with our neighbors. This policy is beneficial to our own socialist construction, and it also conforms to the interests of the people of all countries in the world. It is precisely this basic foreign policy of peace that our government has followed in handling the Sino-Burmese boundary question. Like so many outstanding issues among Asian and African countries, the question of the boundary line between China and Burma is the result of aggression carried on over the years by the imperialist powers. China and Burma have now achieved independence and are trying to secure a peaceful international environment so that they can engage in peaceful construction at home. Together with India, China, and Burma were the first to articulate the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. 9.3 We all treasure our national independence and national interest and know full well that they can be safeguarded only through peaceful coexistence and friendly cooperation. However, the imperialists have never ceased exploiting the differences among Asian and African countries to create tension and discord among them and are still trying hard to carry out their aggressive policy of divide and rule. In view of all this, our government, in discussing the boundary question with the Burmese government, has always stressed that both sides should act in a spirit of sincerity and conduct friendly negotiations in accordance with the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, so as to arrive at a fair and reasonable settlement. Now this settlement will not only further consolidate and develop the friendly relations between China and Burma, but also help increase solidarity among Asian and African countries. Our government's approach to this question is based on a desire to protect our national interests and also to promote Sino-Burmese friendship and solidarity among Asian and African countries. The question of the boundary between China and Burma has a complicated historical background. So in dealing with this question, the treatment of historical data has become an important problem. In the days when China was under feudal rule, its boundaries, like those of many other countries in the feudal era, were not too well defined. Relations between the feudal dynasties and the nationalities in the border areas varied throughout the ages, so it is almost impossible to define the boundaries that existed under Chinese feudal empires. Furthermore, during the past 60 years there have been many vastly different ways of drawing the undefined boundary between